Hey, Captain here from Supervisors.
Yes, I hear you.
Can you promote, assist board operations?
Done.
Can you hear me from board operations? Kevin?
Yes, I hear you.
Okay, sorry, thanks.
Hey, Kevin. Testing microphone in 5th District Conference Room. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Awesome. Thank you.
Supervisor Han's office checking in.
Yes, hi, we could hear you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Mitchell checking in.
Hi, Supervisor. Yes, we could hear you. Thank you.
just got that call too. Don't worry. They're punking you.
Put on mute.
Good morning, Fisha. This is a check-in. Can you hear me?
PZ's office checking in. She's not in yet.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Who's checking in? No, because we're usually sitting up there with them, so they're not going to ask. Oh, we're usually up there with them.
Good morning, Mr. Castro. Can you hear me?
Can they hear us?
Yes.
Yes, county council's present.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, because we signed in with the wrong Castro.
Oh.
So they see you up there.
So they.
Good morning, Ms. Bodek. Can you hear me? Oh, jeez. Good morning, Ms. Bodek. Can you hear me now?
So put him on hold music.
Good morning, Mr. Moderator. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can now.
Great. Thank you so much. morning, Ms. Bode. Can you hear me now? Good morning, Ms. Bode. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank goodness.
I know, yes. I'm going to put you back on mute.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Good morning.
Good morning, Supervisor Kyo. We can hear you.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the regular scheduled meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. Today is Tuesday, January 5th, 2021. Happy New Year. Our meeting today is being held remotely due to the current public health crisis to protect the health of all. I will now take roll call to confirm attendance. Please unmute your mic and respond when your name is called. Supervisor Mitchell.
Present. Good morning.
Good morning. Supervisor Kuehl.
Here.
Supervisor Hahn.
Here.
Supervisor Barger.
I'm here. Good morning.
Good morning. Ephesia Davenport, Acting Chief Executive Officer.
Present.
Rodrigo Castro Silva, Acting County Counsel.
I'm here.
Cecilia Zavala, Executive Officer of the Board.
Here.
Okay, very good. As indicated on the posted agenda, we'll be taking telephonic public comments during today's meeting. The Executive Office of the Board received over 1,900 written public comments for today's public meeting, and as those written comments were received, all of them were available to the supervisors for their consideration. Consistent with the Brown Act's requirement, we will continue to receive written public comments throughout this meeting. Due to the number of written public comments received, we will not be reading in the names. However, these comments will become part of the official record. Madam Executive Officer, please call the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. Today's agenda will begin on page 2, set matter, 10:30 a.m. This item will be held for discussion. Item S1 is a discussion of the public health order related to COVID-19 as requested by the chair of the board. On page 3, special district agenda. This is the agenda for the Los Angeles County Development Authority. On item 2D, Supervisor Solis requests that this item be held. This item relates to item 17. On page 5, consent calendar, Board of Supervisors, items 1 through 25. On items 2 and 3, Supervisor Mitchell requests that these items be held. On items 7 and 8, Supervisor Kuehl requests that these items be held. On item 10, Supervisor Kuehl requests that this item be continued to January 26, 2021. On item 13, Supervisor Barger requests that this item be held. On item 15, Supervisor Solis requests that this item be held. On item 17, Supervisor Solis requests that this item be held. This item relates to item 2D. On item 20, Supervisor Solis requests that this item be continued to January 26, 2021. On item 23 is a recommendation to appoint Ephesia Davenport as Chief Executive Officer of the County of Los Angeles, effective January 5th, 2021, at an annual salary salary of $494,741.26. Item 25 includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On page 21, administrative matters, items 26 through 61. On item 33, the acting county council requests that this item be continued to January 26, 2021, as indicated on the posted agenda. On item 36, the Director of Health Services requests that this item be continued to May 18, 2021, as indicated on the posted agenda. On item 50, Supervisor Hahn requests that this item be held. On page 40, this includes miscellaneous additions to the agenda which were posted more than 72 hours in advance of the meeting as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 59B, Supervisor Solis requests that this item be held. The requests for continuances or items to be referred back through 59C are before you.
Thank you. Moved by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by myself to approve these items. That will be the order.
On page 41, ordinance for introduction. On page 42, separate matters, items 63 through 67. Item 63 is a recommendation to appoint Rodrigo Castro Silva to the position of County Council at an annual salary of $410,000 effective January 5th, 2021. Item 64 is a recommendation to appoint Adolfo Gonzalez to the position of the Chief Probation Officer at an annual salary of $336,628 effective January 5th, 2021. Item 65 is a recommendation to appoint Emilio Salas to the position of the Executive Director, Los Angeles County Development Authority at an annual salary of $265,094 effective January 5th, 2021. Item 66 is a recommendation to appoint Rafael Carvajal to the position of Director of Consumer and Business Affairs at an annual salary of $240,000 effective January 5th, 2021. Item 67 is a recommendation to appoint Wendell and Julian to the position of the Executive Director of Probation Oversight Commission at an annual salary of $227,660.16 effective February 1st, 2021. On page 44, public hearing. This item will be held for hearing. Item 45, page 45, notices of closed session. That completes the reading of the agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Before we take up public comment, the executive officer will read the short title of the public hearing item. Madam Executive Officer, please swear in those who plan to testify before the board on the public hearing item.
In the testimony you may give before this board, you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Item 68 is a hearing on project number 2019-004157 to authorize the establishment and maintenance of recreational vehicle sales at an existing automobile dealership located at 31280 and 31294, the old road in the unincorporated community of Castaic within the Castaic Canyon Zone District. A written departmental statement was provided and correspondence was received.
Thank you. We'll now take public comments for all agenda items. Madam Executive Officer, please read the call-in information that was also provided on the agenda and explain the speaking rules to those members of the public who are calling in to address the board.
As indicated on the agenda, members of the public wishing to offer public comment should call 877-226-8163 and use participant code number 1336503. To repeat, please call 877-226-8163 and use participant code number 1336503. Do not call the number if you only want to listen to the meeting. To listen only, please call 877-873-8017 and follow the instructions. To members of the public calling in, when it's your turn to speak, please state your name and which agenda items you wish to speak on. You have 1 minute to speak on one agenda item or 2 minutes to speak on 2 or more agenda items. In addition, those who would like to address the board with general public comment will be provided 1 additional minute for a maximum total up to 3 minutes per person for all agenda items. including general public comment. We will allocate up to 60 minutes for public comment on all of the items, including the public hearing items. If there are no speakers waiting before 60 minutes have lapsed, we will close public comment. We will continue to accept all written comments that come in during the meeting, which will become part of the record. When speaking on the agenda items, you must be on topic. Our goal is to get through as many speakers as we can. If you're not speaking on topic, or if we cannot tell if you're speaking on an agenda item, you will get one warning from County Council or the chair. If you do not immediately or clearly get on topic, or if you stray off topic again, you will forfeit the rest of your time and the chair will move to the next speaker. Please note, if you are also listening to the board meeting on a computer or speakerphone, you will need to turn down the volume on those devices as soon as the moderator calls on you. If you do not turn down the volume, there will be an echo. Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
Thank you. As a reminder to address the board, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 at this time. Do not press 1 0 a second time or you will be removed from queue. Our first speaker is Ron Drushin. Please state your agenda items and if you are also addressing the general comments today. You may now begin.
My name is Ron Drushin. I'm CEO of Pacific West Home Solutions, and I'm addressing agenda item number 68. We represent the landowner applicant for this project, and we'd like to thank staff for all their help in bringing this project before you today. We concur with Regional Planning Department's statement and recommendation to uphold the Regional Planning Commission's approval recommendations, and we're available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker will be Jacqueline DuPont Walker. Please go ahead.
Good morning. Jacqueline DuPont Walker, representing Ward Economic Development Corporation. We serve both Supervisor Districts 1 and 2. I want to thank Supervisor Solis and thank Supervisor Mitchell and applaud the other supervisors because I believe, because of your strong track record, that this is an idea whose time has come. The faith-based organization, and we're a faith-based organization, has long made bricks without straws. We have not complained. We've constantly said we were available, and thank God you're hearing us now. We are so happy with the possibility of having a consultant who will bring together the best information of what faith-based organizations have done over the decades in this county. We are very pleased that this is consistent with what came out of the Economic Resiliency Task Force, where I had the opportunity to serve thanks to you. The members of that Economic Resiliency Task Force said to you, we are not going away. We want to be supportive. This is one way to get that done. Not only will the consultant hopefully move quickly and adeptly, but I promise you that they will have the very strong support of the faith-based groups across this county. It is extremely important that at the end, it is sustained by a proposal to have a commission that will craft a dream and a vision. And we will then be able to do what you have talked about in homelessness in LA County. Thank you, and I urge you to support number 15, and thank you for the opportunity as stakeholders in this county to serve with you, and our prayers continue for you and the health department. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker will be Dennis Lardy. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Dennis Lardy. I'm currently serving as the mayor of La Habra Heights. I certainly want to acknowledge and thank Supervisor Hahn for writing a letter to the governor requesting the USNS Comfort to be used to support medical personnel in Los Angeles County. I do understand that the ship is in dry dock, but the Comfort also is a symbol of the Naval Reserve Force. It is staffed by naval reservists. I would certainly ask the supervisors to continue to pursue the involvement of the federal government to look at ways that reservists could be called up to augment the civilian hospitals in the county. There are many reservists that are lined up to support in time of national disaster or mass casualties. This is certainly one of those times when these people could be used, but it does require the involvement of the federal government. And again, I thank you all for your work during this terrible pandemic.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Michael Green. Please go ahead.
Hi, yes, Michael Green. I'm speaking on item 59B as well as public comment for a total of 3 minutes combined. First of all, I'd like to say good morning, supervisors and honorable Chair Solis. I'm Michael Green, the Regional County Director for SEIU 721. We stand in support of the motion of item 59B, Heroes Pay for Grocery Workers. Throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, grocery workers have indeed been heroes to our community. They should be shown appreciation for the risks they have taken and essential jobs that they have performed under extremely difficult circumstances. But grocery workers are not the only heroes. Tens of thousands of your own employees make sacrifices every day to care for those in need during this pandemic. Healthcare workers, public safety workers, social services workers, disaster services workers, and thousands of others are truly the safety net that holds our community together. If there's anyone who deserves hero pay, it is your own employees. We applaud the board for recognizing the need to show appreciation to grocery workers. Your own employees are expected nothing less. As I move on to public comment and segue, I'd like to say that Los Angeles County is currently experiencing a devastating surge in COVID-19 related cases, hospitalizations, and deaths. Los Angeles County emergency rooms and ICUs stretched to the breaking point are left with no choice but to ration care. Emergency rooms are overwhelmed and have been forced to turn away patients. Nurses are being asked to care for 2 or 3 times as many patients as normal. The lack of adequate health care personnel does not allow patients to be expeditiously processed and admitted into the hospital units. After doing battles for months on the front line of this crisis, hospital employees are physically and emotionally exhausted. Additional registered nurses, licensed vocational nurses, and trained, experienced in ICU as well as respiratory care practitioners are desperately needed to provide.
Thank you. The time has expired. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Our next speaker will be the line of Gina Viola. Please go ahead.
Hi, good morning. Thank you so much. I'm calling in support of the Healthy LA platform. This is a comment for items 2D, 7, and 17, and general public comment, please. First, welcome, Holly Mitchell. Very excited that we have a new supervisor and look forward to seeing what this iteration of the Board of Supervisors will do in the coming year. With eviction protections and limited rental assistance have helped temporarily, these measures do not go far enough to stabilize households, control the spread of COVID-19, or facilitate economic recovery. At some point, the bill for unpaid rent will be due, and low-income tenants who are already severely rent-burdened and still without steady income will not be able to pay it back. They will end up homeless or stuck in a cycle of debt for years. Without further action, the communities who sacrificed most, seniors, the undocumented, low-income essential workers, people of color, will be the least protected and excluded from economic recovery and the most vulnerable to eviction and death. We are seeing this daily throughout the city. There are just evictions on the horizon that we are going to have to go to great measures to protect these people. Canceling rent with targeted landlord relief is the only scaled solution that will reach the most vulnerable. Rental assistance barely touched everyone who needed relief and proved that big landlords don't care about people and are just making profit. Stop using public money to line the pockets of corporations. This is why we call on the Board of Supervisors to adopt the Healthy LA proposal. New federal rental relief creates a window of opportunity to launch comprehensive local housing stability programs to cancel rent debt, suspend rent payments for eligible tenants, and strengthen mortgage protections and support vulnerable landlords. We urge you to take advantage of this opportunity. We need you to take action now, cancel the rent to protect public health, and ensure a just recovery for our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Norma Leyva. Please go ahead.
My name is Norma Leva, and I'm speaking on 59B. I am a worker at Food for Less in the LA County. While working in this pandemic that is going on has been very stressful and still is, with large crowds and people not wanting to follow the guidelines has made it very hard for us. We are risking our lives doing this job. The company has made record sales and record profits. The companies should show their gratitude for their workers that are exposing their lives and risking their lives and their families' lives. Every day they come to work. That's why we need your support. Essential workers need essential pay. We need hazard pay for all grocery workers. Our lives are on the line. Thank you for hearing us, the grocery workers.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker will be the line of Mayra Masada Nolan. Please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Myra Masada Nolan. Thank you for allowing me to speak, and thank you for to Supervisor Solis and Supervisor Mitchell for recognizing the contributions of the faith community, contributions that are longstanding and will continue. So we are looking forward to partnering more in the future. For the past 20 years, I pastored at Lake Avenue Church in Pasadena, in District 5, and after decades of commitment to supporting unhoused neighbors in many ways, including the ways that churches typically do it, like providing meals, emergency winter clothing, hygiene items, even emergency shelters, we began to ask some questions that eventually led to asset mapping services and identifying a gap. At that time, in 2012, we began our homeless prevention program, and since then, we have provided over $2 million to keep LA County residents housed. By the time Measure H passed, we had 5 years of data collected, and it helped countless families stay housed. We help people like Mariana, who was sleeping in a park with her toddler and 4-year-old, and we know that there are countless families like her.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Our next speaker will come from the line of Carolyn Chow. Please go ahead.
Yes, hi, good morning, Chair Solis and members of the board. I'm Caroline Choi, Senior Vice President of Corporate Affairs at Southern California Edison. My responsibilities include our partnerships with local communities. I thank you for the opportunity to share a few remarks on the motion introduced by Supervisor Berger related to mitigating public safety power shutoffs, which is item number 13. Now, you have a busy agenda, so I'll be quick. Our thoughts are with all those who have been affected by wildfires. We recognize how devastating they are. PSPS is a tool that utilities in California must occasionally use in response to severe weather to avoid catastrophic wildfires. At SCE, our number one priority is the safety of customers, employees, and communities, and that is why we continue to use PSPS as part of our wildfire risk mitigation efforts. We fully recognize that PSPS events significantly impact our customers' daily lives and create incredible hardships on our customers. These are families and businesses in high fire risk areas. We also know that the burden is even more consequential with so many customers working and learning from home. Please know that we do not use PSPS lightly. If we are forced to shut off power to protect the public, we make every attempt to reduce the number of customers impacted and the length of the outage and turn power on as soon as it is safe to do so. Climate change is increasing the severity and duration of the fire season with a greater frequency of catastrophic fires across California.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Danny Damian. Please go ahead.
Yes, hi, good morning. My name is Danny Damian. I'm calling for general public comment. I'm a council member in the city of Baldwin Park, and I'm just calling to express my support for the health orders and to thank Supervisor Hilda Solis for her support in our pop-up testing here in the city of Baldwin Park in our community. So just want to say thank you very much for your support.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker will be the line of Robert Nothoff. Please go ahead.
Good morning and Happy New Year, Chair Solis and members of the board. Robert Nothoff, Policy Director with the Los Angeles County Federation of Labor. And I'd like to speak on items 59B, 59C, and general public comment. The LA Fed is fully supportive of enacting hero pay for frontline grocery workers. since day one of the pandemic, grocery workers have served as essential workers for the public, putting their own personal livelihood and that of their families at risk in order to ensure that the public is able to purchase essential groceries. To underscore the sacrifice that grocery workers have made, there have been numerous outbreaks at grocery stores throughout the region, which has taxed the employment benefits of grocery workers, put their families in harm's way, and sadly, taken the lives of some grocery employees. Meanwhile, large grocery chains have made record profits during the pandemic. The sacrifices and the threats that grocery workers face is real, and the least we can do is honor them with pay that shows that beyond words, they are, in fact, heroes. So let's show them we truly recognize their sacrifice by following the lead of Supervisor Solis and voting yes on item 59B. On extending sick days, the choice is clear. It's not only the morally responsible thing to do, but now with the super spreader strain of the virus here in California, extending sick days is crucial for saving lives as our county is in the fight of its life. We need to incentivize people to stay home when they're feeling ill, or else we run the risk of continuing these heartbreaking, record-setting trends that are devastating families here in LA County. Nobody should be forced to choose between putting food on the table or coming into work sick during a pandemic, so we must vote yes on item 59C. And lastly, for my general public comment, I'd like to thank the board for your steady leadership in making bold, life-saving decisions, even when they put you at odds with certain factions of the public. It's an unenviable situation that you're all in, but please continue to stay strong. And on that note, I'd like to specifically commend Supervisor Solis for her letter to HHS asking for UPS drivers to be prioritized in the vaccine rollout. There are approximately 10,000 UPS workers who service LA County, and they're providing an essential service that protects LA residents by allowing them to receive essential goods while remaining at home. Further, UPS workers fulfill a critical role in the goods movement industry, which is an essential economic driver that keeps product moving during a time when our economy is dangerously fragile. On average, 8 different workers handle a package before it arrives at its final destination. So given the essential nature of UPS workers, we strongly believe that they should also be included in Phase 1B of the vaccination rollout. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Our next speaker will be the line of Maria Nava. Please go ahead.
Sí, buenos días. Mi nombre es María Nava y soy residente de Azusa. Estoy a favor del tema número 7 de extender las protecciones de inquilinos en contra del acoso por parte de los dueños. He vivido en mi hogar por muchos años, exactamente 9 años, y la dueña de mi vivienda nos ha querido desalojar constantemente en medio de esta pandemia sin ninguna razón. Mi condición de salud es un poco crítica y con el constante acoso de la dueña ha empeorado. Hace algunos días ella envió a un inspector a mi hogar sin ninguna notificación previa. Mi familia y yo nos rehusamos a que él entrara porque no traía ninguna identificación y tampoco traía una máscara. Nos sentimos intimidados porque la dueña nos dijo que el inspector tenía la autorización de los abogados para entrar. Esto no era cierto. Me sentí con temor por mi salud y la de mi familia. Constantemente la dueña viene y se queda en su carro solo mirando a mi familia. Nos sentimos acosados por la invasión hacia nuestra privacidad. Les pido por favor nos ayuden en contra del acoso por parte de los dueños para que ya no sigan faltando a nuestros derechos. Gracias.
Members of the board,
Go ahead, translate my translation.
Members of the board, I will now interpret the speaker's comments. Good morning. My name is Maria Nava. I live in Azusa. I'm here to speak on item number 7, rent eviction. I've lived there for approximately 9 years, and the owner would like to evict us during this pandemic. My health condition is quite poor, and it has gotten worse because of the constant harassment by my landlord. A couple of days ago, my landlord sent an investigator to my house, and they showed up without any identification or a mask. We feel intimidated, and we would like some support with items like number 7 and items for rent eviction. The owner parks her car at a house and is looking at me during the
parks her car and looks at us in an intimidating way. Please help us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker will be line of Amy Tenenbaum. Please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Amy Tenenbaum, and I'm an eviction defense attorney at Public Counsel, calling in support of item 7. As LA continues to be the epicenter of the COVID pandemic, we must recognize that an eviction can be a death sentence. And evictions don't just happen through the formal court process. Many tenants are pushed out by unlawful landlord harassment. My office has seen an enormous uptick in illegal conduct by landlords. For example, one of my clients lost custody of her children after the landlord called Child Protective Services and the unit was deemed uninhabitable due to the landlord's neglect. The client was later illegally locked out of her apartment and currently lives in her car. Another tenant was beaten by LA police officers when the landlord alleged that the tenant was trespassing on the property she was legally renting. And weekly I hear from members of tenants unions about how their landlords send them notice after notice to enter their apartments for non-essential reasons and they're intimidated to letting them in. Tenants need stronger protections and funding to enforce their rights. Housing is a human right and landlords' hunger for profit cannot take precedence over Angelino's need for stable shelter during this critical juncture. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker will come from the line of Brenda Campos. Please go ahead.
Please go ahead, speaker.
¿Sí se oye? You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Lo voy a hacer en español. Buenos días. Mi nombre es Brenda Campos. Soy una residente de Los Ángeles. Estoy a favor de la proposición o del tema número 7. Hemos estado siendo también acosados por el manager, un nuevo manager, el cual lo hace telefónicamente. Me han pedido que pague la renta varias veces, aunque esté con muy poquito balance. Creo que no respetan lo que son un poquito las leyes aquí en Los Ángeles. He dado más del 25% de lo que pide la ley. He pagado mi renta completa, pero acosan por unos días que esté atrasada. Me han acosado telefónicamente. Espero que ustedes como autoridades puedan ayudarnos, apoyándonos a favor, puesto que todos los inquilinos necesitan respeto, especialmente en esta época de pandemia en la cual no todos están trabajando y no todos por su calidad de indocumentados también puedan tener todas las ayudas.
Thank you. Can we have the Spanish translation now?
Yes. Hi, good morning. My name is Brenda Campos. I'm speaking in favor of number 7. I have been harassed by the manager / landlord. I do pay rent and lots of time. However, they still don't respect the laws of the county. I pay my rent, although it sometimes is a bit late, but they harass me over the phone. Please help the renters in LA County with item number 7.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
And as a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, to address the board, you will need to press 1, then 0 at this time. Do not press 1 and 0 a second time, or you will be removed from queue. Our next question will come from the line of Chris Pimentel. Please go ahead.
Good morning, board. This is Chris Pimentel, the Mayor Pro Tem of El Segundo. Good morning to you all. Welcome, Supervisor Mitchell, to the board. I would like to echo my colleague from La Habra's comments regarding the U.S. naval ships and their staff supporting the county during the pandemic. We understand all of the success that the Comfort had supporting Manhattan and Brooklyn during the pandemic in New York, and we would see immense benefit from the staff of the Mercy while dry dock being dispatched, as well as the ship itself, the Comfort, coming from the East Coast by the Panama Canal to support Los Angeles in this time. We would urge you to have a read-in motion to petition the governor to use all of his abilities to petition the federal government to dispatch that. And lastly, we want to thank Supervisor Hahn for the efforts that she has made in that regard. So the very short version, please, please, please consider a read-in motion to petition the governor for those. We see immense benefit, as has our full-time disaster planning staff in the Comfort coming, as well as the staff from the Mercy well dry docked. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker will be the line of Richie Sergenko. Please go ahead.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. I wanted to speak on items 2D, 7, 17, and general public comment.
Please go ahead.
Yes. So, welcome back. Another year. It's been 9 months since last March when the coronavirus hit Los Angeles and California. And Angelinos have been struggling to pay rent for the entire time, for 9 months. And it's now January 2021. And there are things that need to happen almost immediately, expeditiously, before hundreds of thousands of people in LA County are out on the streets. There are already more than 60,000 unhoused residents of Los Angeles. If we don't cancel rent right now, I personally have 5 months of back rent due to my landlord, and I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to pay that back. I appreciate the supervisor's effort in supporting homeowners and renters who are struggling to pay rent at no fault of their own during this economic shutdown. But it's going, this eviction crisis is going to make our homelessness issue in LA County even worse. I support item 7 and ask that you extend protections until the end of the state of emergency with stronger anti-harassment measures. States who have lifted their eviction protections are experiencing increasing rates of infection and death. And with LA County's numbers at the highest that they have ever been, you must do everything in your power to keep people housed and healthy. 1 in every 5 Angelinos are currently testing positive for coronavirus. This needs urgent action.
We now have 1 minute to speak on general public comment.
Absolutely. Thank you. So while eviction protections and limited rental assistance have helped temporarily, these measures do not go far enough to stabilize households, control the spread of COVID-19, or facilitate economic recovery. At some point, the bill for unpaid rent will be due, and low-income tenants who are already severely rent burdened, like myself, will not be able to pay it back. Canceling rent with targeted landlord relief is the only scaled solution that will reach the most vulnerable. I'm calling in support of the Healthy LA proposal. New federal rent relief creates a window of opportunity to launch a comprehensive housing stability program, cancel rent debt, and suspend rent payments for eligible tenants, strengthen mortgage protections, and support vulnerable landlords. We need urgent action right now to handle the crisis in Los Angeles. And I'm looking forward to this board stepping up and
Thank you. Your time has expired. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next speaker will be the line of Lisa Williams. Please go ahead.
Good morning. I'm speaking on Agenda 15 and general public comment. Thank you, Supervisor Solis and Mitchell, for your leadership and vision in recognizing the faith community has a role in solving our region's homeless crisis. I'm Lisa Williams, the pastor at San Pedro United Methodist Church, and in 2019, Supervisor Hahn recognized me as Woman of the Year for my leadership and work with the unhoused. Our church is pioneering a way forward by utilizing our empty lot to build affordable and permanent supportive housing. Faith-based organizations have a unique ability to quickly deploy where needed. For example, when COVID hit, we realized that our unhoused did not have access to food on the weekends. So with the help of our community stakeholders and the faith community, every Saturday since COVID began, our neighbors receive a lunch and a personal check-in at a local encampment. The personal check-in is important not only for the individual, but it is used to help our service providers know where and how their clients are doing. Building trustworthy relationships, collaborating, and utilizing one of our best assets, property, faith-based organizations can be better utilized to help solve this crisis.
You now have 1 minute to speak on general public comment.
General public comment, thank you so much. We support this measure, Agenda 15, and I want to thank Supervisor Hahn for sending the letter to the governor asking to bring the medical staff and the USNS Mercy to help all the county hospitals. Over the last few weeks, I've been called on to help with pastoral care on ethics committees in hospitals, as they must make decisions on who will receive care and who will not. And this is not a decision that any healthcare worker or pastor should have to be called upon. Thank you again, Supervisor Hahn, for your leadership in calling the state and federal government to support the LA County through this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker will be Amardeep Gill. Please go ahead.
Hi, I would like to speak on agenda number 59B as well as general public comment. Good morning, Honorable Board of Supervisors. My name is Amardeep Gill, and I'm the Director of Grocery and Retail Project at the LA Alliance for a New Economy, Lane. I'm speaking on behalf of Lane to express our strong support for agenda item 50.
Yes, please go ahead.
Oh, hi. My name is Amardeep Gill. I'd like to speak on agenda item 59B as well as general public comments. Good morning, Honorable Board of Supervisors. My name is Amardeep Gill. I'm the Director of the Grocery and Retail Project at the LA Alliance for a New Economy, Lane. I'm speaking on behalf of Lane to express our strong support for agenda item 59B, the proposed urgency ordinance for the $5 hero pay for frontline grocery and drug retail workers in LA County. We are also a member of the Fair Workweek LA Coalition, which is composed of over 30 community groups, including social and economic justice advocates, clergy, worker rights groups, as well as grocery and retail workers from throughout LA County. Grocery and drug retail workers are the unsung heroes of this pandemic and have been risking their lives and been on the front lines for months, providing a lifeline to our communities. Many grocery and drug retail workers have become the primary earners in their households as families struggle under the combined weight of COVID-19 and widespread unemployment. Working LA County residents, especially families of color, have also not been able to shelter in place throughout this pandemic because they are more likely to hold essential jobs and thus face an increased exposure to COVID. As COVID-19 cases soar...
Thank you. You now have 1 minute to speak on general public comment.
Thank you. As COVID-19 cases soar and intensive care unit capacity reaches a breaking point in LA County, grocery store and drug retail workers continue to face the risk of infection and endure hazardous working conditions. Grocery and drug retail workers deserve hero pay. This is the right policy for this unprecedented moment. I urge you all to vote yes on item 59B. LA County must lead in fighting for the rights and dignity of working people. Lastly, I would like to thank you for your leadership, Chair Hilda Solis and Supervisor Holly Mitchell, for bringing this before your colleagues. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker will be the line of Eric Previn. Please go ahead.
Greetings. It's Eric Previn from Studio City. I'd like to speak on several items and as the general public comment.
Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. First of all, it's very nice to hear from SEIU and from Lane and from some of the groups and I am very supportive of the Fair Workweek ethos and idea, which is that workers for those large box stores should be provided conditions and information and work conditions that are reasonable and appropriate. And we tried to push it right through our little neighborhood council in Studio City. But Barry Johnson and Randall Freed killed it because they don't like the idea that it might be affecting a small business when it doesn't clearly affect small business. It's for large groups that have over 10 employees, et cetera, et cetera. But I appreciate reaching in the direction of trying to do something for hero workers. When Michael Green made the point that all of the county should be provided hero pay, I winced a teeny bit because I know that the Board of Supervisors themselves have been kind of taking more time at home alone and shortening public meetings and making it harder and harder to address the items like the ones I'm about to address. The job order contracting, we've increased up to $330,000 the sum for which an order can be placed without any approval of any kind, except for at the internal public works or Parks and Rec, whoever's got the jock, which is for the record, $500 million, basically a $5 million credit card to take care of work. They're efficient, but they allow for problems, and we've seen those problems. They were written about in the Long Beach paper, but the LA Times was not able to get there for a variety of reasons. I want to thank also this idea of alternatives to incarceration incubation academy, and I respect the idea of pointing at our trusted grassroots community-based organizations and friends. Like
you now have 1 minute to speak on general public comment.
Sure, and the idea of further involving them and helping, in that those alternatives to incarceration is great. But I don't think that we should, set up a situation where one set of voices, whether they be controlled by another, supervisor or another, takes rules the day. It's just not appropriate, and there needs to be a clear level playing field. And all of those people who fought hard to get better approach to the jail idea, which is less incarceration, if any, only where needed, should stand with the rest of us and make it clear that the Board of Supervisors have to meet more than once every 2 weeks, and that Rodrigo Castro Silva is in conflict. This guy should not be the county council. He's the guy who's been fighting their legal battles right at their nose, which is not what the people, we want less fighting with the sheriff, more collaborative public safety. And I just can't emphasize enough how disappointing.
Your time is expired. May we have the next speaker, please?
Thank you. Our next speaker will be the line of Renee Trevino. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and Board of Supervisors. My name is Renee Trevino. I'm the mayor for the great city of Artesia. And I wanted to echo a couple of my colleagues' comments from earlier today. I want to thank Supervisor Hahn for her recent letter to the governor asking him to bring in more medical staff and the healthcare staff from the USNS Mercy to help our current LA County hospitals. This is the type of leadership that we need. This thinking out of the box is essential to continue to fight in our current pandemic, which is overwhelming our current healthcare system. Hospitals across the county are overwhelmed, and we need all the help that they can get. I want to thank you, Supervisor, for calling on the state and federal government to support LA County through this crisis. They have not done enough, and I continue to applaud your efforts to make sure that they're held accountable and that they are accessed for all of the resources possible. Thank you for all you do for our residents in the district, and to all of the Board of Supervisors, thank you for your continued support.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Pastor Sam Coe. Please go ahead.
Hi, I'm here to speak on Motion 15 in partnership with faith-based organizations to combat homelessness and give public comment. Hi, everyone. My name is Pastor Sam Coe, representing Hillside LA Church. Thank you, Supervisor Solis and Supervisor Mitchell, for your heart and dedication to serve those experiencing homelessness. And thank you for your openness and willingness to partner with faith-based organizations to eradicate homelessness in LA County. I've been serving as one of the pastors here at Hillside LA in Northeast Los Angeles in the community of El Sereno, in a multi-ethnic and multi-socio-economic church that caters to high-risk and vulnerable populations, specifically those experiencing homelessness in Northeast LA. Our church, Hillside LA, provides not only spiritual nourishment to those in our community, but also provides showers, meals, jobs. And recently, with your partnership, we had a food giveaway here. I don't know if you guys remember that, but we had a food giveaway here in a huge parking lot. We fed hundreds and even thousands of folks in our
Thank you. Your time has expired. May we have the next speaker, please?
Yes, thank you. Our next speaker will be the line of Irene Moore. Please go ahead.
Yes, hi. Actually, this is Stacey Dawson Stearns, and I'm a resident of District 1. I wish to give general public comment and voice my support for that Healthy LA platform, item 7. Thank you, supervisors, for meeting today. I wish I could say the same for the LA City Council, but President Nuri Martinez is negligent. I hope our vacationing CMs are listening today. What level of tragedy do we need to hit before our electeds summon and consolidate their power to enact state of emergency protocols that match the severity of the situation. Los Angeles is being consumed by COVID-19 and the fallout that occurs from gross mismanagement and inexcusable irresponsibility on the part of Mayor Eric Garcetti and all of our elected officials, including this body, which continues to enact half measures rather than making comprehensive motions to halt the spread of the virus and protect Angelenos. There are no half measures left to take, y'all. Rent relief programs are not enough. Look to the international models of success and emulate them. Cancel rent and mortgage payments. Squeeze your budget and find relief for us. It is time for banks and corporations and, yes, even law enforcement to take the hit instead of families and individuals who are experiencing devastation on all fronts that won't end when the pandemic does. Our schools have been closed for almost a year, but malls are open.
We now have 1 minute to speak on general public comment.
Thank you. Close the stores, provide relief to businesses and workers so they can stay home, apply travel restrictions, seize the hotels, and provide shelter for our unhoused Angelenos, who the city and county allowed to be absolutely raided by super spreaders over New Year's weekend is inexcusable. Also, let's keep pushing out. Let's oust Villanueva. It's the LASD who are contributing to the violence of landlords who are evicting people in the pandemic. Please, I urge you, find your power. Use your power. We cannot stand to do this any longer. Everyone's looking at you. We are literally the most dangerous place on the planet. Figure it out. Thank you very much, and I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. May we have the next speaker, please?
Yes, I'm sorry. The next speaker is line of Zainab Badi. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Zainab Badi. I'm a constituent in District 1. This is a comment for items 7, 17, and general public comment. I really appreciate the supervisors trying to support renters and homeowners during this pandemic. I support item 7 and also urge the supervisors to go beyond just eviction moratoriums and implement anti-harassment measures and a full rent cancellation for tenants so that they don't owe tens of thousands of dollars in back pay once the moratorium is lifted. If tenants don't have 1 month's rent now, they're not going to have a year's worth of rent to pay back. So a moratorium without rent forgiveness is just delaying evictions and setting the stage for an exponential growth in the number of people that are unhoused in LA County, which is an already astronomical number. And this will disproportionately impact seniors, people of color, essential workers, and low-income communities who are already struggling to survive in this county. So canceling rent with targeted landlord relief is the only scaled solution, and the Healthy LA Coalition has a proposal in place to ensure this. So I really urge the supervisors to adopt this proposal and work with the groups who have been doing the work on the ground to support the most vulnerable people during this entire pandemic. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yes, our next speaker will be from the line of Patricia Russell. Please go ahead.
Yes, hi. Thank you for this. I hear all the ugly stories about how horrible landlords are, but I'm a senior. I rented out half of my house because I needed money to try to not lose my house to a tenant who emotionally harassed me and had plenty of money but used COVID as a reason not to pay and stayed there for over 5 months, leaving, and I have no way to get any of the money back, and I'm about ready to lose my property. So I'm hoping, and there's no hope for me, there's no help with any of the attorneys because they only help the tenants. And I understand tenants' problems, but we small landlords have problems too. And I can't rent out my space again in my house because I'm 77 years old, and my doctor said because I have pre-existing conditions, it would be very dangerous for me, and I should not do that. So now I'm in real trouble, and none of the programs are really helping me. And I'm hoping that you can think without a box and think about the landlords, too, that are not real bad guys like everybody seems to think. In public comment, I have a son who's been in and out of hospitals and ER since he got off conservatorship 2 years ago. And without the conservatorship, I'm not able to stop the cycle of his continued hurting of every organ of his body when he goes into a bipolar psychotic relapse on the street with meth and alcohol, not eating for 10 days, losing tons of weight, weighing 138 pounds at 6'1". And I really am hoping that you will extend the outpatient conservatorship not only to homeless people, but to even people that have a place. He has a studio, but he's very dangerous even in his studio apartment when he brings people from the street and they abuse him sexually. I really think we got to think again out of the box when it comes to helping mentally ill people with co-occurring disorders. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yes, our next speaker will be the line of Brady Collins. Please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Yes, this is a comment for items 2D, 7, 17, and general public comment. I'm with the Koreatown Immigrant Workers Alliance, or KIWA, a nonprofit organization working in Los Angeles County. Our mission is to build power for low-wage immigrant workers and tenants, and for nearly 30 years we have been organizing residents in LA County to improve their workplaces and their communities. While eviction protections and limited rental assistance have helped our members temporarily, these measures do not go far enough. Those the KIWA work with are severely rent burdened and are employed in low-wage industries, many of which have been shut down due to the pandemic. With little to no income, they have been struggling to feed their families and pay the bills, and at some point, the bill for unpaid rent will be due, and without further action, many will end up on the street. We support item 7 and ask that you extend protection until the end of the state of emergency with stronger anti-harassment measures. However, canceling rent with targeted landlord relief is the only solution that will reach the most vulnerable. The county's rental assistance program failed those that are most vulnerable and proved that big landlords only care about making profit. Stop using public money to line the pockets of corporations. Adopt the Healthy LA proposal. The new federal rental relief is an opportunity to launch a comprehensive local housing stability program that will cancel rent, suspend rent payments for eligible tenants, strengthen mortgage protections, and support vulnerable landlords. We urge you to take advantage of this opportunity. Take action now. Cancel the rent to protect public health and ensure a just recovery. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker will be the line of Lucia Pierre. Please go ahead.
Yeah, hi, my name is Lucia Pierre, and I am a resident of District 2. Hi, Sheila Q. I am speaking today in particular on item 33, but also would like to touch on item 7 and general public comment. I really appreciate the board's efforts to hold law enforcement agencies accountable to our standards of integrity and community safety. And I'm really glad to see you working with the Sheriff's Civilian Oversight Commission to hold Villanueva accountable. But I also urge the board to go further and continue to take measures to direct funding out of the Sheriff's Department budget, as well as other related offices such as probation and the District Attorney's Office, and redirect those funds into alternatives to incarceration and the building of infrastructures of care. What the people of LA County deserve and what we voted for decisively with the passing of Measure J is a system that provides true public safety, permanent supportive housing, mental health treatment, pretrial diversion, employment, and youth development programs. And the board has both the power and the responsibility to create that change through the budget. And you have the blueprint for this Care First vision. It's the Alternatives to Incarceration report. So you have the voter mandate and you have the roadmap, not only to look for ways to hold this individual sheriff accountable, and we must do that, but also to redirect funding out of the Sheriff's Department and into services that we know keep our communities safe. In the names of Dijon Kizzi, Andres Guardado, Ryan Twyman, AJ Weber, John Horton, and the many, many more who have been killed and harmed by LASD on our streets and in the county jails, remove Villanueva and move the vast resources that have enabled, militarized, and protected the impunity of LASD. It is past time to instead invest in uplifting, supporting, and strengthening our communities. And deeply connected to this is the dire need for rent cancellation. With billions of dollars going to the Sheriff's Department, it is unconscionable that the county...
You now have 1 minute to speak on general public comment.
It is unconscionable, with billions of dollars going to the Sheriff's Department, that the county claims that they are unable to provide the relief and forgiveness that is so desperately needed. We are sitting in the epicenter of a global pandemic, and people all over LA are facing the looming threat of eviction. Temporary moratoriums amount to a stay of execution for people who have been accumulating debilitating rent debt for the past 9 months. The wave of evictions will flood over into an explosion of homelessness beyond our current humanitarian crisis. New federal rent relief creates a window of opportunity to launch a comprehensive local housing stability program to cancel rent debt and suspend rent payments for eligible tenants, strengthen mortgage protections, and support vulnerable landlords. Cancel rent now. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker will be the line of Brenda Olmos. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Brenda Olmos. I'm the Vice Mayor for the City of Paramount and currently work for Optum Healthcare as a Director of Physician Operations. Today, I just want to express my gratitude to Supervisor Janice Hahn for sending a much needed letter to Governor Newsom requesting him to bring more medical staff from the USNS Mercy to help our hospitals and physicians. As you know, hospitals and physicians are overwhelmed, and also many of the physicians that I work for, from specialists to primary care providers, along with their staff, are also testing positive, which is now limiting access to care in our cities. Thank you, Supervisor Hahn, for calling on the state and federal government to provide resources and support to LA County through the crisis. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker will come from the line of Zachary Warma. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Zachary Warma, Public Affairs Lead at the Downtown Women's Center here. A very happy New Year to you all. On behalf of DWC, I'm calling today to urge your support for Agenda Item Number 9, recognizing the United Nations Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. With women falling out of the labor force at 4 times the rate higher than men, with increased reports of domestic violence through the stay-at-home orders, and the disproportionate impact the pandemic-related job losses have had on economic sectors anchored by women, and particularly Black women, Latinas, and Indigenous women, the COVID-19 pandemic has laid bare the tenuousness of many economic and social gains women have made. Locally, women's homelessness has more than doubled in 8 years, outpacing the increase among men. Domestic and intimate partner violence is a major cause of houselessness amongst women, and instances of trauma increase the longer a woman is unhoused. By affirming that the principles espoused in the CEDAW are fully consistent with Los Angeles County's values and actions, this board is continuing to lead on issues of gender and racial equity. We want to thank Supervisors Kuehl and Mitchell for authoring this motion, but also this entire historic Board of Supervisors for your longtime championing of the rights of women. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker will be the line of Tiff Sanchez. Please go ahead.
Hi, good morning. I'm really happy to be speaking today with all of you. I'm going to be speaking on 2D, 7, and 17. Rental assistance is not enough. We need to cancel rent and mortgages for the folks most impacted by COVID, i.e. Angelenos that are quote-unquote essential workers, low-income essential workers, which is ironic because that means that our poorest community members are essential, which leads me to believe that commerce/capitalism needs poverty to operate. It operates on the backs of the poor. People facing unimaginable cruelty have these options. 1, work and don't eat, risk homelessness, or 2, work, risk your health and lives of your household, contract COVID, or 3, contract COVID, lose your job, and you can't pay rent, and you get evicted. These are horrible options. You know, there will be a time after COVID, there will be a moment when we reflect on who's, the what's, the whens, and whys. Who was in position to help? What did they do, and was it enough? By April, 70% of LA County will have contracted COVID. We've put our good faith in the board to act with overwhelming urgency to help the most vulnerable of our community members, and we are the only developed nation on earth that hasn't canceled rent, paid for folks to stay home. Italy, Japan, Australia, the Netherlands, Germany, France, I could go on. The U.S. has the money. California has the money. We need to value life and not the bottom line. Voters want you all to go back and demand a redistribution of the state's budget, cancel rent, and on a personal note, I would like to thank Hilda Solis for her support with the home reclaimers in El Sereno. We need these 170 Caltrans houses released to the El Sereno Community Land Trust. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker will be from the line of Stevie Shaw. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Stevie. I'm speaking as a member of the Los Angeles Tenants Union and also a member of DSA LA and Street Watch on item number 7 in general public comment, echoing what many callers have said in support of a healthy LA budget, which would mean canceling rent and mortgages. Nothing shy of that is going to prevent really, and this is not being grandiose, but an apocalypse. We already have 67,000 people experiencing homelessness as of January, so pre-pandemic 2019. We're not doing a homeless count in 2020. We know that we have at least 110,000 households, not people, facing eviction. It is absolutely unconscionable that our malls are open when we have 1 out of 5 people testing positive for COVID in Los Angeles. This is literally the most dangerous place on the planet right now with respect to the pandemic. I lost my job in March of last year at a gym. That gym is going to close. It's a privately owned gym. I cannot make back all of the rent debt that is owed, and I'm a fortunate person, a privileged person, in that I'm white and am housed right now. So not canceling rent is racist. It will absolutely most...
Thank you. You now have 1 minute to speak on general public comment.
It will most significantly impact Black people, Indigenous folks, Latinx folks, and other people of color who we already know are the most, the people most likely to be experiencing homelessness in LA. Regarding the other agenda items, I also support higher pay for grocery workers. I don't know the whole situation with that, but really it's kind of alarming to hear all of the gratitude to the Board of Supervisors, because this is an unprecedented moment and we need unprecedented solutions, and that means canceling rent and mortgages and extending tenant protection and anti-landlord harassment. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be the line of Alex Cave. Please go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Alex, and I'm a member of, or I live in District 2, and I'm speaking on items 2D, 3, 7, 8, 17, 33, and general public comment. As many have said, Los Angeles is one of the deadliest places in America right now because of COVID, and 1 in 5 Angelinos is testing positive. For item 3, I support removing pretrial enforcement as a punishment for inability to pay bail, and also to eliminate the general population's exposure to COVID-19 that is rampant in our jails. Items 7, 17, and 2D, it shouldn't be a question of if, but when on extending rent protections, and we are not doing enough to protect people. Rent and back rent should be forgiven so everyone can live rent-free and without the risk of increasing out-of-control homelessness crisis. My job depends on tourism, so I can't work until LA is safe. Others can't turn down work because they need to pay rent, but working at Macy's because the malls are open for some reason increases their risk of COVID. And if they turn down work, they can't get unemployment. No one should be choosing between rent or food. And how is someone who has been laid off for all this time supposed to magically pay 6 months of back rent? It doesn't make any sense. But also protect landlords by taking away eviction moratoriums. Give them incentives to cancel rent, to not push these people. Addendum item 33, Alex Villanueva needs to be shown that he is not above the law and that he has to adhere to checks and balances. I have so much support for the COC observing ways to remove him, which will be like removing the root of a dead tree, and show the other people in law enforcement that this culture of shoot first, ask later, biased arrests with racism, horrific attitude between public officials who call them out on their actions will not be tolerated. LA voters chose overwhelmingly to have less police and more community support. Right now, what's happening in LA, there is more mutual aid, there is more church-based, faith-based organizations. They are the ones who are helping Angelinos. They are the ones, not the city, not the mayor. Nothing is happening. I had to help my friends get jackets for the unhoused. And what is LA doing? They're not seizing hotels. They're not seizing apartments. Literally, what are you guys doing to make this stop? We are the deadliest city right now. This is outrageous. And there are sweeps that are happening. Homeless people are being displaced. This is against the CDC's recommendations, by the way. This is absolutely insane. Villanueva literally said in the COC meeting that he is not going to help because they chose not to support his actions and want him removed. LA is suffering by the hands of police and the sheriff, and we have to change that. We are known for being a epicenter of violence against people, violence against Black and brown and indigenous people. You all have the opportunity to change that. You have the opportunity to change the narrative of LA. You have the chance to make 2021 a new year, to change the way that LA operates, to make communities vibrant and supporting each other, to make people not have to live on the streets. This is up to you. I am horrified that the only help that unhoused people are getting right now is from mutual aid and not from our public officials, while the mayor sits around and does nothing. I appreciate that many of the mayors are in this call today and that they are asking for hazard pay and they're asking for grocery workers to be helped. These people are not getting unemployment. They might not even get stimulus checks because of the way that they
Speaker, please.
These people need our help.
Next speaker.
Thank you. Our next speaker will come from the line of Henry Rogers. Please go ahead.
Yes, hello, Chair Solis and members of the board. My name is Henry Rogers, and I'm here today speaking on general comment. I'm speaking on behalf of the Los Angeles County Medical Association. LACMA. We represent about 7,000 physicians here in Los Angeles County, and we want to thank you for the support you provided physicians who continue to care for their patients during the COVID-19 pandemic. Your actions have made a difference in California. LACMA is driven by a vision to advocate for quality health care and serve our members' professional needs. Unfortunately, Los Angeles County physicians continue to fight on the front lines of the COVID-19 public health emergency as numbers of new cases in Los Angeles continue to soar. We have seen on Saturday the county surpassed 800,000 cases, reflecting the fastest spread of the virus since it was first detected in the area. An explosion of COVID-19 patients has begun to flood our hospitals. The number of available beds in intensive care units is rapidly dropping. The number of COVID-19 patients in hospitals is expected to grow through January or beyond, with the Christmas travel and social gatherings fueling the virus's further spread. We applaud Supervisor Hahn's recent request to Governor Newsom asking that he work with the Army Corps, the Army National Guard, medical personnel to bring additional hospital.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Either through.
Madam Chair, that concludes public comment.
Thank you very much. Our time for public speakers has ended. Thank you to all that called in to speak. If you are unable to provide your comments, you may submit written comments as indicated on the agenda. We'll continue to accept all written comments that come in during the meeting, which will become part of the record. Madam Executive Officer, please indicate the agenda item numbers on which we will be voting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The items before you are item 1D, 3D, 1, 4 through 6, 9, 11 through 12, 14, 16, 18 and 19, 21 through 32, 34 and 35, 37 through 49, 51 through 58, 59A, 59C, and 62 through 67.
Thank you very much. Moved by Supervisor Kuehl, seconded by Supervisor Hahn to approve these items. Madam Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Kuehl.
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Very good. Thank you, members. Today we'll begin with the set items S1, then items 2D and 17, which are related then to items 2, 3, 7, 8, 13, 15, 50, and 59B, and finishing up with public hearing item number 68. So with that, we'll begin with the set item, S1, this set matter on the public health order. This is a public opportunity for the board to discuss the closures and pandemic trends. In addition to the usual public health update, the CEO and Director of Public Health will provide a report on the funding needs for the COVID-19 vaccine administration and the efforts to prevent super spreader events as requested at the December 8th board meeting. So with that, I'd like to welcome Dr. Barbara Ferrer, Dr. Galley, and also Visa David. So we'll start in that order.
We never shared the talking points for that one.
Okay, yeah, I just send it to you, so you can make an announcement in a couple of minutes, like before 10:45, I would assume.
Rod, you're on. Yes. Rod, you should be muted. We're going to our set items. We can have Dr. Ferrer.
Supervisors, that was not me. This is.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, can you tell that staff then to mute? Okay, let's begin then. If we can start with Dr. Ferrer and Dr. Galley and Fisha Davenport.
Hey, great. This is Barbara. Can you hear me?
Hey, Barb.
Yes,
we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Good morning. And again, I want to express my gratitude to all of you for helping us during what has been a very difficult month of December. And we continue to look ahead to continued devastating numbers here in January as well. As all of you are aware, our case numbers continue to be extraordinarily high. Even case numbers that we get for the number of new cases after a holiday weekend, when most of our testing sites have been down, are topping over 10,000 or 12,000 new cases a day. Our average, when all of our testing sites are up and running, has been hovering between 13,000 and 15,000 new cases a day for the last 2 weeks straight. We are worried that case numbers can in fact increase again, similar to what we saw 2 to 3 weeks out from the Thanksgiving holiday because of the extended winter holidays, which for many people started on December 18. We do anticipate that this week we will start again experiencing some increases in cases. The question is, do they go as high as they did before? We hope that while we know lots of people traveled, and we're worried that many people, both in traveling and even those who stayed within the region, intermingled far more than we had asked people to do. Our hope is that people take seriously their obligation, if they did travel out of the region, to quarantine for 10 days, because that would be an additional tool for reducing spread. If people who were out of the region and traveled and had those additional exposures that you have by the very act of traveling, if you can then go ahead and make sure you're taking those precautions by quarantining yourself for 10 days after you return, it gives us more of a chance of preventing the unintended consequence of that travel on other people. So you traveled, you come back, you brought with you the virus, you're not sick, you're asymptomatic, you go back to work, you go to the grocery store, you go to see a friend, even if it's outside, and all of those are places where you're exposing other people to this virus as well. So we are going to ask that everyone remember how important it is to self-quarantine if you did travel. And we know that hundreds of thousands of people did travel based on information that we received from the airport, as well as from what we've witnessed in terms of travel by car, bus, and rail. The second piece of information that I think is important for us to keep in mind as we go through January is that, unfortunately, the increase in cases, or even stabilizing at this very high number of new cases, has an automatic impact on hospitalizations and on deaths. Anywhere between 10 and 12% of people who test positive have ended up in our hospitals requiring hospitalizations and hospital care. And the higher the number is of new cases, the higher the number will be of people who are ending up needing care in the hospital. And for many of the people who go into the hospital for care, they have significantly longer lengths of stay than other people seeking care at the hospital. So on average, we're now at between 6 and 7 days for each COVID-19 patient that's hospitalized. And that then translates again into thousands and thousands of people being in the hospital each day with COVID-19. And, we anticipate, that we're very close to hitting 8,000 people being in the hospital for COVID-19 at some point this week. that number will go up as case numbers go up. So the only hope we have to reduce the number of people in the hospital significantly right now is to reduce the number of people who test positive and are infected with the COVID-19 virus. That also, unfortunately, hospitalizations is directly related to then the number of people who end up passing away and dying. The more people that are hospitalized, the more people that end up dying. And as many people have heard, we're already in a desperate situation where we've, on average, are topping well over 100 people dying each day from COVID-19. In LA County, we've had many days in a row where that number has been over 150 people dying each day. The same strategy, the only way to reduce those numbers significantly is to stop community transmission as much as possible. I also want to note that there are a lot of questions that are being asked about the variant. There are two variants that are of interest right now. The one that has gotten a lot of attention is the UK variant, but there's also a variant that has presented itself in South Africa. Both of these variants can be found when you do genome sequencing on your samples that you're collecting to test people for coronavirus. But it is a gene sequencing process. It does take a few days. We continue to process at our lab samples where we're looking both for the UK variant and for the South African variant. To date, we've processed 80 samples, and in none of those samples where we've done the gene sequencing have we found either the UK variant or the South Africa variant. A note of caution on this is 80 samples is a relatively small number. It takes a few days to run these samples. It does not mean, because we haven't found it to date, that the variant isn't in fact here in LA County. It's been found in now a significant number of other places. We anticipate, given how many people are testing positive here in LA County, that the variant is probably here. And as we continue to do testing, and the CDC does some testing on some of our samples, we're likely to find it. If and when we find it, it will, in fact, confirm that we all need to be prepared for the fact that if the variant starts circulating at a higher level, it becomes much easier for us to find, for example. In LA County, both of these variants are assumed to be more contagious than the coronavirus that's currently circulating primarily in LA County. And we could easily then have a virus that actually is capable of infecting more people through the same means, but it has a higher rate of infectivity, so it infects more people than the COVID-19 virus that's predominantly circulating right now in LA County. The take-home message for all of us because of this is we're going to need to double down. If we have this much community transmission associated with the virus that we've been living with for the last 10 months, that is in fact easy for us to transmit to others, but isn't as easy to transmit as the UK variant. And the UK variant ends up circulating here, not in small numbers like it might be now, but it actually starts dominating. Then we are looking forward, unfortunately, to having a virus that is able to infect more people more quickly than what we're seeing today. And that's a frightening thought. The good news on the, in front of us right now is we do have the tools, and we've always had the tools for the last many months that actually prevents a lot of transmission of the virus, but everyone would have to be using them and using them all of the time. Those face coverings are effective against a virus that's more contagious than the virus we're seeing now, as they would be effective against a virus that was slightly less contagious than the virus we're seeing now. It's a good line of defense, as is infection control, as is distancing. But it becomes more important than ever that we actually are making sure that we're doing everything possible to keep ourselves away from people who aren't in our household, except for essential activities, which for some of us include work, and for many of us include, getting groceries, perhaps going to the doctor, getting our medicines. Recreation, if you're doing it by yourself or with members of your family, your immediate household, and you're keeping your distance, wearing your face covering. Again, an activity that doesn't create a lot of risk, but only if you're doing it away from other people, and only if you're doing it in a way that actually prevents you from coming into contact with others or others coming into contact with you, i.e. in a class where it may be a lot easier for the virus to be transmitted. So again, we're encouraging people, yes, it's a beautiful county. There's lots to enjoy. There's lots of opportunities to get outside, take a walk, go for a hike, take a walk on the beach, but you need to do this with a lot of caution and a lot of safety as well. These are the tools we have right now, and these tools will help us, but they only help us if everyone's using them. And then I wanted to do an update on vaccines, because obviously the new tool that we have right now is the availability of 2 vaccines here in LA County that have proven to be highly effective and very safe against COVID-19. Those are the Moderna vaccine, which has been authorized under an emergency use authorization for people who are aged 18 and older. And we have the Pfizer vaccine, which has been approved for use for persons aged 16 years and older. To date, we've had a total of 357,550 vaccine doses that have been delivered to LA County. This started in mid-December with the Pfizer doses, which were really shipped and redistributed to the 83 acute care hospitals. At this point, about 60% of the Pfizer doses, as of 2 days ago, have already been administered to those frontline healthcare workers at the hospitals. We've also received a total of, I believe, 170,000 or so doses of Moderna to date. Those Moderna vaccines are being used for 3 different groups at the moment. The first priority is to make sure that all of our skilled nursing facilities either have vaccine or have access to vaccinators through the county to be able to vaccinate their residents and their employees. There's also doses that have been distributed already to the 18,000 frontline EMTs and paramedics, and they are working through vaccinating all of those folks. And the additional doses have gone to our federally qualified healthcare partners who are both vaccinating their frontline staff that will be helping us by setting up these closed points of dispensing for vaccine to the other healthcare workers that do not work either at a skilled nursing facility or work at an acute care hospital. The third distribution point here in LA County that was activated, but they haven't started vaccinating yet, is the federal partnership with CVS and Walgreens. And those folks will actually be going out there. I think they're scheduling right now visits that should start early next week to all of the long-term care facilities that are not skilled nursing facilities, where they will be offering appointments for both staff and for residents at those facilities to get vaccinated. This week, we will have 19 vaccination sites. We call them closed points of distribution that are spread across the county and in every supervisorial district, where we are beginning to offer vaccination to ambulatory clinical providers. And that is done through an appointment system for those folks that are healthcare workers that will qualify for getting vaccinated as part of Tier 1A. So just as a reminder, in Phase 1A, we have 3 tiers. The first tier were acute care hospital workers who are at the front lines and folks who were either residents or staff at long-term care facilities. In Tier 2, we will be vaccinating the frontline healthcare workers who are responsible for providing care at clinics, primary care clinics, federally qualified health centers, urgent care clinics. Home health aides are also able to get vaccinated. And we continue, obviously, to look at making sure that we're doing a good job in intermediate care facilities, residential substance abuse disorder facilities for those staff. And we'll start in Tier 2 also looking at field-based healthcare providers. Those are generally providers that may be working with high-risk populations, including people experiencing homelessness. In Tier 3, that moves down to some specialty clinics, lab workers, dental and oral healthcare workers, pharmacy staff that haven't already been vaccinated. And we make sure that all of the folks that are doing testing for COVID-19 can also get vaccinated. So this phase 1A is really big. It's probably at this point close to 1 million people between the residents, the 100,000 or so residents that are in long-term care facilities, and all of the other either healthcare providers or staff at healthcare clinics and healthcare sites where they're providing care to patients. We anticipate that if we get enough vaccine, and this is a big if we get enough vaccine to both continue to offer vaccine to healthcare providers in Tier 2 and Tier 3 and cover the second dose of vaccine for all of those in Tier 1 who will need to start getting their second dose this week. If we get enough doses, we hope we would complete vaccinating the healthcare workers and those in long-term care facilities end of January, beginning of February. The if there is really dependent on getting enough vaccine. We're working closely with our many private partners, with the state. There's an opportunity, I believe, for the National Guard to come help at these points of distribution, points of dispensing sites. So we anticipate that we can have enough sites set up to between the private routes for vaccination, which would include being able to go to some pharmacies that have been approved to be dispensing sites, as well as all of the closed points of dispensing that we're creating, as well as getting vaccinated, obviously, at your own healthcare facility. We think we can get this done if we get enough vaccine. And the only disappointment to date is that the doses we are planning to get this week, which we have not received yet, are much smaller than the doses we had anticipated. We're really only getting enough of the Pfizer vaccine to allot to the acute care hospitals for those second doses for their healthcare workers. And we got about 50,000 doses of Moderna, and that needs to help us get to all of phase 1A, the rest of phase 1A, Tier 2 and Tier 3. So a little bit of a wrinkle in this would be if we don't get the allocations we're going to need to get through what really are close to 1 million people by the end of January, early February. I know a lot of people have asked me, we get phase 1A, healthcare workers on the front lines, residents and staff at long-term care facilities. What about the rest of us? And what's happening particularly in what's called phase 1B and phase 1C, which are also priority groups that will be able to get vaccinated because of their risks and or the type of work that they're doing ahead of the general population because we have limited supply of vaccine. So the only reason we go through this exercise to prioritize people to get vaccinated at certain points in time is because there just is not going to be enough vaccine available, probably until the summer, for it to be available for any person that wants to get vaccinated. Until we're out of sort of the short supply of vaccine compared to demand, we will be working through this prioritization schedule that, as many people know, has been established at the federal level with some guidance, and then it gets further refined by the state. The federal recommendations that came out of CDC, their ACIP committee, actually recommended for phase 1B, which would be the next phase. We would hope, if we have enough vaccine, to start that phase in February, would be, according to the federal guidance, would be for people 75 years and older and frontline essential workers that have been defined as first responders, those working in the education sector, those working in food and agriculture, those in manufacturing, corrections workers, U.S. Postal Service workers, public transit workers, and grocery store workers. Phase 1C, which would come after phase 1B, and it might take us a month or two to get through phase 1B, again, depending on vaccine availability. Phase 1C, according to the federal guidance, is for persons 65 to 74 and persons 16 to 64 with high-risk medical conditions. And then it goes through for other essential workers, transportation and logistics, food service, shelter and housing, finance, IT and communication, energy, media, legal, public safety, water, and wastewater. Those were what was proposed at the federal level. The state has a vaccine work group that they have pulled together that will take those recommendations and shortly will refine them for what the prioritization may look like at the state. And as part of that prioritization, similar to what we saw in phase 1A, where we had tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3, it is very likely that for phase 1B, there will be, again, a tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. Again, vaccine is still somewhat scarce, and as we try to make sure we're getting that vaccine into the arms of people, we will be adhering to the state's prioritization and tiering of folks at those levels. It will take us a good, 2 to 3 months to get through phase 1B and 1C. Again, the limiting factor in some ways is going to be how much vaccine is available and how quickly it's available. Our strategies for doing phase 1B and 1C are multifaceted, and we would be relying both on having lots of private partners here. One reason for getting all healthcare workers vaccinated at all of our clinics is so that they can then go ahead and vaccinate all of their patients and all of their members. So we need our private providers to be able to be vaccinators, particularly for the people who already go to them for care and trust them. Our pharmacies, there are thousands of them that have already, many of them, hundreds of them, have already signed up to be partners, as they are with flu vaccine. And again, another place in the private sector where people will be able to go to get vaccinated. This will obviously be augmented with what we will call our large points of dispensing, which will be all around the county to make sure that it's very easy for those who want to get vaccinated to find a place to go and get vaccinated. But we will need those private partners as well as the public sites in order to get through all of these. Again, this is at least 2 million people in phase 1B and 1C, depending on how the state ends up defining each of the sectors in terms of risk and prioritization. When we get to phase 2, that's going to be folks at this point, given the 2 vaccines that we have, it will be persons between the ages of 16 and 64 who didn't have any high-risk medical conditions. We don't have a vaccine yet that's been approved for use in any children under the age of 16. So until that vaccine becomes available, they are not included in sort of the rollout for phase 2. We do anticipate that there will be vaccine that will be appropriate for young children. It's just those have not been approved yet by the FDA. I just want to close on sort of vaccines by noting that we do have an LA County COVID-19 vaccine work group. I want to thank all of the many partners that have joined us for this effort. There's about 70 agencies and organizations representing community interests, the healthcare community, partner responses, education community, government agencies, and municipalities. And the work group meets regularly to discuss the vaccine activities that we're planning. We get a stakeholder perspective on what the coordination can look like around distribution. And there are, at this point, subcommittees that have been formed that are also meeting to hone in on some particular issues, ensuring equity in vaccine distribution, effective communication with sectors and residents, and aligning resources to support these massive vaccination sites. We'll be reporting out on a regular basis from that work group. And again, I want to thank all the many members for all their work with us. We also have hosted a lot of listening sessions. These are like focus groups, healthcare workers, community health workers, essential workers, including folks from transit, older adults, folks in manufacturing, our labor partners. We have some coming up now for food manufacturing, agriculture, grocery workers, our African American communities, our Latinx communities, essential workers with some additional participation there. And we'll continue to do that for the entire month of January so that there are opportunities to really dive in deep on how we can both communicate effectively, but also hear people's ideas for the best way to do the distribution so that the vaccine is getting into people's arms as quickly as possible. We do have both a provider webpage and a general webpage where people can go to get more information that's updated pretty much every day. And the last thing I just wanted to give an update on, as requested by the board, is on the discussions we've been having related to preventing the super spreader events that unfortunately are all too common in some of our communities. We do know that the super spreader events have the following characteristics in common: large numbers of people who don't live together, who are in close contact for a prolonged period of time. They take place indoors and outdoors, and oftentimes there's limited or no use of face coverings. In particular, the super spreader events that are of a lot of concerns are those that are really social gatherings where people are not needing to be together except for their desire to gather with each other. And given what I've just said about the prolonged periods of time, they often happen indoors as well as outdoors, and that there's very little distancing or use of face coverings. These become opportunities where it's very easy for even a very small number of people to transmit the virus to large numbers of people. Our current county health officer order, which is in compliance with the state's regional stay-at-home order, does prohibit all public and private gatherings and events with people from more than one household, except for houses of worship and political protests. We have been working closely, obviously, with law enforcement. It's oftentimes easiest for law enforcement to make contact with a site before an event so that, in fact, that site can receive information. We oftentimes also accompany law enforcement to give this notification. And we've given sort of the LA Sheriff's Department as much information as we have about strategies for making sure that people have good information ahead of time. The LA Sheriff's Department, LA County Sheriff's Department does have enforcement powers. We can, in fact, we're only limited to issuing citations. at sites that are not in compliance with the health officer orders. And obviously, this has worked best when we have been partnering with the LA Sheriff's Department, and for other cities when we've partnered with their police forces as well in terms of trying to get these events shut down. The best strategy is always to shut them down before they start. With that, I will stop. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Ferrer. What we try to do here in this session is to hear from the panelists first, and then I'll recognize the members. So let's try to keep on target, and I'm sure questions will come up. Thank you. So let's go to Dr. Galley. Thank you, Dr. Ferrer. Dr. Galley.
Yeah, hi, supervisors. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. So I'll provide a brief update on the hospitalizations in the county and within DHS, and then I'll touch briefly on testing and vaccinations. Across the county, as you know, we're nearing 8,000 hospitalizations of individuals with COVID. Within DHS, our current census as of this morning for COVID positive patients was at 550. So over half of all of our patients have COVID, and over 3/4 of our patients that we're caring for in the intensive care units or ICUs have COVID. And this is really very similar to what we're seeing in hospitals across the county. As you know, staffing remains the biggest problem. We have addressed that through a number of ways within DHS and are working to address that, doing everything we can to bring in contract and registry staff, have increased the rates on those contracts so we can try to remain competitive. There's a lot of competition for those staff right now. We have submitted resource requests through the MOAC to the state, just as many private hospitals have. To date, we have received 36 contract nurses from the state. We also are due to receive 2 20-person Department of Defense teams, one of which will be deployed at Harbor and one of which will be deployed at LACUSC. They are due to arrive by Wednesday or Thursday. There's also, I believe, 5 private hospitals in the region who are also due to receive federal health teams to help support their staffing. The main thing that we've done to support staffing, however, has been a lot of efforts around outpatient redeployments. We've closed 5 of our outpatient clinics. We've reduced hours and services at all of the remaining clinics, including both the standalone clinics in the ambulatory care network and also the hospital-based clinics. As of this morning, we have completed 833 redeployments of primarily nursing staff to the hospitals to provide services on the inpatient units in the emergency departments, as well as to support the 8 quarantine and isolation sites that are being run by DHS's Housing for Health unit and the clinical services that are needed in those Q&I sites. Of those 833 redeployments, 630 of them are registered nurses, and the majority of the rest are licensed vocational nurses, nursing attendants, certified medical assistants, and other staff. Physical space and infrastructure is generally not our limiting factor, but we do have some various issues, just like other hospitals have, that we're working through. 2 of our hospitals are older and are having some infrastructure and piping issues related to oxygen delivery. All of you has been able to resolve their issue, which was originally freezing of the oxygen in the pipes. Harbor is still working through their oxygen delivery issue, which is a flow problem, not so much a freezing or pressure problem. This is not creating any urgent issues, no urgent patient care issues, but it does provide some limitations into which physical spaces within Harbor we can use to keep patients. And so that presents a different host of challenges as the census numbers increase. We're working with DPW, and we're also pending an assessment by the Army Corps of Engineers. Supplies are generally doing fine. Our supply chain team has been able to troubleshoot issues, and we are able to move supplies across the system as needed. We've ordered more ventilators, more BiPAP machines, more high-flow oxygen devices, and we're able to, as I mentioned, redistribute them with no urgent problems that are affecting patient care, and we don't anticipate any problems in the days and weeks to come. For vaccinations, we have, as of yesterday, vaccinated over 13,000 of the frontline DHS workforce that are providing patient care, working in patient care areas. About 75 to 80% of our staff on the front line are accepting vaccination, and this is similar to what we've experienced before with influenza vaccinations in terms of the declination rate. Countywide for all hospitals, the issues are really the same. A lot of them all hospitals are working through staffing issues. Many are working through infrastructure and oxygen supply issues, which are complicated and numerous. There are no hospitals yet in the county that have declared crisis standards of care, and there are no hospitals as of this morning that are currently on internal disaster. There are very long offload times, though, in many hospitals, and this continues to be a challenge for the EMS system, which is doing a variety of things to reduce the flow of patients into the emergency departments and to work to get the ambulances back out on the streets to be able to respond to 911 calls. In terms of the risks to the hospitals, there's several things. One is all hospitals, including ours, are experiencing a large number of call-outs from staff. Staff are out on quarantine or isolation themselves. Just as transmission increases within the community, healthcare workers get sick too. We have not experienced higher rates of COVID positivity among our workforce in healthcare than in the general population, but they're still in the general population, so they get COVID just the same as anyone else. Vaccination will help this, and so we have, as you know, aggressively pursued vaccination. But right now, that's only for frontline staff, so we still are facing critical call-offs from staff that aren't eligible for the vaccine right now, and that includes supply chain, power plant, people fixing the oxygen system, and other areas. The other major challenge that all hospitals are having is discharges. Right now within DHS, about 10% of our inpatients no longer need an acute level of hospital care, and we're having a number of problems and delays in moving them out to these lower level of care settings. I do want to thank Dr. Ferrer and her DPH team for directing the skilled nursing facilities to accept COVID patients even during their quarantine and isolation phase. We're hopeful that this in the future will help free up beds, but we haven't seen the movement yet, and we're still working with a variety of skilled nursing facility related issues of refusing patients or plans who are denying prior authorization for movement of the patients. Sometimes the patients themselves don't want to be moved to a lower level of care, and state law prohibits us moving a patient unless the patient agrees to the placement. SNFs, as well as other lower level of care areas, are facing staffing shortages, and that's limiting the number of patients that they can take as well. For the uninsured patients, DHS has executed letters of agreement directly with LTAC facilities and skilled nursing facilities so that we can move the uninsured even though they don't have a coverage source. Dialysis remains a big challenge. Outpatient dialysis facilities are sending patients to emergency departments when they need dialysis rather than doing it on site. They're sending patients to emergency departments for COVID testing rather than doing it on site. Hospitals are experiencing problems discharging patients from inpatient units because there's not sufficient outpatient dialysis chairs that are available, and there's not waiver authority to be able to do that on the inpatient basis. And dialysis facilities, I believe, are also struggling with staffing shortages. Oxygen, as you know, is a number of problems. There's shortages of canisters and condensers that are needed for the portable oxygen for patients at home, as well as for transport around the hospital and for use in tents that are set up outside of hospitals. A number of the vendors are having an insufficient number of staff and drivers needed to refill the portable oxygen containers. We, as well as other hospital systems and the state, are trying to work through and troubleshoot these issues as much as possible. And then you're aware of the issues on flow of oxygen that various entities, including the Army Corps of Engineers, are working to manage within specific hospitals. I'll shift just briefly to testing and then happy to answer any questions. We have a home test collection kit pilot that we had begun in December and had planned to run through at least January 15th. We will be extending that date past January 15th. We absolutely do not want to end the pilot in the middle of this surge. We still are having issues with patients not mailing back the test kits in a timely manner. So we're looking to try to increase that rate. And I would encourage the public, if you do receive a test kit and order one through the mail, that you use it promptly and mail it back. We're also, I know there's some delays in the shipment process through the postal service carriers that is also causing some delays, but we're hoping that after the Christmas season is passed that those delays will clear up. We're also in the process of launching additional mobile testing sites. We have 2 that are operating at 1,500 tests per day each, one in San Gabriel and one in eastern part of LA near Whittier. Another one is starting on Friday. There's also a number of state-operated and city-operated testing sites, and we work in very close collaboration with the city to distribute out those mobile testing options in a distributed manner across the county. We're also looking at launching more walk-up kiosks. This is something that we think could be helpful to increase walk-up volume for patients. It would be walk-up, swab on site, and drop off. And we'll be launching more of those in the next couple of weeks. And I think that's it, but happy to take questions.
Now we'll hear from Fezia Davenport, our acting CEO.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, and good morning, Board of Supervisors. So I wanted to talk a little bit. There were questions from the December 8th board meeting related to the funding that would be needed to support our vaccination efforts. And before I start that, provide that information, I think it's helpful to provide some context. So back in December, which was just a month ago, we did not know whether and when the next stimulus package would be forthcoming. And so we had received, my office received from Dr. Ferrer's team an estimated budget for vaccine rollout in the range of about $218 million. That is an estimated figure for the logistics, related to logistics and distribution, staffing costs, et cetera, for the entire year, calendar year of 2021. Not knowing what was going to happen at the federal level, my office identified some bridge funding for DPH in the amount of $30 million and one-time funding to allow the department to start the planning that was needed to get the vaccine distributed, for us to receive it, to do the planning, and to do the logistics around its distribution. And so we are now working with DPH. They are using that bridge funding. We know that since that time, on December 27th, the president signed a $900 billion COVID relief package. Within that $900 billion, there's approximately $8.8 billion identified for vaccine distribution. And of that $8.8 billion, about $4.5 billion has been identified to be provided directly to states and local governments via a funding formula. So on this funding, we're expecting a portion of it, about $1 billion, to be made available within 20 days of the enactment of the COVID relief package. My team has been working with the state to try to determine how the formula will be developed in terms of allowing and enabling the money to be allocated to localities here within the state of California. And so we are very hopeful that Los Angeles County will receive its fair share of this funding so that we can continue with a robust and vigorous rollout of the vaccine. I think also it is important to note that Governor Newsom recently announced that he would submit a $300 million budget proposal to the state legislature later this week to support vaccination efforts. And those efforts would include funding for logistics, public education campaign, and other needs. Again, we don't have the details available. The governor is expected to release his budget on this Friday, November the 8th. With that said, the county will continue to advocate for future COVID aid needs. We know that the most recent stimulus package was really focused on vaccination. However, your board has identified a number of programs. I believe that we have over 50 CARES Act funded programs to support the community and to support businesses that have been impacted by COVID. And so we are anxiously awaiting, and we are optimistic with the new presidential administration that there will be an additional stimulus package forthcoming very soon. And then I'd like to speak just briefly on the funding for the Sheriff's Department on super spreader sites. That was also a request from the December 8th meeting. Supervisors, so we have been working with the Sheriff's Department, and one of the things that we have asked them to do is to identify a code that they can use to track all of their time, whether it's straight pay time or overtime pay, as they work these events. And so we've received some early estimates from the department thus far. We know that through up through about December 28th or 29th, they had expended approximately $81,000. But we also know that the department has worked a number of large events and parties that occurred during both right before, during, and I believe right after the New Year's holiday. So we know that that number is going to increase. We expect that we will receive additional costs from the Sheriff's Department on a flow basis. And so that is why the tracking of the costs is really important. And we will continue to work with them to identify a funding source to make sure that those costs are covered. What we don't want to do is hamper their ability to respond to those costs, to respond to those events as they deem appropriate. And if there are, I'll go ahead and also touch on supervisors. One of the other requests from the December 8th meeting was related to messaging. And so I believe that the Department of Public Health, along with Health Services and our Joint Information Center, we have done a lot in the areas of messaging related to COVID, trying to spread the word, get the word out, get the safety measures out there to continually keep that top of mind for the residents of the County of Los Angeles. But now we have to pivot, and we know that we need to really drill down and focus on this issue of vaccinations. We know that we need to do some education. There are some of our county residents who may not be interested or may even be fearful of taking the vaccine. And so we know that in many of those cases, education is key. And so rather than try to reinvent the wheel here, one of the things that we are working with DPH on, DPH is the lead on messaging and the Joint Information Center, which is comprised of PIOs from various county departments. But the Joint Information Center works to amplify the messaging from the Department of Public Health. But one of the things that we know that we need to do with the vaccination is there are certain components of our existing communications plan that we probably need to leverage more. And one of the examples of that would be our local influencers. We have a lot of influencers in our communities, in our local communities, that carry a lot of moral authority and weight in their communities with the residents of those communities. And we need to do a better job of leveraging our local influencers to help us spread the word related to vaccination. We also want to make sure that we're doing everything that we can in terms of partnerships, particularly partnerships on the hyper-local level. And a good example of that would be our churches. We will continue to host our virtual town hall events, and the virtual town hall events seem to be very helpful, not necessarily for that individual living in a neighborhood, but for different industries like our restaurants or childcare providers or school districts, etc. And so what we want to do and what we intend to do moving forward on the messaging and the communication of the vaccination effort is to make sure that we are being multimedia, multi-digital, and the purpose of doing that is to make sure that we are reaching deeper into those communities that we know may have challenges with either understanding or having enough information to make the decision related to the vaccine. That concludes my comments, supervisors, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you all so much. I know this has been timely but good information, and I'm just going to let the board members know the order that we'll be speaking. So we'll start with myself, then we'll go to District 4, and then 5, and then 3, and then 2. And I'll go quickly. Just want to basically say thank you to all of you, Dr. Ferrer, Galley, and Fizia, for your hard work. Really helping us get through, and our messaging has been tremendous. Preparing our hospitals as well and making the test available, which continues to impress me, and our collaboration with groups like CORE, that we've been able to do pop-up testing, which is wonderful. I hope we can utilize that same structure so that we can also disseminate the vaccine when it's time and ready to get out in those hard to reach communities. I also want to give a shout out to staff for working on the quarantine and isolation sites, which again continues to be of great concern for us with the homeless population and people that need to have a place to isolate. With respect to outreach, Fizia, I think you hit it right on the nose. I would include print, ethnic media print, and also radio and different languages, because for many, that's their only means of communication in terms of news, radio. So I would encourage us to do that, and I know we're all happy to do that. I am concerned about this, the two variants that we're hearing about, the UK and South Africa, just because the spread is, right now is just so astronomically high in some of our districts, and I don't think I have to remind the board of that, but the message I still continues to have to be that before we can provide economic recovery, we have to get well. And we can't overwhelm our hospital system and our staff really do need help, our healthcare workers, and really those also in operating our SNFs. Concerned about that and how readily we can get a DPH staff out there to make sure that we get them the vaccine. I hear that they may have to come to the department to pick up supplies in that case, and I'd like to see if we can try to get that done expeditiously. I know some of us have been receiving letters on that. But again, just want to say thank you to all of you. That's really my comment, but also there's questions there. Also want to thank Public Health and the Sheriff for helping us address the super spreader. I'd like to see more happening there, though, preventive, so that more messaging comes out. Maybe that's where we can use some influential people like a Danny Trejo or some other folks that can be out there talking about how it's important to not promote these super spreaders and know where to call and why it's important. So those are just my comments. If Barbara or Dr. Galley or Fizia, you want to quickly comment, and then we'll quickly go to the next board office, and that's Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Supervisor. This is Fizia. So we will, the CEO's office will continue to work with Dr. Ferrer's team and the Joint Information Center, and we will have a renewed focus on trying to secure local influencers. We think that in many ways they are the key to getting not only the message out, but getting the community to accept it. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Dr. Ferrer or Galley, you have anything to add?
I just thank you so much for all your support, Supervisor. One thing I did want to add is that as we roll out vaccination efforts across our many communities, because vaccine is in scarce supply right now, we really will need everyone's help in sort of the messaging that you should sign up for an appointment if in fact you meet the eligibility criteria right now. At one of our sites that was open yesterday, we had over 150 people show up. They weren't healthcare workers. People are rapidly spreading sort of misinformation. You can go here and get vaccinated. And given that we're going to be in sort of what I call vaccine scarcity for weeks to come, we want to reassure everyone we will get vaccine into the arms of every single person that wants to get vaccinated. But we do need to honor the prioritization right now, and we're going to ask that people be patient and wait, particularly right now where it's so hard till we get all of our healthcare workers that are working on the front lines vaccinated.
So Barbara, just as a suggestion, maybe you could do a running chart on that as you make your presentations on your daily basis to show what groups we're looking at right now. And that's so important. You have some great charts that you use, and just sharing that with the public, I think, is very powerful.
Okay, great. Yes, that's a great suggestion, and we'll do that. I mean, we're going to just need a lot of help with this because we recognize, and we're happy actually. I mean, I think it's a very positive sign that lots of people are ready to get vaccinated. We know that there's work to be done amongst those who are hesitant, but we are going to ask some patience as we get to these higher priority groups.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. And okay, with that, then let's turn to Supervisor Hahn, Barger, Kuehl, and then Mitchell in that order. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Ferrer, Dr. Galley, for today's updates. That was a lot of information, and I know I'm the one that asked for this set item when we meet on Tuesdays. I'm wondering, just for the sake of information overload, if it might be helpful if the presenters did PowerPoints for this every other Tuesday meeting. I think that would help the public could watch it. It would certainly help me. I know if this was TV, I would have rewound it several times to rehear the really important facts that you gave out. So think about that. I know it'd be helpful to me if we had PowerPoint presentations that went along with these presentations every other Tuesday. Well, it's clear that this surge is pushing all of our hospitals in LA County to their breaking point. This really is devastating. And I know that we're all working to bring every possible resource to bear that we can to save lives. I do think a lot of people are wondering why we aren't doing some of the things that we did early on in the pandemic to deal with the surge. We reopened St. Vincent Medical Center. We prepared field hospitals at the convention centers. I know there was one in Long Beach. We even, of course, brought the USNS Mercy hospital ship here. Staffing's clearly the biggest challenge we face. But we're seeing on the news reports of patients being treated in hospital gift shops, conference rooms. So it looks like we also need more beds. Last week, I joined with SEIU 721 in their effort to call on the governor and the federal government to bring in National Guard medical staff to our hospitals. As you know, I've also called on our Navy to send the Mercy or the Comfort back with its full medical team to our port to help alleviate some of these burdens. But clearly, Dr. Galley, Dr. Ferrer, both of you have been fearing and warning us about this surge and this crisis. It's here now, as we can see, and we really need all the help we can get. I'm going to ask two questions to Dr. Galley, first about hospitals, and then Dr. Ferrer, I have some questions about the vaccines. Dr. Galley, is it true that our hospitals in LA County have started to ration care?
Hi, Supervisor. Thanks. And I appreciate your comments and certainly appreciate the request that was channeled forward to the state for additional federal resources. I do believe that helped them to deploy some of the Department of Defense and disaster medical assistance teams or DMAT teams that are now going to be deployed in a number of hospitals, public and private, across the county, and support any efforts to bring more resources for staffing into hospitals. On your direct question, no hospitals have declared crisis standards of care. Per an all facilities letter from the California Department of Public Health, hospitals are required to declare that they are operating under crisis standards of care, which is the point at which they would be allocating scarce resources in a manner in which they would shift from trying to help put all the effort into helping each individual person versus taking a more population health approach and trying to save as many lives as possible with a focus on those who have the best prognosis. That could be referred to as rationing, but no hospital has declared that they have moved to that stage. They're all still operating under contingency standards of care.
Okay, that's good news. So yesterday, Dr. Galley, Community Hospital in Long Beach reopened its doors after being closed in 2018, and they're going to take in critically ill patients that don't have COVID-19, much like one of these hospital ships would do. We know that's going to relieve some pressure, although I think they only have 40 beds. Are there plans, Dr. Galley, to reopen closed hospitals like St. Vincent Medical Center or open these field hospitals? I know I've been getting messages from nurses that I know down here in San Pedro who are wondering why we're not setting up these military field hospitals that can be pretty much put up quickly, like we did early on. And if we did reopen St. Vincent's or field hospitals, can we get the doctors and nurses to staff them?
Yes, I was glad that Community Hospital of Long Beach was also able to open its doors. They'll be accepting lateral transfers and transfers for higher level of care, and with plans to open an emergency department in the next few months. And so that will help relieve offload from some of the other hospitals around the region. Right now, there are not plans that I am aware of to reopen either the LASH, the LA Surge Hospital at the campus of St. Vincent's, or any other field hospitals. And it's because of what you just said, which is staffing. Their hospitals themselves can't get enough staffing to take care of the patients that are on the campuses. And so if there was to be a field hospital opened or another new hospital open, they would be drawing on those same pools of staffing that the hospitals need. And the safest place still for patient care is within a hospital, an officially licensed general acute care hospital, because they have all of the wraparound infrastructure that's needed to provide safe patient care. They have laboratory services, blood bank, radiology, operating rooms, rapid response teams. They have everything that's needed otherwise to provide care. And if there are staff that are able to staff up a new hospital, it would be better to deploy those staff within the general acute care hospitals right now, several of which still have space. What is similar to what you've stated, which is, some of these lower level of care, the convention center that was opened up or put on hold earlier in the pandemic, and it's a slightly different model, but still similar in spirit to what the county has stood up with the quarantine and isolation sites. So historically, the county has operated 4 quarantine and isolation sites. They're managed through Housing for Health within DHS, and then Housing for Health has opened up 4 additional for a total of 8 quarantine and isolation sites, and these serve the same purpose as what that convention center was originally intended for, which is both to provide a place for persons experiencing homelessness to safely quarantine and isolate, but also critically to provide resources for hospitals to be able to discharge patients who don't have a home to go to or can't safely go home, so that they don't end up staying in a hospital bed. So for a patient that doesn't need a licensed level of care any longer, but still has some sort of medical needs related to COVID, these quarantine and isolation sites are a critical resource to still being able to offload the hospitals, and they're similar to that convention center idea.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but so we're not really adding beds, though. Anytime we get extra medical staff, what you're saying is they're relieving our overworked and exhausted current hospital workers, many of whom are sick themselves, but we're not adding beds. So go ahead.
I would say we are adding beds. So hospitals can't turn patients away, and they can't discharge patients against the patient's will or without a receiving facility. So hospitals will care for whatever is the number of patients there. And so yes, absolutely, as staff are added, if the hospital then chooses whether or not they need to add beds, and that adding of beds happens naturally just because it's the number of patients that are admitted to the facility that require care, or in some cases providing relief to staff.
When we talk about adding beds, as the news was reporting, we're talking about in the gift shop and in conference rooms?
Hospitals, there's a few hospitals that are very space constrained that have done that. That is not typical. Most hospitals are using other licensed patient care areas such as recovery rooms. For example, the DHS hospitals have used previously licensed space or currently licensed space and opened up new progressive care units or intensive care units in recovery room areas.
Yeah, well, I was understanding that field hospitals put up by the military would come with their own staffing, Air Force, Army docs, nurses, National Guard, EMTs. I thought they sort of came with military staff.
Generally, they do not. The field medical stations come with supplies only. They don't come with staff. So the convention.
Okay, so let me just ask one thing. I was a little shocked to hear that going out for more contract nurses that we'd only gotten 36. And you talked about making sure we're competitive in what we're paying. Is there value in us upping our cost and really investing more money to get more of these contract nurses?
The 36 nurses that I mentioned were the resources that have been sent by the state. So when we channel resource requests to the state for requests for state assistance, there's two routes through which those are fulfilled. One is the deployment of federal resources, which are the DMAT and DOD teams, which we'll be receiving in the next couple of days. And then there's also just tapping into the state registries, and that's where we've received 36 nurses. We've received far, far more through the local registries and local contracts that DHS already has, and we have already increased those rates and will continue to do so in whatever way that's needed to remain competitive. The state just has different contracts.
So we're willing to bid more if we need to. Okay,
Absolutely.
That's good to know. Okay, well, thank you, Dr. Galley, for your work. We really appreciate you. Now I was going to ask Dr. Farrar a couple of vaccine questions. And you really talked a lot about it's really the supply that is probably limiting us more than ever. President Trump's Operation Warp Speed had promised that we would have 20 million doses in the United States by year end, but as just a few days ago, I think states had only received 11 million doses, and only 2 million Americans have been vaccinated. Now, just in terms of our doses, Dr. Farrar, here in LA County, as of Saturday, I think you said we have received 189,995 doses of Pfizer, and only administered 96,000 doses to our frontline healthcare workers. And then I thought I heard you say, and again, you guys gave us such a great presentation with so much information, so forgive me if I'm digging a little deeper dive because I misunderstood you, but it sounds like you'd said we'd received 70,000 doses of Moderna, and yet I had thought I'd read we'd gotten 81,000 doses of Moderna. And only 22,000 had been administered.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Supervisor. And I'm sorry, and I love your suggestion about using a PowerPoint, because then I think we can put like the numbers on the PowerPoint.
Yeah, that would be helpful.
I think, including last week, we've gotten 96,000 doses of Moderna, and we've probably, as of the weekend, it looks to me like we have had 22,221 doses administered. Again, we have this 2-day delay with the state system, and it was a holiday weekend, so I'm sure the numbers are much higher, particularly amongst first responders, which all needed to get, our first responder EMTs and paramedics.
Right, and then we got 189,000 doses of Pfizer, but only administered 96,000 doses.
Right. We've again that for Pfizer is 51% of the doses got into people's arms already, and as Dr. Galley mentioned, the last report I have from DHS is only 11,000 doses, and she's at 13,000 doses. So we do have this lag time issue. I think at the acute care hospitals, the confounding issue here has just been surge and trying to free up staff to both run vaccination clinics and get staff freed up to go and get vaccinated. But we think they're, compared to other areas in California.
Yeah, I would say, I would give us good marks for being better than the nationwide, but it does look like we kind of need to step this up a bit.
I totally agree.
Yeah, and I think you're really being optimistic to think that we can still meet our goal of 1 million people vaccinated in this 1A by the end of the month or even early February. I feel like that's, and I heard your strategy about how you're going to step that up, but I just think the one thing that, will frustrate the public is knowing that even though we don't have enough doses and we really need to push the federal government to get more, particularly to LA County, it's frustrating to know that we still haven't 100% of everything we're not getting it into people's arms. And if you could give one or two reasons why you think this isn't going as quickly or smoothly as we had hoped, what would that be?
It's such a good question. I think there's probably easily two concerns or challenges that we're facing. One is surge. I don't think any of us had ever planned to have our hospitals completely overwhelmed and our healthcare system. So all those outpatient nurses that are getting diverted to the hospitals would have been folks who would have been available to do vaccinations. So everyone is doing a bit of a scramble to get as many vaccinators as we'd like, given that our hospital care system needs so many more resources than any of us had anticipated when we started the planning. So I do think sort of having this very high demand on the healthcare system is creating some additional challenges from us. I would say the second, and maybe what is also probably worth clarifying a little bit is we've had a total of 118,000 a total of 189,995 doses of Pfizer. But I think it's good to know, we didn't get those all at once. So those have come in over the last 3 weeks in different allotments. So it's not like we've been sitting on a lot. We've actually gotten a lot out. We keep getting more doses, and then it usually takes about a week to 10 days for all those doses to get into someone's arms, which is a pretty reasonable time frame. So I don't want people to think 3 weeks ago we had all those doses and now it's taking us so long, because the reality is when we first got our first doses of Pfizer, it was only 89,000 and that first week. So I think we're doing reasonably well, but there is that challenge of being in surge. And I think the second challenge is there are some systems that are at the state level that, again, nobody ever rolled anything out at this magnitude. Everyone is working super hard, but they're not easy to navigate. The first one is there's a system that everybody any provider that wants to be a vaccinator needs to sign up and complete and get approved an application. And it's a cumbersome process. And it's
who can be a vaccinator? Who can be?
Barbara, you're a physician and you want to be able to receive doses of the vaccine and then vaccinate your patients.
Right.
You have to actually sign up in the CalReady system and get approval to be able to vaccinate with COVID-19 vaccines.
So Barbara, I'm assuming it's only a healthcare worker that can be a vaccinator, right? We can't just... Yeah. No. Okay, so would this be, I know a lot of retired nurses have not been called back into duty to actually go into the hospitals to do work because of their age or their risk. Would it be of value now to see if we could call back retired nurses that wouldn't necessarily have to go into a hospital to vaccinate, but some of these public sites that we're talking about? It seems to me they all approach me and want to be helpful, but have not been allowed to go back into, quote, nursing inside the hospitals. Would this be a good call to action?
It would be great. And we are reaching out to their sort of trade associations. We're reaching out also to universities and colleges that trains.
I mean, I think this is a big one. If we're hiring groups to do messaging, I think this is a call to action for all retired healthcare workers who can go to a public site and once they fill out their application can vaccinate. Because that's really good information. Let me just ask two more questions and I'm done.
Let's move on. Thank you, because we've got other members on the line.
All right, let me just ask one more. So there has been these reports that, once you open the vaccine, it has a 6-hour shelf life, and that, as you're saying, sometimes maybe you thought you were going to be vaccinating healthcare workers, and they are, they're doing work and they can't get away. Do we have a wait list where, I guess we're sticking in this 1A, who could have an hour's notice and get to that particular site? I mean, I would even be in favor of, even a public wait list. If you live around, San Pedro Hospital and they've got so many doses that they have to use up by, midnight, is there a wait list where people could come and get vaccinated? Because we got these two tiers, right? We want to get to herd immunity with 80% of everybody getting vaccinated versus taking care of those who are really at risk right now. But didn't know if we have a wait list going. That's my last question.
Yeah, thank you. All the acute care hospitals have their own system in place about how to handle getting rid of all of their doses to the appropriate people, and they're all using different tools. At the closed pods, those are these sites that we're operating with the city and with our healthcare partners, our federally qualified health centers. We do have wait lists at all of those sites. One of the second challenge I was going to say, with the state system is there's a system called PrepMod, which is how people sign up for appointments, and it's how you're placed on a wait list. That system has had a lot of problems as well. It needs to get fixed, but there is a wait list there, and you would get called, hopefully with a little bit more than an hour. So when there are no shows, you would get called to come into that site for that day. And people can sign up on various wait lists as well. You're not precluded you could sign up on 4 different wait lists if you didn't get your desired slot. But that system has had a lot of problems this week, so we need to get PrepMod fixed. That's a statewide system, and we're working really hard with CDPH to address it.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair. The worst thing is to waste any of these doses. That would just be horrible.
Thank you so much. Our next Supervisor Barger and Sheila, and then Holly Mitchell.
Thank you. I'll be brief. First of all, thank you all for the briefing. I know these have been challenging times, and I know that with the testing centers closed over the last few days, the numbers coming in today and tomorrow are going to be very telling as it relates to where we are. But I have a question, Dr. Galley. In watching the news, and then the good news with social media is you can get the word out. The bad news is that sometimes misinformation is provided. And when Supervisor Hahn was asking about the issue of rationing care, there's been a misrepresentation as it relates to the EMS agency, a clarification in terms of a directive as it relates to transporting of spontaneous circulation, if not achieved in the field, as it relates to heart attacks. And they're interpreting this to mean that paramedics will not transport someone if they have had a heart attack and cannot be revived. I really would appreciate if you would clarify the fact that this has been on the books, and it's more of a reminder to those out in the field right now, because there's a misinformation being provided, and I know the news has now picked it up. So could you kind of brief us on what exactly that is?
Yeah, no, thank you, Supervisor, for raising this. I do think there's been some misunderstanding of this policy. It has always been the policy of the EMS agency that individuals who are not able to have return of spontaneous circulation in the field due to any sort of traumatic or blunt injury or heart attack or otherwise, that they are able to declare death in the field. What has been permitted previously is that, depending on the circumstances, if the paramedics were permitted to have the deceased individual who was not able to have return of spontaneous circulation transported to a hospital so that the hospital could do the formal pronouncement of death and then do the management with the mortuary and with the family for the management of the deceased individual and management of the body. However, given how busy the hospital emergency departments are, it does not make sense to put that additional workload of management of the now deceased individual onto the hospital emergency departments. The paramedics, as they were always able to do, are declaring that death in the field, and then the coroner's department will do the management of the deceased individual and the management of the body without involving the emergency department in a manner that's really serving as the middleman in that scenario. So I think it's important to clarify that absolutely there is always, and there's no change in an effort to regain circulation. There's still CPR. There's a minimum of 20 minutes of efforts to get spontaneous circulation back. There's requirements to provide medications in the field. There's requirements to transport certain kinds of individuals. All of that is the same. The only thing that's different is for someone who really has died, who doesn't have return of circulation after all of those valiant efforts, to not have the emergency department be involved in the managing of the deceased body.
Thank you. I think that's an important clarification for people to know, that we're not changing rules in reaction to COVID. This is something that was and is in play long before COVID. Dr. Galley, can you talk? I've heard that you are in fact reaching out and through the county trying to do more patient care at home, with services being provided in the home versus hospitalization as it relates to possibly transfusions and all. Is that true?
We always have efforts to care for some patients at home if possible. Where we've done this most with COVID is we've had a very aggressive program to have home oxygen delivery at home. We've managed close to, if not over now, 2,000 individuals with COVID at home, which has allowed them to both be sent home from the emergency department if they have low levels of oxygen requirement, or to be discharged earlier from the inpatient units if they have low levels of oxygen requirements. And, literally 2,000 individuals that would have represented hospital days are now cared for at home. This is becoming increasingly challenging, in part due to the shortage of canisters and condensers and refill of the oxygen tanks at home, but we're working with our vendors to maintain that program. I'm not sure what the reference is, Supervisor, to the transfusions at home. We always do some home nurses, home infusions of IV antibiotics, for example. That's routine and happens all the time, COVID and non-COVID. But I'm happy to look into the specifics if you'd like further.
Yeah, I guess I'm referring to, I talked to Dr. Drew Pinsky, and he had mentioned the fact that he, in fact, got a transfusion, and I don't know what the medicine is, so I'm not going to say what it is, but, and in fact, that is done, and Medi-Cal covers it, and in fact, can be done outside a hospital setting, and so that's what I was referring to.
Yeah, no, it sounds like he's referring to an infusion of a medication. So yes, we can do that at home. Yeah, sorry for the confusion. That is happening at home. We do IV antibiotics. There's sometimes immunomodulators, depending on the medicine. Most of those have to be done in an observed setting, but they can be done as outpatients rather than as inpatients. But there's a variety of medications that can be infused at home, and we continue that during COVID times as well.
Fantastic. And then one more question for you, and then I've got a question for Dr. Farrar. I know that we had discussed a while back the changes with the skilled nursing configuration that were outlined, and I think, Dr. Farrar, you'd mentioned that we were moving from 4 to 2 patients per room. I guess my question to you, Dr. Galley, is has that impacted the ability for hospitals to discharge? Do we have enough patient capacity in our skilled nursing facilities for those that are well enough to be discharged from the hospital but not well enough to be discharged home?
Yeah, so my understanding right now is that within the skilled nursing facilities, and the same for the LTACs, the long-term acute care facilities, subacutes, that the primary issue, just as hospitals, isn't space, it's staffing. And then there's a variety of administrative rules, one of which DPH, I'm grateful to Barbara's team, Dr. Farrar's team, for helping skilled nursing facilities to understand that they should be taking patients who are still under quarantine and isolation. That clarification and expectation setting is very helpful. But skilled nursing facilities still have ratios that they're supposed to operate under according to the state. That prevents them from using all of their available beds because they have staffing shortages just like everybody else. There's also patients who refuse transfer to lower levels of care, and currently, as I mentioned, state law prevents us from transporting discharging patients who don't consent to the discharge. And then there's a variety of payer issues. We're running into daily issues of payers refusing the authorization for a placement, refusing to go through the steps to authorize that placement because, for example, it's not a skilled nursing facility they normally work with or would normally pay for. And so we're trying to work through those issues in partnership with the plans and with the state. But there's a number of barriers to getting patients out in a timely manner still. But I don't think the primary problem is space or beds.
So will you let us know about that? Because I think that's something that this board should be involved with, if in fact that is gridlock and creating a problem, because there should be no excuse, especially with providers right now, because this is all hands on deck and not normal circumstances. So I think we all need to work together. So let at least let our office know how we can further the discussions with those providers.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Ferrer, you talked about the vaccines, and I appreciate it, and I'm kind of following up on what Supervisor Hahn was talking about in terms of the fact that we have the vaccine. And I know the governor said yesterday that we have the vaccine, but I think, and I could be wrong, a third of it, it has been administered, that we've got some that has not been used to inoculate to this date. And the governor of Colorado mentioned the fact that he is ordering those facilities that have not used the vaccine within 72 hours, that it will be reallocated. And I don't know if that's something that we have thought about, or if that would exacerbate the situation as it relates to that there are not enough people to administer it. And I too wrote a letter to the governor asking for support in the county in response to SEIU 721's request for more support for nurses. But I'm just wondering if we've thought about some of the hospitals that may be sitting on it that have not gotten it out in a quick manner, and there are others that could and want to.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I mean, we've thought about it in a couple of places. I mean, the issue at the acute care hospitals is we have a lot of confidence that they are going to, in fact, get everyone vaccinated. And as I said, they're not really sitting on a lot of doses because they've gotten the doses in 3 separate allocations. So my sense is that if, a week from now, they're still sitting on doses or haven't gotten to all of the first, that first tier of folks that were supposed to get vaccinated, because they all have to start with their second dose, some of them this week and all of them next week. If we see that, I think our approach might be at the acute care facilities to go in and help them with our strike teams, because we know they're overwhelmed. And those healthcare workers, we really need them to be healthy, and we need those that want to get vaccinated to get vaccinated. So I think for the acute care hospitals, we would want to support them if there was some reason why they weren't able to get this done as quickly as possible. For the skilled nursing facilities, we already have issued a health officer order that requires them to quickly vaccinate all of their staff and all of their residents. And this is one of the places where our team is calling this week, and we're basically telling them they have till the end of the week to get most of their folks vaccinated. There's always, people who just work on the weekends, and there's always people coming in and out. And we're happy to acknowledge all of those challenges, but they all have vaccine or they have access to our strike team. So if you're at a skilled nursing facility, you've either gotten your vaccine delivered to you, you've picked it up, or you've said to us, you don't have capacity to do it, and we've assigned teams to help you get it done. But if we assign a team, you have to let the team in and be able to get them to vaccinate your residents and your staff. So we've actually said to everyone, we need to see a lot more progress by the end of this week. And our hope is that, again, not the holidays, not the scarce staffing, the sort of less than optimal staffing that they have over holidays with lots of people on vacations. And they too have lots of people that are out ill as well. So our strategy has been to be as supportive as possible, given that what we're trying to do right now is get healthcare workers vaccinated. I think you're right, though. Like, once we do the wider distributions, we cannot have people that are not getting the vaccine into other people's arms. We need to make sure it's both going out with a lot of support so people know what they're expected to do, but then we should redistribute pretty quickly. And I see that scenario happening, for example, if some of our pods are doing a very brisk business. Right now, every single one of the pods, the 19 pods, is filling up all their appointments. But if at some point there was less interest in going to one site and a lot more people on a wait list for another site, I would want that flexibility that you've suggested for us to easily be able to move those allocations to another site that actually has increased demand, so that we're doing this as quickly as possible. I did want to add something about the skilled nursing facilities as well, Supervisor. Over the weekend, 200 plus patients were transferred out of hospitals back into skilled nursing facilities because we have issued a as Dr. Galley mentioned, we've issued a clarifying order on Friday night that said you have to take these patients. There are only 2 circumstances whereby patients are not able to come back to your facilities. And we've worked long and hard with all the facilities to set up these red zones, yellow zones, and green zones to actually provide a lot of infection control. So we feel pretty confident that it really is, again, just helping to make sure people understand the obligations on those transfers. But Dr. Galley's also right. There are a lot of what we would call sort of there's a lot of excess bed capacity right now at some of our nursing homes. They have the beds, but they don't have the staff. And we have requested the state to make an adjustment on the staffing ratios, just a slight adjustment that we think would bring online more beds at the skilled nursing facilities because they can get staffed appropriately.
Fantastic. Thank you. And then I'll leave it with that, but I just have to commend also the county family, especially I know, Dr. Frey, you all have been working with LA County Fire, who has been doing the inoculations within their group, and they're going to be able to now go out and assist us in getting the vaccine into the community. So I really want to commend all of the county family, in particular LA County Fire, who I think has been very aggressive in ensuring that paramedics, firefighters are getting inoculated so that they can actually begin to help us get this vaccine out into the community. So thank you.
So much. Supervisor Kuehl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. I want to add my voice in praise of all of the work that you and your departments have done. Our staff, the private hospitals, their staff, everyone has stepped up so amazingly, and I think anyone who watches, any aspect of television has seen some praise of all of these local heroes. My colleagues have asked many of the questions I wanted to ask, but there was one that is sort of, I don't know if it's an urban myth or circulating as a consideration about vaccinations, but there has been some reporting of consideration that we may consider, and again, I don't know if it's an urban myth, a smaller dose for the first shot in order to make the vaccines go further, and also some consideration about whether we have to choose between vaccinating everybody for their first shot and wondering whether we'll have enough for their second shot. So I think that's a question to Dr. Ferrer.
Oh, yeah, those are excellent questions. And there has been a lot of talk nationally and locally on both those issues. The first issue, the FDA actually today issued a clarification on, because they both of these vaccines are under emergency use authorization, they clarified that the vaccines you are required to do the 2 doses. So I think that question about would we be better off, and again, I think the UK actually already went this way, saying, we're going to really jumpstart everybody, get everyone vaccinated, and we'll continue to do the second doses, but we're not going to hold up the first doses. The FDA said these vaccines were approved, they're effective based on the approval when you use the 2 full doses. Because the second question that has come up, not with the Pfizer vaccine, but with Moderna, was could you in fact use a half a dose? There's been some questions about could you use a half a dose for both doses, which would just equal 1 dose then, or there's been a question about there was some efficacy that I think got established in some of the clinical trials about using a half a dose and then a dose. The FDA also clarified on that. Both these vaccines require the full 2 doses. I do think there was someone from Operation Warp Speed that suggested that maybe with Moderna we would go to a different kind of vaccine dosing. But the FDA today issued a statement saying, we're not doing that. And since they've issued the emergency use authorization, I think everyone is probably going to pay attention to that and continue until there's more evidence that suggests that you don't need those 2 doses, or you can cut back slightly on the dosing. I think we'll continue doing what the FDA has asked us to do, which is, make sure we have a strategy for getting the 2 doses into people's arms.
Thank you. Can you also give us information about the AstraZeneca vaccine and where that stands in the United States, if at all?
Yeah, no, we've asked the same question. People have seen a couple of European countries have already approved the AstraZeneca vaccine. We would like it to get approved from our perspective, from public health perspective. It actually uses a different framework for creating the vaccine. And we think the production of the AstraZeneca vaccine, A, it's less expensive, but B, we think you can produce a lot more of it very quickly. So we're anxious for the FDA to extend the approval process. And I'm assuming that they're just reviewing some of the data that's being submitted now before they actually allow it to go through the full emergency use authorization process. Once other countries have started approving those vaccines, that there's got to be a lot of information that's already been collected and used on those reviews. So our hope would be that sometime in January that we see an approval for the AstraZeneca vaccine.
Thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Now, finally, Supervisor Holly Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and wishing a happy, healthy new year to all of us and every LA County resident. Thank you so much. I want to add my voice to the heartfelt accolades my colleagues have shared. This is what public service truly looks like. And so to Drs. Ferrer and Galley and all of your team and every member of the county family who has stepped up in a profound, meaningful way to help us navigate our way through this public health and economic pandemic, I tip my hat. A couple of questions for first Dr. Ferrer, then I'll move on to Dr. Galley. One point of clarification, maybe I'm not following Dr. Ferrer. You mentioned a couple times that the supply we received is not what you anticipated. So I'm curious as to what's the discrepancy. Are you being told, and by whom, to expect a certain amount and then it doesn't come? I'm trying to understand how that discrepancy happens.
I think it's a discrepancy between the federal agencies that are managing the vaccine distribution and those of us at the state and the local level. It's basically a pro rata distribution at the local level from what the state gets allotted. They do take some vaccine off the top. They take vaccine off the top for the federal partnership, for example. And then what they call these multi-county entities, the Kaisers of the world, that are actually operating in more than one county. But that's very transparent and we know what to expect. No, I think we were all expecting a lot more vaccine would come to the state and then we would get our fair share of that. And where the disconnect is, in some ways, is what the federal government laid out as the potential for how many vaccines were getting produced this past month and how many actually got sent out to locals being state and counties. And those numbers were much smaller. We were led to believe at the beginning that we would have 1.2 million doses in the first round of distribution in the middle of December. And, we're not close to that even in our total doses yet. So we're off, but it's not an issue that the state has been off or that the county has been off. It's an issue that the federal government had indicated a certain level of production and then distribution to states that actually has not happened yet.
So it's more of a supply chain issue versus, a political one, shall I say?
Yeah, I mean, we don't know where we don't know, to be honest. We actually don't know what is holding up, whether it is a production issue or or there's something, it's getting distributed in other ways. We have no idea. All we know is that the states didn't get the allocations that they expected, and it's a pro rata to us, and we therefore didn't end up with ours.
Still on vaccinations, I've listened very carefully as you walked us through, which was helpful. Thank you. The phases and the tiers within the phases. And it sounded to me as you began to give time frames, general time frames when we could expect a transition or not transition, but to begin vaccinating people in the various tiers. It sounds like as if they'll be running concurrently. So, for example, you said that phase 1B would start in February, but that we would still be working on phase 1A, tiers 2, for several months. So is that true that even when you start with one group, you don't finish that group before you start the second tiering?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely correct. If we get enough vaccine, I mean, mostly because we have to give 2 doses. And for Moderna, there's 28 days in between that dosing. And for Pfizer, it's 21 days. So, you would wait a very long time to start, tier 2 and I mean, to start a different phase if you have to finish completely phase 1A. So I think from our perspective, and that's why, again, I say, like, we've just got to get the right amount of vaccine in here. We're building in some capacity to be able to do both. It's easiest right now to imagine that because the way we're distributing in phase 1A is very confined to what is a small number of vaccinators, acute care hospitals, teams that are working with SNFs, the federal partnership, and our federally qualified health center partners, along with a handful of other vaccinators. As we go into 1B and 1C, where A, there's many more people, and B, we're really moving to what we call open pods. It will obviously be a little bit more complicated, but people can go back to the same pod they went to, the same point of dispensing that they went to for their first dose, for their second dose, and at that same time that we're giving somebody in, let's say, 1B, phase 1B, their second dose, we're also at that pod administering first doses for people in 1C. With enough doses, we'd be able to manage that and enough capacity at those pods. A lot of this is also going to depend on getting the private providers registered, from in January and February, so that when we get to these phases of 1B and 1C, people can really also go to their own provider, or they can go to the pharmacy. They don't have to necessarily feel like they have to be, get to a pod to get that vaccine.
And as we talked about an outreach strategy, just knowing, in good times, vaccine compliance is not, what we might assume it is. And so really making sure that as a part of our outreach messaging that we're communicating to people who are taking the vaccine that requires a second dose, that people understand that and that timeliness is important. I don't think we can assume that people will know that, like I said, in non-public health pandemic times, vaccine compliance is nowhere near 100%.
It's such a good point. We are building out a new system, not necessarily the state system, that's going to have, we think, more capacity to do those reminders to folks, either via text messages or calls, that they need to come back for their second dose. But you're right, it will be a challenge. It'll be a challenge to get everyone to feel comfortable with the first dose. And then you can imagine, some people, even with the first dose, their arm hurts really bad. They feel run down. They get tired. Normal reactions, it really means that your body's creating the antibodies. But some people might say, I felt really crappy. I'm not going back for that second dose. So we're going to have to do a very good job on the messaging and really partner with lots of other people. One reason why we like the idea of having the regular care providers registered as vaccinators is, they have relationships with a lot of people in their communities and a lot of their patients. And I think sometimes a trusted person reminding you to come back for your second dose is going to carry more weight than a text message from us. So we're going to, we're really counting on, in many ways, having these multiple avenues for communicating with people, but then also using our private partnerships a lot to get people both in the first time and then back in the second time. Now, I do want to say one other reason why we'd like us to move to some other vaccines is they don't all require the second dose. AstraZeneca in particular doesn't, and that's a good vaccine to then use in populations where it may be hard for people to come back for the second dose. Correctional facilities is one where people may not even be in long enough to get their second dose at the same place. So we'd like to move to having a third vaccine option here because that's a one-dose vaccine.
I would agree for all congregate care settings where people are in and out, in our foster care settings, et cetera. The 29% of healthcare providers who are declining the vaccine, as it was reported in the press, I guess a couple questions. If there's an existing strategy to reallocate those doses, and if you have any concern in terms of that percentage around with regard to county employees who are healthcare providers.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I want to note is the way the system is currently set up is we actually don't have a record of everyone who declines. It's kind of, again, a limitation of the state system. So I want to state up front that I actually don't know the exact number of folks who've been offered and have declined. What we have is a denominator of people who we expected would get offered, and then we have a numerator of those who actually got vaccinated. But we are trying to work at this point more closely with our acute care hospitals to understand what may be contributing to the people who are declining. What reasons are people giving? Because that information will then help us understand, is it just wasn't a good time, I didn't want to do it when it was offered, and I'm just going to wait another week and then I'm going to go get it? Or is it more like, I'm thinking of declining this for the next 6 months. So I think we need to get a little bit more information, particularly among healthcare workers, about what their reasons were for declining. As with all vaccines, often you want to be in decent health when you're getting vaccinated. We do have high rates of positivity amongst healthcare workers like everyone else. So my sense is some of the decline is appropriate decline. People are sick and they're waiting till they get well. But until we get more detailed information from folks, we don't really know exactly why folks may be declining. And I think, as Dr. Galley noted, if you're starting to hit about 80% of your healthcare workers on your first go-round are in fact accepting the vaccine, that's pretty positive news for us. And also, once people get vaccinated, they are the best source of information to other people who have not yet been vaccinated. So sometimes people are just waiting to see, I want to just see how this goes for my friends who are getting vaccinated in my unit. And then if they all are doing okay, then I'm going to go get it. And, we understand that, that way of framing, you're making your own decision. So we're excited that so many people have actually shown up already to get vaccinated. As I said, with the pods that just opened this week, the waiting lists are thousands of people who want to get vaccinated. These are all healthcare workers and are trying to get in quickly to get those vaccines.
I don't want to lose sight of testing. I know we spent a lot of time talking about vaccines because I think it's what we're all holding on to as our true hope to see the light at the end of this tunnel, but there's still far more, Angelinos who are still lining up every day in long lines for testing who aren't in Tier 1A. And so I just want to make sure that we're continuing to direct resources and energy to expand testing opportunities because it's still probably, most relevant for most county residents.
I think Dr. Galley, is her mic open?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Supervisor. We do want all residents across the county to be able to use the testing resources that are available, which come in a variety of forms, if there's any reason why they believe they need a test. Whether it's because they have symptoms or an exposure or close contact, or they just feel they might have had an exposure. That testing coupled with contact tracing is one of the things, among others, that will help reduce the transmission. And we have worked, I mentioned a few of the things to do: kiosks, more walk-up testing, the mobile sites, the home testing, to offer more options. And people should always still, I didn't mention before, but still try to receive testing also through their established healthcare provider. That's still the best place to get testing. It's still most efficient and it's aligned with their regular care. But it still is critical, and we are working with our community-based organizations and partners to enhance the degree of outreach, particularly to at-risk communities, so that they know about those resources and can use them in a timely manner. What we don't want people to do, obviously, is to use testing as a permission to then go out and intermingle with others. That is an unsafe activity and is something that is going to make the surge worse and not better.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. And just, Madam Chair, the final question for Dr. Galley, if I may. I, like all of my colleagues, are continuing to leverage our own contacts and relationships with the administration and both the federal and state level to make sure that we're getting all the resources we need into our county for our residents. So I just want to acknowledge that the state EMS came and toured many of our facilities the day after Christmas. I was pleased to know that they had boots on the ground to see what we see, to help inform their policy efforts to make sure that we have the resources and the support we need. And really to make sure that all hospitals are really carrying their fair share. I'm clear that additional federal resources are going to be really important to help us pay for and identify all the additional resources we need. So Dr. Galley, everybody's talked about, we all have our ideas about, what we think should happen. New beds, new hospitals, stand-up hospitals, open up closed hospitals. And I'm hearing from you loud and clearly some of the challenges with some of those solutions. So I'd like to ask you, to tell me from your perspective, what should we as a board be doing to assist you in fighting for? I'm clear it doesn't help to open up a new hospital if we don't have the skilled personnel and the equipment that critically ill patients need. So I'd like to ask you, how can we be of service? What do we need?
Thanks, Supervisor. There's two big picture things that, three, that are needed to get this surge managed in the hospitals. The first one goes without saying, which is getting the transmission in the community under control. So the sooner we can get that transmission rate down, the less the hospitals will be impacted and the sooner they'll get out of the situation. The second two are more directly targeted at hospitals, and I appreciate all the support that have been provided by the supervisors, and we'll continue to work closely with your staff on advocacy with the state and the federal government for help where it's needed. The first is staffing, and we've spoken about this. I do believe the advocacy helped to provide for the federal teams that are coming in. We do hope that there will be more state registry that are coming in. Any of the federal resources from whatever source they come from can be helpful to be able to, as Supervisor Hahn mentioned, open up new beds as well as provide some relief for the staff that are there to the extent possible. And I think that advocacy effort needs to continue, and it needs to happen in the line that we were discussing earlier, not just with the hospitals, but with the lower level of care areas as well. I know the state is looking at potentially waiving some of the ratios that Dr. Frere mentioned on the skilled nursing facilities. I support that direction. I think there's other ratios and other types of lower level of care that also should be looked at, always trying to balance both the safety of patients in those lower level of care versus also the need to decompress hospitals so that newly acute patients can be cared for So continued advocacy on staffing. And then I do think really a concerted effort, which will take many players sitting at the table on lower level of care. And this is a complicated one. And I mentioned, and Dr. Ferrer mentioned some of the challenges of why it's a struggle. And really it's a struggle because there's no clear one person or one entity that's in charge. It's, regulated by a combination of entities. There's no, the county doesn't necessarily have direct management of these are all private operators. There's payer angles, supply angles, staffing angles. And so what it will take is all of the groups coming together at the table to try to coordinate and troubleshoot. It's really at a very detailed, on-the-ground, nitty-gritty level, trying to troubleshoot all the various places in which this is breaking down for the efficient transport of patients out. I do support load balancing among general acute care hospitals. If one hospital is overwhelmed and moving to crisis or on internal disaster, we should try to load balance with other hospitals in the system that are less impacted. But the much better solution is to move patients out of the general acute care hospitals. And that needs to happen much faster than what is happening now. EMS agency, DHS, DPH, California Department of Public Health, state EMS agency, all have a certain window into this. And I think there's not very clearly defined roles and responsibilities about who has the authority to take certain action over this, this private sector industry that has many ways in which it's experiencing a struggle on the ground of their own. And all of these players will need to come forward, and we're happy to continue to share with you what that progress is and how, through advocacy, the board can continue to support that.
Dr. Galley, that was very helpful. Thank you very much. I just would say in closing, I think Supervisor Barger was referencing the antibody infusion therapy, and I know that it's covered in terms of costs, and so I'm really hoping that that is something that we can operationalize at every level, SNFs, homes, to use it early, to help prevent acuity in the cases, I think would be very helpful. Thank you so much for your responses to my questions. That's all, Madam Chair, for me.
Thank you. I want to thank all the board members for your questioning, and it's a good opportunity for us to talk about all these challenges that we have. And I especially want to thank our health team, obviously Dr. Ferrer, Galley, and Feezy, our CEO, as well as all our LA County team, the firefighter, everybody, our healthcare workers and our partners, public, private, and otherwise. And just to bring us back, is that so the next time we go through on a set item on the health order, then we'll ask for staff to give us a report back, one that will be in draft form, so we can go, not a draft form, but to show us a handout so we can walk through it and have that data in front of us and actually just get through this a lot quicker. I'm sorry we had to spend so much time, but it is important. I know we're not always together, so it is deeply important. Again, members, this is a report that is a receive and file, so there's really no action. We will accept that. And now we have 10 items that we're going to go through. So hopefully we can get through this all together, knowing that we have a lot of work ahead of us. So we're going to begin with items 2D and 17, enhancing the Los Angeles County Rent Relief Program and providing flexibility to tenants. And I held this item, so I'll start, and then I will ask my co-author if she wants to say, make a statement, and then if any other supervisors want to join in. So let me get right into it. This pandemic, as you know, has really disrupted our economy and has forced the closure of so many businesses and the loss of income for so many hundreds of thousands of people in the county. In response, for the last 10 months, the county, as you know, has been working hard delivering rent relief to as many tenants as possible. But sometimes we have run into roadblocks while trying to deliver that relief to those that absolutely need it. Sometimes, for one reason or another, landlords refuse, and not all, I'm saying some, landlords refuse to participate in this program that we've established here at the county. In other cases, we're unable to help a household in need because they've already made the unfortunate decision of accessing credit cards or higher cost loan products to pay their rent. That typically happens with many low-income communities of color. Our Department of Consumer and Business Affairs shared a particularly disheartening story with my office just yesterday. A tenant who was behind $15,000 on rent because of the pandemic turned to a loan shark to cover the debt. The tenant took on the loan despite the high interest rate because they were terrified of losing their shelter. And as you know, this is unconscionable, and it happens unnecessarily, and it should never happen, regardless of our situation and with this pandemic. We're unable to help this tenant under our current rent relief program framework, but our department can make changes to the program to help all those in need, particularly in cases and situations like this. No matter what situation a tenant may be in, we want to make sure that our programs are flexible enough and are able to provide the relief as directly and efficiently as possible. So in light of this, I'd like to introduce this motion that would allow the Los Angeles County Development Authority to provide more help to those in need. Specifically, this is what the motion will do. Provide rental assistance directly to tenants in cases where the landlord refuses to receive the assistance themselves, because we've found that there are some landlords that refuse to participate or don't want to submit an application even when their tenants have asked them to. To provide rental assistance for households that have used lines of credit or high-cost loans to pay rent. Increase the maximum amount of rental assistance a household can receive and expand eligibility from 30 to 50% AMI to 50% AMI and below. And to make additional payments to property owners to supplement partial payments previously made on behalf of eligible households. This motion, members, will also help align our rent relief program framework with the recent federal relief bill, which includes $25 billion in emergency rental assistance and an extension of the CARES Act funding through December 2021. So it is really important for us to be aligned. Rent relief is a critical component of keeping our families housed, and our program will serve all those in need, including those that may not have appropriate documentation. I hope that all of you will join me today in supporting this measure, and I particularly want to thank my co-author for joining me, Supervisor Hahn, and if she would like to join me in making a statement, and then we'll recognize any other members. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for letting me join you on these motions today. And I'm just going to reiterate everything you said because you said it well. And clearly one of the many consequences of this pandemic has been this incredible strain on the backs of our LA County renters. Hundreds of thousands are struggling to pay their rent on time or even to pay their rent at all. And giving these tenants and families the help that they need to stay afloat has been, I know, all of our priorities throughout this crisis. You know, back in May, I authored a motion letting us use the Federal Community Development Block Grant Program, COVID-19 funds, for rent relief for local renters. And then in August, I had another motion that authorized us to use $110 million of LA County's share of CARES Act funding so we could create and administer the county's rent relief program, letting us reach even more households. Today's motion concerns the rent relief program and how we can make it better to make sure that we're reaching and supporting the maximum number of struggling renters that we can. First thing we're doing is we're asking for an extension of this program through the end of this year, 2021. And then we're also authorizing the LA County Development Authority to make any changes necessary to the program to keep it working in the best interest of our renters. And I think this is important because we need this to be flexible. For example, I think Supervisor Solis, you said that some landlords are refusing to receive direct payments from LACDA, which locks their tenants out from receiving money from the rent relief program. And in other cases, households in need have chosen to pay rent by taking out loans or using credit cards despite them being eligible for rental assistance. And these motions give our county departments more flexibility in dispersing these payments so renters in situations like these can receive the help and remain inside their house. The most recent COVID-19 relief package negotiated by Congress and signed by the President over the holidays does include $25 billion in emergency rental assistance. And when LA County receives our allocation of those new funds, we need to be in the best possible position to deploy them to the renters in need as soon as possible. And these motions will help us achieve that goal. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. And I want to recognize now Supervisor Holly Mitchell, who wants to speak on this motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to acknowledge your hard work and the hard work of Supervisor Hahn now over months for bringing this important issue to the attention of us all and really taking the leadership on behalf of the county board. You know, during public comment, I think we heard from several frustrated county residents who have the perception that maybe the county isn't doing all that we can to protect renters. And so to hear Supervisor Hahn walk through motions she has made, votes this board has taken since the beginning of this public health pandemic is really a testament to us utilizing county dollars and federal dollars through the CARES Act to really help county residents sustain themselves. I'll be thrilled to support this motion today for a variety of reasons. You know, it's clear to me that when the tenant is unable to pay, it also impacts the property owner's ability to pay the mortgage, and it creates a painful ripple effect, particularly for the community that I have the privilege of representing, where there are many, hundreds of thousands of low to moderate income property owners who are struggling just like everyone else. So again, I think it's important to recognize that rental support is in many ways support for mom and pop mortgage holders. I hope that with more funding, we can help more tenants stay housed, which is critical, and help the property owners keep their property upon which so many are financially dependent. So again, I thank you for this motion, and I look forward to the opportunity to support it.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Mitchell and also Supervisor Hahn. Are there any other supervisors who want to speak on this item? If I don't see any, and no one's unmuting their mic, then I also want to thank you for supporting this measure, members, and also want to thank the callers on the call today, this morning, and have been calling each and every month regarding this issue. And it is good for them to understand that we are working as best we can to be as flexible and efficient as possible. So with that, I would ask for your aye vote on this item, and I would like to then move this item and have it seconded by Supervisor Hahn to approve these items 2D and 17. And Madam Executive Officer, can you please call the roll?
Item 2D and 17 are before you. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Kill.
Aye.
Supervisor Kill, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Great. Thank you, members. Moving on now to item number 2. This is preserving property ownership, diversity, and equity. And this is an item that has been held by Supervisor Mitchell. Supervisor Mitchell, please unmute your mic to make your remarks.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. You know, as we just mentioned in the previous motion, this is an issue that this board is taking very seriously. Which is a reflection of the fact that there are 6 different motions before us today that address housing stability and are bringing forward approaches and strategies that are multifaceted and complex. The motion before you now, colleagues, is another key piece to protecting affordable housing and preserving the diversity and equity in property ownership. Traditionally, small rental units of 2 to 4 unit buildings have been an important source of affordable housing, and the rent in these units experience lower price growth when housing supplies tighten. These units also have the largest share of owners and tenants of color. The American Community Survey by the U.S. Census found that individual investors, not big corporations, but individual investors make up 77% of owners of these kinds of units. 34% of these units are owned by individuals who are 65 or over, retired, and are likely using their rental income as their primary source of income. Accordingly, when COVID-19 related hardships impact tenants and they struggle to pay rent, these small property owners struggle too. It's troubling that per some recent surveys, more than 47% of property owners with incomes under $50,000 a year are reported increased pressure to sell their units, as opposed to 20% of those with an income of over $150,000. So as I certainly hear in my community every day, concerns around gentrification, we know that the pressure of paying your mortgage in COVID is only going to exacerbate that situation. The loss of these small property owners would result in both a decrease in the availability of affordable housing and perhaps the sole opportunities to build wealth over time through property ownership. For many low to moderate income property owners, this asset is used, for leverage in financing higher education for their kids, to afford unanticipated costs like a healthcare crisis. So it's clear to me that we need to do more to help protect these small property owners with a strong emphasis, again, on racial and social equity. It's tragic when you look at the data and realize that African American property owners today are far fewer than they were decades and decades ago. I believe this motion is a necessary step in helping build better protections and create more pathways to home ownership as a means to build multi-generational wealth and help bring underrepresented communities out of poverty. Thank you very much, Supervisor Solis, in co-authoring, and I hope the rest of the board will join me in supporting this action today.
Yes, thank you so much, Supervisor Mitchell, and I want to thank you also for inviting me to co-author this motion. Comprehensively using various data points and tools and strategies are very much what we need to help stabilize disadvantaged communities, particularly communities of color that have been marginalized. Part of stabilizing these communities requires providing opportunities to build wealth and preserve the diversity in our property ownership. Gentrification and displacement have to be addressed head on. And I have another motion on today's agenda that expands our community land trust to give the county another tool to preserve and create more affordable housing. That item will help also facilitate the acquisition of properties by community land trusts throughout the county of Los Angeles to preserve and operate the properties as affordable housing. But creating opportunities for ownership through CLTs is just one path towards helping us build that wealth. Last year, you may recall, I joined Supervisor Hahn to allocate $5 million for mortgage relief for small property owners to address a significant number of small landlords, mom and pop, so to speak, that have been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. To further all of these efforts, this motion today will help us obtain more data that will help guide the future and provide us with the needed resource allocations that we need to come up with and appropriate policy decisions. So I join you in asking our colleagues to support this item. And are there any members that want to be recognized to speak on this item? I don't see any at this time. So at this point then, hearing no other comments, item 2 is before us. This item is moved by Supervisor Mitchell. I will second to approve the item. Madam Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 2 is before you. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Kuehl?
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barker?
That's the PDM.
Aye.
Supervisor Barker, aye. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Very good. Thank you, members. Now we'll move on to item number 3, empowering indigent defense services in the County of Los Angeles, which was held by Supervisor Mitchell. Supervisor Mitchell, please unmute your mic to make your remarks.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to thank you and thank Supervisor Kuehl for your co-authorship and your leadership in ensuring quality representation for all. Protecting the constitutionally guaranteed due process rights of the accused is foundational to the rule of law and life in a democratic society. And unfortunately, increasing demands threaten to undermine the mission of our own public defender's office. The current public health crisis has resulted, as we all know, in delayed trials, disincentive to settle cases, and a welcome push to depopulate the jails, all of which have impacted the workload of our public defender attorneys. In addition, implementation of our Alternatives to Incarceration program and the district attorney's historic reforms, while they are very much welcome, could indeed further contribute to the impact being felt by the Office of the Public Defender. To ensure the success of the county's criminal justice reforms and to fulfill our obligation to protect the constitutional rights of the accused, it's critical that we thoughtfully assess the resources available to our public defender and determine whether our current allocation aligns with the board's justice priorities. At this time, if any of our co-authors would like to say a few words, I would welcome that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Recognize now Supervisor Kuehl, who is co-author of this measure.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thanks to you, Supervisor Mitchell. It's a pleasure to co-author one of your first motions, and this is one in which I deeply believe. So thanks for asking me to do so. As we have been talking all morning, this pandemic has taken a direct toll on so many of our county departments and their employees. We see it most among our frontline health professionals and first responders, but there are others who have been deeply impacted in terms of what's being asked of them during this pandemic. And this motion, as you indicated, focuses on those who provide indigent defense for some of the most vulnerable residents in the county at a time when they really, really must rely on it. As we know, public defenders fulfill a constitutionally mandated duty to defend the indigent. It's not optional for them. Even faced with a global pandemic and despite economic hardships that have flowed from the pandemic, they must continue to show up and provide this defense. And that's why I very strongly support the examination that's called for in this motion, the 90-day report back, but also in 60 days giving us a status update on how it's going. We really need to see how this is impacting the ways in which the public defender goes about their work. So thank you again for asking me to co-author, and I urge an aye vote among all my colleagues. Thank you.
Are there any other supervisors that would like to make a comment on this?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I would like to, Supervisor Hahn. Yeah, thank you. And I just want to really thank Supervisor Mitchell for this motion. Thank you. And Supervisor Solis for this. We do know that our public defenders have been so overworked, and like this pandemic, it's made a tough situation even worse. And my office has gotten emails from our public defenders who love their work, by the way, and they love their clients, but they're so overwhelmed with their caseloads that they're afraid they won't be able to give their clients the defense that they deserve. And as Supervisor Kuehl said, we do have a constitutional responsibility to provide free legal defense for everyone. So we need to make sure that our public defenders do have the resources that they need to be able to do their jobs, particularly during this pandemic. So I do support this motion, and I do look forward to reading the report back. Thank you, Madam Chair.
If there are no other comments from board members, then I would like to bring this item up for us. It's moved by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Kuehl to approve this item. Madam Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 3 is before you. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Kuehl.
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Very good. Congratulations. Now, members, we're going to move on to item number 7, updating the county's eviction moratorium to extend and clarify tenant protections, which was held by Supervisor Kuehl. Supervisor Kuehl, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think what I'd like to do is simply describe this motion a little bit, indicate a small change in one of the directives, Perhaps you would want to speak, and then I know that my colleague Supervisor Barker is proposing a friendly amendment, which I intend to accept, but I think it would help to sort of set this out because there's two parts to this motion that I think are important for people to understand. From the very beginning, as many of you have said about earlier motions today, we recognize that this could be a real tsunami of evictions if the county did not step up and protect our renters in a responsible way. And so we, from the beginning, enacted eviction moratorium so that people could not be evicted for non-payment of rent, and created a system under which they would be able to pay back the rent when they were allowed back at work or able to do so. We also discovered that many cities were enacting measures, but in some cities there were none, and in some cities there were some, but not everything that we had enacted as protections. So we expanded last year so that wherever a city is not protecting their renters as much as our eviction moratorium does, it would apply in those cities as well. Because this is a health crisis. So let me just say that we've heard a lot today about struggling renters and their landlords, but the crisis has not subsided. Studies have indicated that hundreds of thousands of households in the county are at risk of eviction because of their inability to pay rent caused by lost or reduced income during the pandemic. Despite the hardship, most renters have actually continued to pay some of their rent or even all of it. But we have all agreed in the past, and I hope we agree again today, no one should be threatened with eviction or made homeless by the pandemic. So it is important for us to extend and strengthen these protections. Tenant organizers, legal services have reported also, and we heard in testimony today more than once or twice, that some unscrupulous property owners have been harassing renters, I think in the hopes of getting them out and re-renting their place through physical intimidation, illegal rent hikes, removal of security gates and lights, and threats of eviction. And that is just unacceptable in this time of our deepening crisis. So the proposed protections in this motion are on two timelines. Some that are effective immediately, which I'll outline quickly, and some that go into effect on February 1st because there is a state law that expires on February 1st, and we need to enact additional protections so that those protections are continued if the state does not act before then. So it's a baseline of minimum protections for all cities in the county, as well as all of our county unincorporated areas. First, the protections that are effective immediately extends the moratorium through the end of February, clarifies that tenants cannot be evicted for non-payment of rent during the county's protected time period from March 2020 through September 2020. That is clarified in this motion. Third, clarifies the kinds of harassment and intimidation against tenants that are prohibited, more of a description so that everybody knows what not to do. Fourth, prohibits eviction for tenants who reasonably deny entry to the landlords during a public health crisis. Some landlords are using that as an excuse when they don't need to go in on an emergency basis. And of course, we don't want any strangers coming into our houses now and have a right to say no. So we're saying you cannot evict a tenant who reasonably refuses entry in a non-emergent situation. And finally, ask County Council to report back on our ability to increase fines for property owners who violate the law. The second set of protections go into effect February 1st. This first set, if this passes today, go in right away. But these following ones would go in February 1st. Protects tenants from eviction if they haven't been able to pay rent during COVID and are unable to pay the entire back owed rent by the end of the 12-month repayment period. They still are protected. Or if they fall behind on their voluntary repayment plans. These are in the state law, which expires February 1st. We're picking it up and putting it in the county law. Secondly, requires landlords to apply the rent that they receive to the current month, unless the tenant agrees that it should be applied in some other way. And third, protects tenants from evictions where an unlawful detainer suit has been filed but not adjudicated, because a lot think they have to move out just because something was filed. That is not the case. I'm really grateful to you, Madam Chair, for co-authoring this motion with me. I'd like to indicate that we have a small change in Directive 1C4, which previously began requiring landlords to apply a rental payment to something besides the person's current rent, which is just the opposite of what we meant. So we are changing the language, which is what it should have been to begin with, in Directive 1C4 that reads, prohibiting landlords from applying a monthly rental payment to any rental debt other than the prospective month's rent, which is what I said in my description as well. They have to apply it to the current rent. I know that my colleague, Supervisor Barger, has a friendly amendment, but
Yes.
I'll turn it back to you, Madam Chair, as my co-author, and let you decide what order.
I'm fine with Supervisor Barger, and then I'll go after her. So Supervisor Barger, you have an amendment?
I will make this short, and thank you, Supervisor Kuehl, and thank you, Supervisor Solis, and I really appreciate, Supervisor Kuehl, you breaking it down the way you did. The amendment is actually with Supervisor Hahn as well. I'm not going to read the preamble because it really does repeat what I think you said and just highlight some of that. And so the amendment, the friendly amendment is, we therefore move that the Board of Supervisors direct the Chief Executive Officer, in coordination with the Director of the Department of Consumer and Business Affairs and other relevant departments, to 1, convene a group of diverse stakeholders made up of tenants and property owners and or their advocates to hold monthly discussions on the provisions of the eviction moratorium until the county's moratorium is lifted. 2, report back to the board on a quarterly basis with a summary of stakeholder feedback and policy options for consideration in conjunction with the evaluation of the county's eviction moratorium. And we further move that the Board of Supervisors direct the Directors of Department of Consumer and Business Affairs and the Los Angeles County Development Authority to report back in 60 days with recommendations on how to enhance coordination of housing programs to maximize support for tenants and landlords impacted by the eviction moratorium. With that, I would ask for your consideration. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And we accept that as a friendly amendment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, and I will be brief. Thank you, Supervisor Kuehl, for inviting me to co-author the motion with you. I think we hear it loud and clear from our residents around the county how important it is to provide and strengthen eviction protections for all of our renters, our tenants, and our landlords, and really working to try to assist them in any and many ways that we can, and being creative about it. Just one factoid, which I think Sheila, Supervisor Kuehl had already raised, was there was a joint study by UCLA and USC stating that only about 7% of households did not pay rent at least once between May and July of this year. So while instances of non-payment remain relatively low, the incidents of harassments are still very common. So I think this is very, very important for us to address. And I, as we spoke earlier, and a motion that I had, also trying to get our departments to work with our households who are struggling to pay rent by exhausting their credit, dipping into savings, and borrowing money. So all of this, I think, goes hand in hand, and I want to applaud you and the stakeholders for working with us and our colleagues, and happy to join you. So if there are any other members that would like to speak on this item?
Madam Chair, I'd like to say something.
Yes, Supervisor Hahn.
Yeah, so I want to start off by giving my full support to this motion, and thank you, Supervisor Kuehl, Supervisor Solis. I definitely believe we need to extend LA County's eviction moratorium through at least the end of next month. As you know, so many families are facing devastating financial hardship. Some are having, even though you cited those statistics, we do know that there's so many that still just can't pay their rent. and the county needs to work with these families and make sure that they stay in their homes. We certainly don't want to add to our homeless count. Because people, through no fault of their own, just this pandemic, have caused them to be unable to pay their rent. That said, my office has been receiving a lot of calls and concerns from mom and pop landlords about this eviction moratorium and how it may impact their own ability to pay their bills. I previously requested the department meet with stakeholders representing these local landlords' interests to ensure that we had a transparent process when topics regarding the moratorium and other renter protections are discussed. So thank you, Supervisor Barger, for introducing this friendly amendment that I am co-authoring, which will request quarterly meetings between these stakeholders and our county departments to just make sure that these mom and pop landlords feel included in the conversations about renter protections. This amending motion also requests better coordination between our rent relief program and the tenants and landlords who have sought protection under this eviction moratorium. Ultimately, we want to make sure no one, renters or landlords, fall through the cracks during this crisis. Our amendment to this important motion will help us achieve that goal and keep everyone housed during their questions. And if Rafael Carbajal is around, I just wanted to know how we're getting the word out about the eviction protections that are currently in place under this moratorium. It seems like there's still a lot of confusion out there. And how can our Department of Consumer and Business Affairs coordinate those tenants and landlords seeking protection under this? So just a couple questions if he's around on how we can do a better job of our communication. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is Rafael online, Carvajal? Yeah. To briefly speak on this? Go ahead. Yeah. See if he's there. Rafael? Hello? He's probably not on. Okay. He's not on at this time. Okay, I don't hear him. Rafael? No? Okay, then let's, I want to recognize Supervisor Holly Mitchell. She wanted to speak on this item.
Thank you very much, Madam Supervisor, and again to you and Supervisor Kuehl for bringing this motion forward. I agree with all that's been said. I want to commend this board for taking bold steps to keep people housed, and we certainly cannot stop now. I agree that we really have to figure out how to create protections and supports to both tenants who are at risk and mom and pop homeowners that are at risk too. I've served in the legislature when we experienced our housing crisis almost a decade ago, and heard and witnessed in my own community the number of people who lost their homes. And in many instances, it's the same population now that are really hanging on by a thread in maintaining their property, and particularly those mom and pop who own those small units that are the most affordable rental units throughout LA County. So thank you for the friendly amendments. I think that we have to continue to move forward and create a sense of balance of how we protect both tenants who are vulnerable, protect them from being taken advantage of, and making sure that mom and pop homeowners also aren't at risk of losing their property, because if they do, we all lose if those properties are taken off the market or taken over by huge conglomerates that increase rents beyond affordability. So thank you for the opportunity, and I look forward to supporting this motion.
Great. And I understand that we have Rafael Carvajal now with Consumer Business Affairs. Welcome.
Yes, good afternoon, and thank you. Apologize for the technical difficulties. So good afternoon, Happy New Year, Supervisor Hunt. Thank you for the questions, Madam Chair and members of the board. As noted, my name is Rafael Carbajal, the new director of the Department of Consumer and Business Affairs. First of all, thank you and the members of this board for your leadership and tenacity, helping people stay housed during these challenging times. And thank you for the questions and the opportunity to be part of this conversation. Today's efforts to update the moratorium and clarify protections is evidence of how complex it can be to navigate. Add overlapping federal and state protections and the stressors of the pandemic, and it's easy to understand how people can get confused. We are using multiple strategies to get the word out about eviction protections. This includes efforts by our Housing and Tenant Protections Division and as part of our Stay Housed LA County Eviction Defense Program. Since the onset of the emergency, our housing and tenant protections teams, with the help of disaster services workers from the Department of the Library and Parks, have managed over 18,000 in-person calls, helping both tenants and landlords navigate the eviction moratorium and understand their rights and responsibilities. Our residents can access a live counselor at 833-223-RENT. That's 833-223-7368. This also includes connecting both landlords and tenants with available resources such as LACTA's rent relief program, our eviction defense program, and our expanded foreclosure prevention program that offers services to both homeowners and small mom and pop landlords. We've consistently updated our DCVA website with the most current information, including FAQs and resources. Since the onset of the pandemic, we've had over 2.4 million unique visitors to our website. As part of our Stay Housed LA County program, we also launched a user-friendly multilingual website, stayhousedla.org, that provides resources and connects residents to resources. Stay Housed LA County hosts virtual Know Your Rights workshops more than once daily, Monday through Friday, to advise tenants countywide of their rights and responsibilities. To date, 162 workshops have been completed, and we're also working with your individual teams to partner and host upcoming workshops. We use targeted ads through digital media platforms, which has garnered approximately 4.6 million digital views, and we leverage media placements, including hyper and local ethnic media convenings through our Office of Immigrant Affairs to get information out to the most vulnerable of our populations. We've also conducted 12 direct stakeholder engagements with landlord representatives to garner feedback and answer any questions they may have. In regards to coordination, DCBA and LACDA have been working very closely since the rollout of the initial COVID relief programs, both on the small business support side and on the housing support efforts to ensure program coordination and alignment. But to your question, the recently approved COVID relief package and funding provides DCBA and LACDA a great opportunity to revisit these programs and identify lessons learned and make necessary adjustments, some of which are being addressed in today's item 2D, enhancing the LA County Rent Relief Program, which Supervisor Hahn and Solis co-authored together. It's an opportunity to identify key touch points to better coordinate and integrate programming with a focus on how to best streamline rent relief dollars and align tenant and landlord's needs to maximize support to both of them. As part of this effort, we will revisit how we conduct outreach as well, in particular to property owners, as the new funding offers additional opportunities to provide direct relief to landlords. We look forward to working with your board and LACDA on these efforts and strengthening our coordination to help ensure tenants have a place to live and landlords don't lose their properties. Before I end, thank you, and again, if I may, residents and landlords looking for clarity and resources can contact us at 833-223-RENT, which is 833-223-7368, or visit both stayhousedlacounty.org or rent.lacounty.gov. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rafael, and congratulations on your appointment. Supervisor Kuehl, do you want to make any closing comment at this point?
I want to thank everyone for their comments. I mean, this has been from the time that we first instituted it last spring, I think one of, among many, the saving graces for people who were really rapidly running out of any resources. I mean, seeing 5,000 people line up for food, on a weekend, we know how hard hit people are. So I'm very grateful to my colleagues for their support of this eviction moratorium and its associated sections before, and look forward to your support today. Thank you so much.
Great. Hearing no other comments, item 7 is before us as revised by Supervisor Kuehl and amended by Supervisor Barger and Hahn. Moved by Supervisor Kuehl, seconded by Supervisor Solis to approve the item. Madam Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 7 as amended is before you.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Kuehl.
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Congratulations. Members will now move on to item number 8, supporting and building a system of alternatives to incarceration, which was held by Supervisor Kuehl. Supervisor Kuehl, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We've concentrated a lot, not just today, but over the course of the last, well, it's almost a year now, I think, on matters related to the pandemic. But it's interesting that at the same time, and even predating the pandemic, we have been seriously reimagining, rethinking, and restructuring our justice system. One of the elemental ways in which we have done this was to bring the original motion for alternatives to incarceration, which was care first, jail last, and have put Judge Armstead at the helm of this with the help of our CEO. And now they have begun to roll out what we probably refer to as low-hanging fruit, though none of it is all that easy. And that's what this motion does, is to incorporate elements of the first report back that are being put into action. It was only 3 months ago that we hired Judge Songhai Armstead, the first ever director of the ATI initiative, and we wanted to ask her and her team to build out the county's community-based system of care as an alternative to jail. Sounds simple, right? But of course, I think we all saw that it would be a monumental task, and someone had to organize first steps, next steps, and etc. So that's why I'm very, very pleased to bring this motion today with the U.S. co-author, Madam Chair. It recognizes that in only 90 days, the ATI initiative group and the community members, many community members who continue to be the driving force for change, took the blueprint of 26 foundational recommendations, which this board adopted, and delivered to this board a plan that we can point to as, people would say, a good start. I would say a really good start. At first glance, it's a pretty straightforward plan to scale up diversion. The ATI initiative's first report called for an expansion of the existing rapid diversion program, as well as the launch of a pre-booking and pre-filing diversion program at the county's top 10 arresting law enforcement divisions, that is by numbers, divisions or stations or departments. So that kind of rapid diversion fulfills our mandate to reduce reliance on incarceration, because it diverts people before they're even booked into custody and before charges are even filed against them. However, this motion is about more than just scaling up diversion, because although those initial efforts really lay the groundwork for the 26 foundational recommendations, the other part of it is moving the work of diversion from just county departments to the community-based organizations who in many cases are best equipped to provide services and to support people in their own communities. But they don't always have the capacity yet to do it, or even the experience. So the ATI initiative will work with a third-party administrator to fulfill its function as a coordinator, as a facilitator, as a regional convener for those who will do the work. But by creating an incubation program for community-based providers, we will be investing in their success and in successful outcomes. This plan also begins a desperately necessary process of extending county contracting opportunities to grassroots and smaller nonprofits who have always done the work but haven't always benefited from county funding. The contracting, we keep saying you have to simplify it, etc. And now we're actually putting literally our money where our mouth is. So the plan set forth in the initiative's first report back is smart, strategic, methodical, and I think chooses the doable and very important first steps. So my deepest appreciation to Judge Armstead and her team. I also want to thank the CEO and her staff, because they have demonstrated a total commitment to this initiative and to the board's justice reform priorities, but mostly to the community, who has worked tirelessly to develop the recommendations, who has worked tirelessly bearing with the county as we were thrown off track a little bit by the COVID pandemic, and helping us to keep the ship going. So this would be a great start. The initial effort gives me great hopes of what's to come. Therefore, I thank you, Madam Chair, for co-authoring this motion and ask my colleagues to help in pushing this incredible work forward with a yes vote. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Kuehl, you really outlined this proposal in such a meticulous way and one that is so comprehensive. And thank you for asking me to co-author. I too want to thank all the stakeholders, all our community advocates for really helping to move this forward, as well as our departments and our CEO in the right direction. And I, again, just want to reiterate how important it is that we continue to underscore care first, jail last. And that is something that came to us by our community and by our residents. So I am very excited about the potential to really start to dig down deep into our communities where we've seen that systematic change has to occur, especially in areas like East Los Angeles, San Gabriel Valley, Northeast LA, and Pomona. So I won't say anything more except that I'm so excited about the opportunity to provide funding and training to our smaller CBOs. For many places in the first district, we don't have the luxury of being able to rely on community-based organizations as other board offices have in the past in other parts of the county. So I think this is a real game changer for us. So again, thank you for the opportunity. And with that, are there any other board members that want to chime in on this? Okay, hearing none at this time. This item is before us, moved by Supervisor Kuehl, seconded by myself. And Madam Executive Officer, will you please call the roll?
Item 8 is before you. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Kuehl.
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Wonderful. We'll now move on to item number 13, mitigating public safety power shutoffs, which was held by Supervisor Barger. Supervisor Barger, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we kick off this first board meeting of the year, we find ourselves still in the middle of a pandemic that has radically disrupted so many lives. And I think Dr. Ferrer and Dr. Galley truly highlighted that we are definitely not out of the woods. Many are without consistent income, have lost jobs, have suffered health impacts, have become isolated, and find themselves struggling to make it through each day. The necessary safer at home public health orders required many to adapt to a new normal. For those lucky enough to remain employed, many have adapted and have begun to work remotely from home. Millions of children are now doing remote learning from their homes and are reliant on the access to the internet to continue their education. However, as so many are adapting and making sacrifices to protect their communities, they face the very real potential of a power shutoff. Southern California Edison, which provides power to significant portions of Los Angeles County, has instituted a public safety power shutoff program to de-energize circuits in areas where weather conditions pose high risk for wildfires. This program attempts to balance Edison's ability to consistently provide power to their customers and to mitigate the very real public safety threats in rural and hillside communities. Over the past few years, we've seen the growing devastation of wildfires in our communities, and it does not appear that this threat is going away anytime soon. They are occurring more frequently and growing in size and devastation. However, Edison's efforts come at a cost to its customers. In less trying times, power shutoffs can be a significant nuisance. During a pandemic, when there are no other options available, they can be devastating. In many of our rural communities, residents rely on water wells, which cannot operate during power shutoffs. These communities also lose access to cellular, internet, and telephone services, leaving them unable to receive emergency updates. These same communities are also subject to extreme weather conditions, and in the most recent shutoffs, which occurred on Thanksgiving Day and just before Christmas Eve, temperatures dipped below freezing. Our communities understand that Edison has to weigh the real concerns about wildfires and safety when deciding to do the power shutoff. But as many are doing the right thing and staying home, They simply cannot have their power turned off without significant mitigation. There needs to be greater empathy from Edison for what its customers and communities are going through, and to implement appropriate mitigation to make the shutoffs as painless as possible. This is not a new issue, and we should have a better solution at hand, which is why I'm calling on county departments to work with the California Public Utilities Commission, the Governor's Office, and the Los Angeles delegation to explore all available options to acquire additional mitigation for the public safety power shutoff program. These mitigations should include fixes to the communications and notification system that can be hard to decipher, as well as ability for customers to reach a live person. Mitigation should also include exploring the distribution of hotel vouchers for displaced residents, potential reimbursement, and the deployment of resources such as generators to mitigate impacts when outages are projected to go on for a few days. However, I will note, and I want this to be a collaborative process, and I want to work with Edison to find solutions. My office will work in coordination with Edison to help identify legislative solutions to assist them in removing any hurdles to deploying needed resources to mitigate impacts. I want to publicly thank Kevin Payne, the Chief Executive Officer of Southern California Edison, for reaching out to provide us more details on their plans and efforts, and look forward to working with him and with his staff to communicate these efforts to our communities. So with that, I would ask for an aye vote on this item. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Barger. I'd like to recognize Supervisor Kuehl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Boy, do I support this. The 5th has been particularly hard hit, but we're running you a close second in the 3rd. With all of the fire danger, we saw what happened with Woolsey, although now all of our districts have experienced some form of this scourge. But this has been very hard on on my constituents in the Santa Monica Mountains. They don't get any notice. They have no backup generators. And then they can't access information, as you indicated, Supervisor Barger, because they can't charge their phones. Food rots, everything is going wrong, and everybody's living at home and working at home and trying to stay safe. So I enthusiastically join you in this motion. I agree a collaborative process is the way it should be, and offer any help that we can offer in the 3rd to support any of it, because the truth is these actions that Edison is taking and not exactly doing the right thing always doesn't recognize the dividing line between the 5th and the 3rd. So we're with you and support the motion, and thank you very much for bringing it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Kuehl. I also want to thank you, Supervisor Barger, for introducing the motion. Power shutoffs in fire and flood-prone areas impacts about 131,889 people in our foothill communities, and 550 transmission lines that come from San Gabriel Mountains that provide power to a larger portion of Los Angeles, including the San Gabriel Valley, which was impacted during some of these shutdowns. Last year, California experienced 3 out of 4 of the largest fires in our state's history, and we have to acknowledge that climate change is at the heart of the devastation. And I want to take this opportunity to remind all our community members, especially now, who live near wildland areas, to be prepared for the upcoming rainstorm season. Blackouts, unhealthy air quality, high temperatures, and the pandemic impose real hardships on our local residents, and especially disadvantaged communities. And I don't have to reiterate, but I know that many of my constituents, especially the elderly, were caught off guard. So when their electricity went off, that meant that they didn't have air conditioning heat. That meant that their refrigeration, their medicines were also impacted, and in so many ways, and especially during the holiday season, which no one wants to go through. So I wholeheartedly support the effort to look at alternative accommodations in terms of transportation, hotel vouchers, reasonable accommodation for pets, automatic triggers for reimbursements to impacted customers through reducing their monthly billings and using a multilingual process for customers to submit their claims, especially in hard-pressed areas. So I, too, support this measure and would ask if there's any other members that would like to speak on this item. And hearing none, then
what?
No other comments. Item 13 is before us, moved by Supervisor Bargers, seconded by Supervisor Kuehl to approve the item. Madam Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 13 is before you. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Kuehl.
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Very good. Okay, members, we're getting there. We'll now move on to item number 15, promoting faith community involvement in the countywide movement to prevent and combat homelessness. This item was held by my office, and I thank Supervisor Holly Mitchell for co-authoring the motion alongside with me. You know, the health crisis, as you know, has forced us to realize the limitations of our systems to swiftly and efficiently deliver life-saving services to our most vulnerable residents. And thanks to the innovative efforts such as Project Room Key, in which we partnered with the state, we were able to lease thousands of rooms to bring vulnerable individuals indoors and protect people experiencing homelessness and from contracting COVID-19. But we still have fallen short, and there are tens of thousands of people who still remain unsheltered. The COVID crisis, as you know, made conducting the 2021 homeless count unsafe. But last January, we counted more than 66,000 people experiencing homeless right here in our own LA County. The county's homeless crisis was to us before the pandemic and will possibly even grow further if we don't make these big changes. That's why I'm urging the board to support this motion, to finally make a concerted effort to recognize, value, and integrate the important work of our faith-based organizations, especially in the area of homelessness. The motion would direct the CEO to procure a consultant for a period of at least 6 months to conduct a comprehensive countywide survey of faith-based organizations to access and understand how FBOs already provide support and services to many of our people experiencing homelessness and poverty. The survey will help us understand who is being served and who is availing themselves of services offered by these faith-based institutions, and also look at how we can try to provide a coordinated entry system. This information will illustrate the resources that faith-based organizations have at their disposal, such as land, a strong volunteer base, and also the costs they incur and the challenges they face to scale up their services. The goals are familiar. 1, to build capacity. 2, align and streamline service delivery so that individuals access all the services that they're entitled to. 3, improve communication across our systems. And 4, identify and eliminate barriers to growing these life-saving programs. Finally, we will explore the possibility of establishing a county faith commission on homelessness to establish this information and fully integrate our faith-based organizations into the work that will need to be done for years to come. We know that there are faith-based organizations offering emergency shelter, serving meals, providing basic needs such as clothing, shoes, and hygiene. And in my district, and I know many of you have also faced this as well, there are many of our faith-based groups that serve meals to individuals and many that are homeless and living on the streets, whether in our parks or even in our riverbeds. And there are such groups that I know exist personally in Boyle Heights, and I want to point out Dolores Mission that provides a safe haven and shelter for anyone who knocks on their door. These are faith-based organizations that play a critical role in delivering services to many of our people who are homeless and without shelter. So, moreover, we'll continue to roll out, I know, our COVID-19 vaccine to our most vulnerable populations, and we know and we need to include our faith-based organizations to be our critical partners in these and other similar events. They're trusted by their congregants, and they are also serve to help those individuals in need and know them, and they're trusted. So no government will solve homelessness alone. I truly believe that partnership with faith-based communities is the way to go. And I'm delighted that we have this motion before you, and I will ask for your support. And I will now recognize Supervisor Holly Mitchell, who joined me as my co-author.
Supervisor Solis, thank you so much for taking the lead and for inviting me to co-author. I think all of us are clear that the fact of the matter is that all of our churches and temples, mosques, synagogues, and other faith-based organizations have always stepped up to the plate. Scripture states, it's the responsibility of believers to provide for the least among us, the least of these. And that certainly is what these organizations have always done. In good times and bad, they have taken the lead in many instances around establishing foster family agencies, providing child care services, food pantries. Many operate very sophisticated community development corporations that have built housing. And in times of crisis like this, they have certainly stepped up for our unhoused family, friends, and neighbors to fill the gap around providing safe places to shower and food drives and provide safe shelter. So I think it is fine time that government, particularly the safety net level of government, recognize their efforts and figure out ways in which we can collaborate and leverage their past history and existing relationships to do more on behalf of the least of these. I'm proud to be able to be in this position to co-author this with you, Supervisor Solis, and look forward to the outcome of combining our efforts to see what collectively we really can do on behalf of county residents who need our support. I'm proud to cast a supporting vote today. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I'll recognize Supervisor Barker.
Thank you. And I also want to thank Supervisor Solis and Supervisor Mitchell for bringing this motion forward today. For decades, our faith-based partners have played an integral role in providing services to the most in need. And one only has to look at DCFS and see the role that All Saints and Pasadena have played in supporting our foster youth and supporting the entire communities it relates to those children that by no fault of their own are in our system. And in fact, long before the establishment of our coordinated entry system and the county's formalized approach to combating homelessness, churches and faith-based organizations were stepping up to provide safe harbor and assistance for individuals and families experiencing homeless. We heard from a representative Lake Avenue Church today in Pasadena, and I also think of Union Rescue Mission. Andy Bales and his staff have been providing invaluable support to people experiencing homelessness in the Skid Row area and other parts of the county. Union Rescue Mission and Hope Gardens in my district are resources that have truly saved lives. Hope Gardens removes women and children from Skid Row and offers them job training and school and support in order for them to get back on their feet. But they rely on private fundraising efforts to sustain their efforts and do not receive public dollars despite their critical role and the role that they play in combating homelessness. In recent years, despite an unprecedented investment in supportive services and homeless housing throughout the county, faith-based groups have largely been left out of county-led efforts. I absolutely agree that it's time to bring these partners into the fold from a structural and a funding perspective. I commend our faith-based groups and their steadfast commitment to serving the most vulnerable. And I think it is time for the county to recognize the importance of churches, synagogues, and faith-based partners in this work. I want to ensure that as the surveying efforts begin, we are careful to include congregation partners from all parts of the county. Representing the need of faith-based organizations in different geographic regions of the county is critical as we mount these efforts for better inclusion. I also want to highlight that there's a real need in this moment to rebuild trust and partnership with faith-based organizations that have fallen on especially hard times due to COVID-19. As we approach our faith-based partners with these efforts, we must be sensitive to the fact that many churches have been severely impacted in these times where people cannot gather to worship. We cannot ask our faith-based partners to step up and do more if we are not actively seeking ways to support them during these trying times. I would like to work with the CEO's office and the consultant and that we procure through this motion to ensure that we approach our outreach efforts and that there is a layer of sensitivity. Finally, I want to thank each and every one of our churches and faith-based groups for their unwavering commitment to serve the most in need, even throughout this public health crisis. I am truly proud to support this motion today, and I thank you, Supervisor Solis and Supervisor Mitchell. I look forward to finding ways to better incorporate and support our faith-based partners into our broader efforts to combat homelessness. So with that, I will support this motion. Thank you.
Is there any other?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to speak.
Yes, go ahead.
Well, Madam Chair, thank you. And I really want to thank you and Supervisor Mitchell for bringing this motion forward. It's just so perfect for such a time as this. And I agree that it's essential that the county reach out to our faith-based organizations to see how we can join together to address this homeless crisis. And as been said, many of these organizations and churches have already been feeding, clothing, housing our homeless without any government support or involvement. It is their strong-held belief and devotion that drives them to make this difference. 2 years ago, I hosted a homeless summit at St. Margaret Mary's Church in Lomita with the churches and the faith-based organizations in my district to see how my office could connect and support the great work that they are doing. And as a result of just that one summit, we were able to create new programs and partnerships, such as a shower program with the Way Out Ministries and Hawaiian Gardens. And you heard from Pastor Lisa this morning during public comment from United Methodist Church in San Pedro, how they're even building affordable housing on a vacant lot, and were one of the first churches to reach out to us because of that summit and ask to have mobile showers show up regularly in their parking lot. We expanded the food bank with the Downey Methodist Church, and we provided more meals to feed with homeless with St. Matthias in Whittier. And it was that coalition, colleagues, that helped me get that San Pedro shelter, if you remember, up and running in 6 weeks, that provided 40 beds. It was because, I had, developed these relationships with these churches who helped me navigate some of the minefields that many of us encounter in neighborhoods where we're trying to do good work. So this is so important. Really want to, again, thank you, Madam Chair, Supervisor Mitchell, for bringing this forward. I look forward to seeing the results of this report and how the county can partner on a grand scale. And again, I'm glad Supervisor Barger brought up our foster care program. It was just a quick outreach to all of our churches saying we were desperate for extra homes and rooms to take in foster kids when we were running out of places, and they stepped up immediately. So they're ready to help. This is great that we're trying to figure out partnerships going forward. I think this will really make a huge difference in a number of the problems that we're facing in LA County. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Seeing that there are no other members that want to speak, I want to thank all of you, and especially my co-author, and as well as our partners in the faith-based community. Especially want to thank Jacqueline DuPont Walker, who sits with us on the Metro Board, who serves on our Economic Resiliency Task Force, and she was really one that brought this whole notion to us. And I want to thank her, and I thank all of our partners out there who have been helping to educate the county as well as some of us in terms of the kinds of work that can really go a long way in providing respect and dignity to the homeless population, whether it's through mobile shower programs, or even mobile laundry programs, or providing a good meal and clothing to people and giving them that hope that they need. I want to thank all of them. So hearing that there are no other comments on item 15, which is before us, I so move, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell, to approve the item, and I'd ask the executive officer to please call the roll.
Item 15 is before you. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Kuehl.
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, very good. All right. Now we're going to turn now to item number 59B, which is known as the Hero Pay Frontline, I'm sorry, I skipped an item here. Item 50, getting ahead of myself. This is item 50, California Boating Safety and Enforcement Financial Aid Program Amendment Resolution, which was held by Supervisor Hahn. Supervisor Hahn, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So this seems to be kind of a simple thing that we're doing. We're receiving this $2.1 million grant from the state. And every year since 1995, the LA County Fire District has received the entire $2.1 million for their lifeguard services. This boating safety and enforcement grant has been a stable source of revenue for our lifeguards for more than 20 years. The Sheriff's Department and the Fire Department have always applied for the grant together, and the money has always gone toward our lifeguards, who play such an important role keeping our beaches safe and accessible. But this year, the Sheriff's Department decided they were no longer going to collaborate, and they insisted on taking half of the funds away from our lifeguards. And just to remind the board that we voted 5-0 to continue giving the funds to our fire district, but then it got a little complicated, and our Sheriff's Department refused to hand over the data that the state needed to process the grant. So in the effort of collaboration, the fire department agreed to share the money. So this means that they're going to be, losing, $2.1 million that they've been used to and have really come to depend on. And so the Sheriff's Department, which has a total budget of $3.4 billion, this $1 million that they're going to get as a split of this is really a tiny drop in the bucket. And they said themselves it really won't help them expand their services. But for our lifeguards, with a total budget of only $59 million, the loss of $1 million, or the loss of $2 million has been a consistent source of revenue, will be devastating. So one of the things I wanted to do today is accept this grant, this $2.1 million grant, knowing that it's going to be split. But then I'm going to read in this amendment that asks the CEO to report back in 60 days with alternate funding options for the Consolidated Fire Protection District of LA County to make up for this loss in revenue from this California Boating Safety and Enforcement Financial Aid Program. And I really believe our lifeguards need this. It's important. And I would appreciate the support. We're accepting the grant. We're accepting the fact that it's going to be split. But I think it's important that our CEO finds another $1 million to supplement what the lifeguards have come to depend on. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Comments from our board members? Okay, hearing none. And item 50, as amended, is before us, moved by Supervisor Hahn, seconded by Hugh to approve the item. Madam Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 50 as amended is before you. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
When am I going to read it?
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Kill.
Aye.
Supervisor Kill, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger. Supervisor Barger?
Aye, sorry. Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Great. Okay, now members, we'll now move on to item 59B, hero pay for the frontline grocery and drug retail employees in Los Angeles County, which I held. And Supervisor Mitchell is my co-author. So I'd like to start by just saying that the global health pandemic has made very clear the importance of industries as deemed essential. When I think of essential, many of our industries that come to mind include the grocery and drug pharmacy employees. Notably, these frontline workers have reported to work from the very beginning of the pandemic. They dealt with the rush of customers panicking at the beginning of the crisis, stocking up on food and supplies and cleaning. And if you recall, this was before the use of masks was even made available to us. Grocery and pharmacy workers have served their communities despite the ongoing danger of being exposed to COVID-19, and because of them, families have been able to access the food and medicine they need during the pandemic. The pandemic, as you know, is far from over, and the health threats these workers face every single day are real, as they were at the beginning of the pandemic. Grocery retailers, some of you may know, have experienced an increase with over 500 businesses under investigation by the county alone. Grocery and drug retailers have also experienced a surge in demand during the pandemic, with the Brookings Institute study showing a 40% increase in profit in 2020. Several grocery corporations offered $2 to $4 hourly raises to employees at the outset of the pandemic. However, the increase, known as hero pay, lapsed in May while profits and cases have surged. These major publicly traded and national chains celebrated their workforce as first responders at the onset of the pandemic. And just yesterday, unfortunately, we learned that several large national retailers in Southern California decided to fire essential workers and replace in-house drivers with lower paid independent contractors to maximize profit during the height of the pandemic. The public health crisis and economic unraveling have widened the already deep divide between low-wage and frontline workers and their employers. For me, it's imperative that the county act with urgency to support these workers and make sure that they are justly compensated for the unprecedented risks that they encounter each and every day on the job. That's why I introduced this motion to require grocery and drug retail stores who are publicly traded or have 300 or more employees nationwide and more than 10 employees per store site to provide all employees with hero pay. This would be an additional $5 per hour in wages to sunset in 120 days. Across the great state of California, cities have introduced similar urgency ordinances, such as the hero pay, including here in the city of Los Angeles, Long Beach, and San Francisco. The county remains, as you know, committed to do more for our low-wage frontline grocery and drug retail workers. And I look forward to the implementation of the ordinance, which will provide relief to roughly over 2,000 frontline workers in unincorporated Los Angeles counties. At this time, I'd like to recognize Supervisor Mitchell as my co-author. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. And I think the title of the motion with regard to heroes pay really acknowledges the ultimate goal. I was taken aback from hearing your opening remarks about, actions taken by employers in this time of crisis, which I think runs counter to all that we know is appropriate in terms of workplace safeties and how we are going to continue to provide a safe work environment and a safe environment for all of us who are relying on the essential workers to help us stay safe. While many of us have the privilege of working from home, frontline workers, grocery and drug retail employees show up for all of us each and every day. And these workers we know are at risk of prolonged exposure to the virus, while we, the consumers, are able to get in and out quickly to reduce our exposure. So we've got to acknowledge the risk and sacrifice these members of our communities are making and compensate them accordingly. The additional compensation sought by this motion will not fix all inequities, I'm clear about that, but will provide some reprieve. So I'm happy to support the motion and urge my colleagues to do the same as we continue to seek new and innovative ways to mitigate the impact that this virus is imposing on our frontline workers and our most vulnerable residents. Thank you for the opportunity, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell. Supervisor Barger.
I have a question. Does this apply only to those earning minimum wage? Because in the motion it says all workers.
In my analysis, this would apply to those individuals that we've outlined. It said that you have 300 or more employees across the country and at least 10 employees, because not everybody is we obviously know minimum wage, but we do know that many of them did receive some form of assistance, $2 to $4, and then it was cut off, I think, back in May, as I said earlier. So regardless, I believe people are struggling. In many ways, At least I found this anecdotally when I go to my market or markets. I usually see a lot of older women, older individuals that are working and may not have other members in the household working, but they're showing up, don't have financial assistance even to provide PPE. And so it is a hardship. And I think that while these corporations are doing well, they should at least during the pandemic provide some semblance of assistance.
Thank you. So if it applies to those beyond minimum wage, to county council, do we have the authority for example, at my market, there are pharmacists that are working. So I'm just trying to understand if we have the ability for those that are making a salary above minimum wage.
Thank you for the question, Supervisor. The board has broad police powers to enact such an ordinance as this under its police powers under the California Constitution in the unincorporated areas of the county. And then under the Emergency Services Act, there's also the potential to have it expanded to the incorporated areas of the county. There is no limitation, at least that I'm aware of.
Okay, well, so Rod, I would point to your fact sheet that you prepared where it says if an employee is paid $20 before the hero pay ordinance, $15 minimum wage plus $5 private agreed to wages, that employees would be entitled to $25, $15, $5. I mean, and then the county may enforce minimum wage and hero pay, but the county is likely not authorized to enforce any private agreed to wages between employer and employee that exceed wage and hero pay. That's why I'm trying to get a clarification, because your fact sheet contradicts that.
So, Supervisor, the board can impose the additional $5 per hour if the employer has voluntarily entered into an agreement to pay additional funds. It's unclear at this point in time whether the county would be able to enforce that the employer continue to pay that additional amount that it has agreed to with its employees to pay.
So we can ask, but we can't mandate.
We can certainly, the county can certainly mandate that an additional $5 per hour be paid under the hero pay.
And this only applies to unincorporated markets, correct?
Correct.
So if there were, let's throw out a food chain. I'll make one up so I don't pick one that's a favorite. But ABC that's got markets throughout the county and has 5 in the unincorporated and then the remainder in incorporated cities. Would it mandate that in order for them to do business with the county, they have to apply it to all their markets?
Supervisor, I will have to take a look at that.
Well, I mean, that's my concern. I mean, I think that well, I understand, and believe me, early on in the pandemic, and then even over the holidays, when I looked and went to the market and saw the number of people, there is no question that these people deserve hero pay. And I know that at one place called Lowe's, I was talking to someone who works there who, in fact, is getting hazard pay. And they're calling it hazard pay because they recognize that each and every day these people are putting themselves in a situation where they could contract the virus. So I'm not in support of this. I just want to make sure that there are not unintended consequences by putting something into play that we may not recognize may have an adverse or an opposite impact on exactly what we want to do. So with that, I'm just going to reserve to better understand the consequences to this item. Thank you, Madam Chair.
That's fine. I would just say that we're looking at, grocery and retail stores who are publicly traded or have 300 or more employees nationwide and more than 10 employees per store site to provide all employees hero pay. And I just want to underscore that in my particular area, the unincorporated areas, we're already food deserts. I hate to say that. And it's really incredible to see that so many of the people that are impacted by COVID are the essential workers working at these stores. and not getting the relief. They're exhausted. They're showing up. Many of them don't have the luxury of having PPE also provided to them by the grocery store. And certainly, as I said, there are other cities that have already gone on this route. Up north, we have San Francisco, we have the city of Los Angeles, and the city of Long Beach. And keep in mind, this is just for 120 days, and there will be an ordinance that will be brought back, so we'll have time to further discuss this and maybe gather up the information that you certainly would like to have. So I don't have any qualms with getting more information, but I do know that these folks are suffering. And I would ask respectfully, unless there are any board members that would like to chime in on this. If not,
Madam Chair, I just want to say, I echo all of your comments. The same sensation I have when I run in and out of my Vons Market. Yeah, you can just see the strain on these workers. You can see it through their shields and their masks. They do feel very vulnerable. And I just will take this opportunity to say how upsetting it is to me when I do go in some of these grocery stores and it's clear that they are not abiding by 35% capacity or whatever the current health order is. I know even my Vons took up the markers on the floor only, a couple of months into this pandemic, and I complained to the manager, and they said, well, corporate Vons wants us to look like we're getting back to normal. So that's the kind of corporate atmosphere many of these frontline workers are working in. And so I'm really happy to support a report back on this, but I didn't want to miss the opportunity to say that many of these stores are creating hazardous environments, certainly for customers as well as for their workers who, as one of you said, we run, I think it was Holly, we run in and out. They're there for 8 hours. So thank you for this, and I look forward to seeing the information that we get back.
Thank you. Those are good questions. And I mean, you and I, we're all reading the same news, and we see recently the Costco, Trader Joe's, even stores that are in other parts of the county where people are coming in unmasked, and they refuse to provide protection against the people that are working there. And it's really horrific because they are showing up every day. And some of the highest rates of COVID come from those frontline workers that are working in our grocery stores. So I would hope that we could honor them in this manner. I know Supervisor Mitchell, you had a question.
I did, and thank you, Supervisor Solis, and thank you for acknowledging the situations we've seen a lot recently. Made national news, Newsweek yesterday, about a group of unmasked people who stormed a mall, and we were recognizing that they're putting the people who work there at risk in an effort to make their own political statement and how tragic that truly is. I just wanted to go back, as I listened to Supervisor Barger's question, my initial thought was if you were trying to determine if this would benefit hourly workers versus salaried. And so I guess that's an additional question I would add, just as we really try to get down to those who are truly frontline at risk, versus perhaps those in management who are salaried employees who may not come in contact with the general public as frequent as those who are truly frontline. So it was initially a question for Supervisor Barger, but I think maybe it's for council to just provide that clarity as well in terms of who we really are focusing this motion to benefit.
Chair, I do have a clarification question.
Yes, go ahead, Supervisor Kill.
Well, when council was talking, I think it's going to be important in the report back to understand or to help our employers understand that they can't just back out $5 if they're paying over the minimum wage and then add in $5 for hazard pay so that people end up earning the same amount. Mm-hmm. And I think that's going to be an important consideration because I can just see somebody cheating, like that. I'm assuming that when people take a job, it's considered a contract for the money that they're paid. But I think it'd be good for us to understand that.
Mm-hmm. That's a good point.
Can you repeat that? So you're saying that if someone is making like $20 an hour, and minimum wage is 15, they can't back out the 5 and then pay them 20? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm hoping that when we talk about hazard or hero pay, we're talking about more pay because of the of the problem. And when Rod said it wasn't clear that we could impact the money that they voluntarily are being paid over and above minimum wage, I wondered whether we could have a clarification about that, because I think that when I go to work somewhere, it's a contract of some kind, right, that they're paying me a certain amount for that job, and they can't back it out and then fill it in again and call it hero pay.
So Madam Chair, can I ask that question then? Suppose, Kuehl, to your point, where a place like Lowe's is currently paying hazard pay, if there is a market that's also paying hazard pay, and by the way, come up and shop at my markets, because my Trader Joe's will not let you in without a mask and makes you wait in line. And my Bonds has a person there counting as you come in, which is why I go early and go often. But I guess my question is that if they already have a hazard pay, is this going to be in addition to that, or is this going to be hero hazard? It's recognizing the work they're doing above and beyond what would be normal without the pandemic.
Well, I think that County Council is going to have to help us clarify. And the whole essence of this is that we're in the pandemic, and there is a time limit on it. So, I think we can look at what other municipalities have done and go from there. So certainly we want that included in the report back and the information that we obtained from County Council.
Absolutely, Supervisors. We will definitely include that as part of our report back and as part of the proposed ordinance.
Madam Chair, is this report back or drafting an ordinance? I thought it was drafting an ordinance.
Drafting an ordinance, but I know there'll be time for us to look at it as County Council does. They share all of this information with our offices and with our deputies and our chiefs of staff. So, we want to be transparent on all of this, obviously. And it is a timely issue because we're in the pandemic. As you and I know, the board knows, Washington didn't do the right thing for many of the people that we know are suffering right now. They didn't get the 2,000, they got maybe the 600, and not all of these people will maybe even qualify in some cases. And we're really talking about a smaller population. It's unincorporated, and we can look at it from that perspective. So I appreciate your comments, appreciate your support, and would ask for your aye vote on this matter. If there are no other comments, then I'd like to move this item, and second by Supervisor Mitchell, to approve this item. Madam Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 59B is before you. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Kuehl.
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Abstain.
Supervisor Barger abstains. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 4-0 with 1 abstention.
Great, thank you. Okay, now members, we're going on to public hearing item 68, hearing on project number 2019-004157 for the establishment and maintenance of recreational vehicle sales in unincorporated community of Castaic. Are there any supervisors that would like to make any remarks?
Item.
None? Okay. All right. Then it would be appropriate to close the public hearing and to vote on this item. So item 68 is before us, moved by Supervisor Barger, seconded by Supervisor Hahn to approve the item. Madam Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 68 is before you. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Kuehl.
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn. Supervisor Hahn. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 4-0.
Okay, very good. All right. So now moving on to special items number 60. At this time, it would be appropriate to hear from supervisors on items not on the posted agenda to be presented or referred to staff or placed on a future agenda. Are there any items from members? No, I have not been told we do, so we do not have any specials today. So members, now let's turn to adjournments. At this time, it would be appropriate to hear adjournments, and let us begin with Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, Madam Chair. You know, it's interesting as elected representatives when we have the opportunity to honor constituents who've, you know, provided stellar service to our community, but I think it's doubly impactful and powerful when those people are also people that we know that have been friends in our own lives. And for the first adjourning memory, for me, that person fits that category in the person of Bernard Bernie Rollins. He's been referred to as a multifaceted influencer who was consistently cutting edge with his social political journalism, bold motion picture television writing, and striking illustrations representing the Black Angelino community for over half a century. Mr. Rollins is not a native Angelino. He's actually born in Bed-Stuy in New York, in Brooklyn, in 1933, and unfortunately passed away in the district I represent December 21st of 2020 at the age of 87. He studied civil engineering at City College of New York before marrying and relocating to LA in 1959 for a career for what he thought would be in the aerospace industry. But his art and design talents were recognized, and he was afforded the opportunity by John Daniels to really transition from his day job to follow his passion and heart around arts and culture, and for that to be his full-time profession. His conceptualized design for a brand new then music venue that my parents frequented, trust me, in the Crenshaw district called Mavericks Flat, is what brought Bernie's, I think, artwork to the forefront from all of us as Angelinos. His design and artistic contributions to the venue helped his artwork gain notoriety throughout Southern California. He relocated to Vietnam to design airfields and bridges, and while there, he met who would soon become his second wife, and through kind of the indoctrination into the culture in Saigon through his marriage, he then expanded really his vision and commitment to art. I've had the pleasure of seeing a beautiful original oil piece he painted in Saigon in 1968 of a Vietnamese man begging. It's a powerful, powerful piece. All these years later, it hangs in his current home. And ironically, while in Vietnam, he was recruited by Regina Jones and her husband, who were starting in itself a cutting-edge magazine called Soul Illustrated in 1968. And while living and working in Saigon, he became the art director for this publication that was really cutting edge in terms of combining art into this perception of, you know, the Black experience in the late 60s, early 70s. They talked about cutting edge issues around the participation of Blacks in the entertainment industry, an issue that we still really struggle with. There's a famous layout that Bernie did on an article talking about the Black cop and the experience of the African American community in Los Angeles with law enforcement, an issue we still confront each and every day. In the 1970s, Bernie turned his attention to screenwriting and became a co-writer for the influential television series Black Omnibus that starred James Earl Jones and celebrated the cultural impact of Black Americans both nationally and internationally. His contributions to the entertainment field continued with the operations of his film company, Chocolate Chip Productions, in the 70s and 80s. I came to know Bernie in the early 90s when he met and married my dear friend and former colleague Fran Jamont. And together since 93, they owned and operated Jamont Rollins Group, a consulting firm for major philanthropic foundations for 70 years. And they've supported Liberty Hill Foundation and the Conrad Hilton Foundation and many, many CBOs throughout LA. It was in this space that he was able to incorporate his unique talent for incorporating visual art into the constant struggle for social justice. He will be remembered for his significant cultural contributions to the Black film genre of the 1970s and the iconic Soul Illustrated magazine as an influential social activist and a talented artist. Mr. Rollins is survived by his wife Fran, daughter Leslie, son Brent, two, I don't want to say stepchildren, children in love, Michael and Bernard, two brothers, Clyde and Samuel, 6 grandchildren, Charles, Eric, Jordan, Malcolm, Paulina, and Tracy. In addition to many extended family, friends, mentees, who I will consider myself one, all of us will miss him dearly. Again, Bernard, Bernie Rollins, I ask that we adjourn in his memory.
Yes, Supervisor, yes, go ahead, Supervisor.
I just wanted to join you, Holly. I knew, obviously, I met Bernie through Fran Jamont when we were both on the Liberty Hill board, and I tell you, every time things got serious, Bernie would lighten it up. He was just an amazing man. So I wonder if I may join you in this. Thank you.
And thank you. I appreciate that very much. Next, if I may, Madam Chair, would like to ask that we adjourn in the memory of Hayward M. McNeil. Mr. McNeil was born in 1934 in Rex, North Carolina, and passed away this past December in the community I represent of Ladera Heights at the age of 86. He was a former 2nd District appointed commissioner on the LA County Mental Health Commission, serving 2 members of the Board of Supervisors over a period of 16 years. After graduating from Oak Ridge High School in 1950, he relocated to Washington, D.C. to focus on a career as a nurse. While serving as a licensed practical nurse and charge attendant at Crownsville State Hospital in Maryland, Mr. McNeil met and married Rosa Coleman in 1956. Later that year, he enlisted into military services and was assigned to Valley Forge Army Hospital in Texas. Mr. McNeil was released from active duty in 58 and later honorably discharged from military service in 62. He relocated to Boston in the late 50s to attend Boston University and eventually received his bachelor's degree in health education while continuing to work as a licensed vocational nurse. He then came to the San Fernando Valley in 62 and accepted a position at Sepulveda Veterans Affairs Hospital as a hospital recreation coordinator. He received his master's degree in public health from UCLA while completing his residency at LA County USC Medical Center in hospital administration. In 69, he transitioned to the executive director position at Morningside Hospital and retired from the healthcare field in 95. Even during his retirement, Mr. McNeil served on various boards and committees advocating for mental health services, county budget accountability, social justice, and addressing the challenging issues of mental health stigma. He'll be remembered for his lifelong legacy of health and mental health advocacy, his love of the outdoors, and his passion for travel. He is survived by his 2 sons, David and Hayward, 3 grandchildren, Cole and Jordan, extended family, friends, and colleagues. I want to again extend my personal condolences to his son David, who I've known for years, and grandson Cole. Again, Hayward McNeil. And third, if I may, Madam Chair, I ask that we adjourn in memory of John Otteridge. Mr. Otteridge was born on March 12, 1933 in Greensville, North Carolina, and passed December 23rd at the age of 87. He was born into an eclectic and artistic family and was introduced to assemblage at a young age by his father, an avid salvager. After attending an agricultural and technical college in Greensboro, where he studied engineering. Mr. Otteridge enlisted in the Army and served overseas in Germany during the Korean War, where he adopted a role as a military artist and painted several American murals in German high schools and officers' clubs. After his discharge, he enrolled in the American Academy of the Arts in Chicago while working as a bus operator. He came to Los Angeles in 1963 and focused his career on arts administration, education, and activism. He became the founding director of the Communicative Arts Academy in Compton and served in that position until 1975 when he transitioned to assume the director's position at the Watts Tower Arts Center, where he served until his retirement in 1992 to focus on his own art. He'll be remembered as a central figure in the Black assemblage arts movement and a talented artist. Mr. Otteridge is survived by his extended family, friends, and colleagues, not to mention the art that we will all be able to admire and think of him as we see it throughout the Compton and Watts community. He will be dearly missed. Madam Chair, thank you.
Moving on now to Supervisor Kuehl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize. There were a great many deaths in the third over the holidays, and I have a number of adjournments. I'll make them brief, however. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Sue Bartlett, who died on December 1st, very involved in our Sun Valley community, including 30 years with the Sun Valley Graffiti Busters. She was on the Sun Valley Neighborhood Council and the Sun Valley Chamber of Commerce, a great supporter of our LAPD Foothill Station, and will be missed by her entire neighborhood, Sue Bartlett. And I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Beatrice Breslaw, who was an accomplished enamelist and bead designer, whose work was exhibited in art shows and sold in galleries all across Southern California. She was also the recipient of a Volunteer Service Award from the City of Los Angeles, an award from Physicians for Social Responsibility for her role as historian and delegate, and also served on the board of directors of the Leo Beck Temple. She's survived by her children, Susan, Charles, and Karen, and her two stepchildren, Amy Louise and Iris, as well as her companion of more than 25 years, Sheldon Jaman. And I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Pete Cassidy, former coach who died on December 18th. For 25 years, he was the men's basketball coach at Cal State Northridge and was considered a San Fernando Valley coaching icon. He began coaching at Sherman Oaks, Notre Dame, before returning to Northridge as an assistant coach to Jerry Ball, became head coach in '71, and helped build the Matadors into a competitive NCAA Division II team. Cassidy was inducted into the Cal State Northridge Athletic Hall of Fame in 2004. In recent years, he sponsored a scholarship given to a senior scholar athlete in association with the San Fernando Valley chapter of the National Football Foundation and the College Hall of Fame. He's survived by his wife, Sandy, his sons, Kevin and Michael, and his daughter, Erin. And I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Craig Cunningham, a lifelong Angelino, who got his MA from Cal State University at Northridge in 1960, his PhD from UCLA in '76. His dissertation was a history of Venice, California, still considered one of the most complete and readable. He spent almost all of his professional career at UCLA, where I was privileged to work with him, alongside him, in the Campus Programs and Activities Office during the late 60s and early 70s. And then again, after I came back from law school, he was Associate Dean of Students and a trusted advisor and mentor to thousands and thousands and thousands of students. He's survived by his wife, Deidre, and his brother, Paul. And I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Jed Dannenbaum. He was Professor Emeritus of the Practice of Cinematic Arts at USC and co-author of the book Creative Filmmaking from the Inside Out. Had dozens of nonfiction writing, producing, and directing credits for HBO, Showtime, and PBS. as well as projects for the National Science Foundation and in the fields of medical and legal education. He's survived by his wife, Doe Mayer. And I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Sharon Gallagher, who began her first career as a clinical social worker in 1971 and accepted a position with the Veterans Administration at the Brentwood Veterans Hospital, where she remained employed for the next 12 years and began treating private patients part-time in 1974. She went to Loyola Law School at night in 1979 and was on the Loyola Law School's Dean's List consistently, a member of the St. Thomas More Law Society, and received American Jurisprudence Awards in Evidence and in Family Law. She was admitted to the California State Bar in 1983 and began her very successful second career as an attorney. She practiced criminal defense for our LA County Public Defender's Office from 1984 to 88, where she rose to the rank of attorney three. She practiced for a civil law firm for a short time and then began her own private practice, which she eventually devoted primarily to representing children and parents in dependency court proceedings. She ultimately brought her many unique abilities and accomplishments to the LA County Counsel's Office in 1999, where she rose to the rank of Senior Deputy County Counsel before retiring in 2010. She's survived by her husband, Gary Bach. And I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Paul Heller, independent film producer, whose debut as a producer was with the movie David and Lisa, which received 2 Oscar nominations and many awards. He produced more than 30 features, including Enter the Dragon, the martial arts film starring Bruce Lee, and Secret Ceremony starring Mia Farrow and Elizabeth Taylor. He also created audiovisual and multimedia exhibits for the Skirball Cultural Center in Los Angeles. He's survived by his wife, Kathy, their son, Charles, and a son from a previous marriage, Michael. And I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Joseph Cantor, a businessman and philanthropist. During World War II, he was in the 102nd Infantry and one of the men who landed on Omaha Beach. He fought through France, Holland, and Germany, and after his return, formed a company to build veterans housing and became one of the largest apartment builders and new town developers in the United States. He later entered the banking business as the owner of the National Bank of Florida and ran Guarantee Savings and Loan financial operations throughout California. He also started a movie production company. Among other films, he produced Academy Award nominated Ironwood, starring Jack Nicholson and Meryl Streep. In 2020, his family arranged for 20,000 acres of his holdings in the Florida Everglades to be sold to the state of Florida to ensure preservation for future generations. As a philanthropist, he was a longtime advocate of efforts to improve public health, and in 1964 established the Joseph H. Cantor Family Foundation, which has supported educational institutions, physical fitness initiatives, health outcomes research, and other charitable endeavors. He's survived by his wife of more than 67 years, Nancy, his children Harry, Hillary, Mary, and John, and his sister Shirley. And I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Lester Korn, the Honorable Lester Korn, who died on December 3rd. He began his business career in 1961 as a management consultant for KPMG, which was then Pete Marwick Mitchell and Company. He was a partner from 66 to 69, and when he and his dear friend Richard Ferry moved on to start Korn Ferry International, which eventually became the #1 executive recruitment firm in the world. From 1987 through 1988, Ambassador Korn was asked by then President Ronald Reagan to serve as the ambassador to the United Nations as the United States representative to the Economic and Social Council of the United Nations. During his lifetime and through to the present, he proudly served on many boards of directors, including the UCLA Anderson School of Management, the Music Center, the Council of American Ambassadors. Ambassador Korn was the recipient of UCLA's Alumni Professional Achievement Award of Excellence in 1984, and in May 1990 received the UCLA International Student Center's Neil Jacoby International Award. He's survived by his daughter, Jody. And I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Dr. Michael Miller, who founded the Miller Animal Hospital in West Hollywood and was devoted to his veterinary practice. He volunteered many, many hours in downtown LA, spaying, neutering, and vaccinating animals whose owners could not afford those services. Really fine and wonderful man. He's survived by his children, Julie, Carol, and David. And I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Ray Ruth Moss, an outgoing, kind, gregarious person with a great sense of humor and a passion for social issues. She assumed leadership roles as the National Vice President of the Anti-Defamation League. She was a member of the Board of Directors of the Bennis Family Clinic and the Dance Gallery, President of the UCLA Medical Center Auxiliary, and a volunteer coordinator at the UCLA Neuropsychiatric Institute. With her husband, George, she established the Anti-Defamation League's Daniel Pearl Award and supported medical research projects, including those at the UCLA Jules Stein Eye Institute. She's survived by her husband, George, her sons, Stephen and Richard, and her daughter, Karen. And I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Frank Sirocco. In the summer of 1964, he was involved with the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, which we know as SNCC, and began registering voters in Alabama, a very brave thing to do at the time. Later in his life, he and his brother opened the Fiasco Restaurant in Marina del Rey, where he met many lifelong friends, including his wife. And he is survived by his wife, Sandy Toshiyuki. Two more. Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Dawn Wells, one of my favorite actresses, a Reno native who gained notoriety playing Mary Ann on the TV series Gilligan's Island, where she had the great pleasure of working with one of my former colleagues, Bob Denver. During that CBS sitcom's run between 64 and 67. She also appeared in 77 Sunset Strip, Maverick, Bonanza, Joey Bishop Show, Hawaiian Eye. Throughout her career, she appeared in more than 150 TV series, 7 movies, and more than 60 theatrical productions. For her work on behalf of the Elephant Sanctuary, the nation's largest natural habitat refuge for Asian and African elephants, she received the Elephant Sanctuary Trumpeting Award. She will be missed, and she's survived by her stepsister, Wesley Wells. And finally...
some of us joined that. I know I do. I was a big fan.
Okay, great. Absolutely. Love
Anyone else? Okay.
Yes, I was a big fan too. 3-hour cruise.
All board members then.
if you like, I think it was really fun. You know, it's she was iconic, and it's a very interesting thing to think about people aging. I kind of feel the same way. My last adjournment is a very sad one personally for me, a friend, Steve Afriat, and I know that Catherine wants to talk about him as well.
Yeah, I would like to too.
Okay, well, I'll go first. I mean, there's a lot to say about Steve. He was the first openly gay chief of staff at LA City Hall. I don't think everybody knows, but he was Zev's chief of staff when Zev was on the city council in the early 1980s. He was instrumental in securing early funds for AIDS services when it was really hard and nobody else really kind of wanted to go to bat during that pandemic. For years, he served as a political guru and really trusted friend for numerous elected officials and candidates and activists. He, of course, was our chair of our Civil Service Commission, one of our appointees in the third, always there when you needed him to pull a rabbit out of a hat, to work for the gay and lesbian community, and a gentleman, kind of a throwback, an old-fashioned courtly man, always kind, always caring, always considerate, very, very smart, and just one of those people that you think, what a gift to humanity. I love Steve Afriat. He's survived by his husband, Curtis Sanchez. They've been together for over 30 years. And now I'll turn it over to you, Supervisor Barger, and then anybody else wants to talk about Steve.
Thank you, Supervisor Kuehl. Steve is someone who, throughout my career, I consider a friend, and someone who taught me so much when he was on the Business License Commission. He became a voice of reason and would advise me regarding some of the things taking place and really help me navigate how issues impacted the business community. Kind is an understatement, and to say that I'm in shock over this loss would be putting it mildly. He is going to be missed, not only by those that he served with on the different commissions, but by the countless lives that he touched through his work, both publicly and privately. And I'm just heartbroken over this, and his family is in my prayers. Thank you.
Supervisor Kuehl, I am saddened. I remember Steve as just one of those delightful people that I'd run into almost every other day that he was here in the building at HOA down at the basement, and he never lost an opportunity to say, "Good morning, Hilda, what's going on? How are you?" And just one of those special people that comes into your life. And I know he was a supporter of mine as well. So I want to thank you and would love to join you on that.
Thank you. Supervisor Hahn, did I hear you?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, thanks. And just briefly, we have given such wonderful tributes to Steve, and everybody who said something has really painted this picture of just this wonderful human being, a gentle soul, and kind, and no matter what side of the issue he was on, he was legendary for bringing people together, never saying an unkind word, even if he was on different sides of the issue with people. That's what made him so influential and so good at persuading people to come over to his side of the issue. He was always so kind to me. He always took my call. I always took his call. And I have known him as long as I've also been in politics since the early 90s. So, rest in peace, dear Steve. You really made this world a better place.
I also want to say he was very brave in being out in the early 80s. I mean, everybody thinks, oh no, everything happened by then, but they forget that I was the first gay person elected to the legislature, and that was in 94. So the world was a little slow, in its approval, and Steve was brave and clear, really understood what the community was going through in terms of the AIDS pandemic, and just was influential in his way of representing, really, in City Hall. So thank you all for your words for Steve, and Madam Chair, those are my adjournments. Thank you.
So much. Next, Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Joan Milky Flores. Many of you remember Councilwoman Milky Flores. She was one of the harbor area's most enduring public figures and the first woman to represent the 15th district on the LA City Council. She just passed away and she was 83. She graduated from Franklin High School in 1954 and shortly after got a job in the stenographer pool at City Hall. Some of you youngins won't even know what a stenographer is. Soon after, she moved to Councilman John Gibson's office and eventually became his chief deputy. And it was during Councilman Gibson's last term that he encouraged her to run for his seat. She had strong support from the harbor area and credits the endorsement of Councilmember Gibson and my dad, Supervisor Hahn, that she won her race. She accomplished so many things over her 3 terms in office. She sponsored the establishment of the Alameda Corridor Transportation Authority and focused on stricter permitting and enforcement of hazardous waste and authored an ordinance to curb smoking in public places. Her fingerprints remain on so much of San Pedro, from the development of the Cabrillo Marina Complex to the Worldport Walkway, the Sheraton Los Angeles Harbor Hotel, and she even helped pave the way for the area just below the Korean Friendship Bell at Angels Gate Park to become a city park, which years later was dedicated in her honor. After she left office, she ran a consulting firm. And she also took up golf, the piano, and she loved her family and she loved watching the Dodgers. Councilwoman Milky Flores is survived by her longtime partner and former Chief of Staff Bernie Evans, her sister Ruth, her daughter Valerie, who is a Los Angeles City Attorney, her grandson Trevor, and many nieces and nephews. I also move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of John Zivkovic, who was 91 when he passed away. He was born in Drniš, Croatia, and he immigrated to the United States in search of the American dream. He made his home in San Pedro, where he worked as a general foreman, painting the newly constructed Vincent Thomas Bridge. John was a founding father of the Croatian American Club in San Pedro, serving as president from 1958 until 1969, and in other board positions over many years. He took great pride in volunteerism and helping others, particularly when he assisted in humanitarian efforts during the Croatian War of Independence in the early 1990s, for which he received a commendation from the former Croatian president, Franjo Tudjman. He was a longtime member of Mary Star of the Sea Catholic Church. He enjoyed winemaking and cooking, but most of all, he treasured time with his family and his close friends. John Zivkovic is survived by his daughters Elizabeth, Karen, Trina, Christina, and my field deputy, Jennifer Lamarck, grandchildren John, Madeline, Sophia, Ivan, and Dylan, 3 brothers, and numerous nieces and nephews in Croatian. May he rest in peace. I'd also like to move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Theodore George Lumpkin Jr. And after I speak, I know, Holly, you'd like to say a few words about Ted. He passed away at the age of 100 due to COVID-19 complications. He was a 21-year-old junior majoring in math at UCLA when he was drafted into the military. He was called up just 6 months after the bombing of Pearl Harbor. Ted was sent to Tuskegee Army Airfield in Alabama for special U.S. Army Air Corps training. He graduated 3 months later as a second lieutenant with the U.S. Army Air Corps and was assigned to the 100th Fighter Squadron in Tuskegee, Alabama. The Tuskegee Airmen, as they were known, became some of America's most recognized and decorated pilots serving during World War II. Ted served as an intelligence officer during his overseas combat tour to Italy in the Western Europe Theater from 1944 to 1945. And during World War II, he was a member of the 332nd Fighter Group. He was honorably discharged in January 1946 as a captain. He used his GI Bill to earn his undergraduate degree in sociology at USC. He was hired on by the County of Los Angeles as a social worker in 1947 and furthered his education by earning his master's degree in social work from USC in 1953. He worked for the county's Bureau of Adoptions and several county departments, including urban affairs, community development, and model cities. He continued his military service in the inactive Air Force Reserves. He retired as a lieutenant colonel from the United States Air Force in 1979 and went on to launch a second career in real estate, where he continued to work even at 100 years old. Ted dedicated his life to ensuring the legacy of the Tuskegee Airmen. He has served on the boards of the Tuskegee Airmen Incorporated, the Tuskegee Airmen Scholarship Foundation, and also serving as the president of the Los Angeles chapter of the Tuskegee Airmen Incorporated. Ted Lumpkin is survived by his wife, Georgia, 4 children, 9 grandchildren, and 1 great-grandchild. Holly, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you so much, Supervisor Hahn. Yes, I'd just like to say, I first met Mr. Lumpkin because he was active in the Black Realtors Association, which, upon now reading his bio, I realized was his 3rd or 4th profession, how blessed he truly was. Then began to see him regularly as a member of the California Legislative Black Caucus, where we honored the Tuskegee Airmen, recognizing that given the time in which they served our country, there are fewer and fewer of them still living, and so had the opportunity to talk to him then. And it was through those conversations that I appreciated that he, quite frankly, and my mother crossed roads as USC social work students. He was in graduate school and she was an undergrad. And so he truly, truly was a legend in our community, committed to his community, committed to making sure all of us understood the experience and history of serving in the segregated armed services. And I honor him. It's not lost on me that the African-American men that I, in addition to Mr. Lumpkin, joined in memory of today, all served in the armed services, many in the same war, the Second World War and in Korea. And it's, they are members of the greatest generation that we're beginning to lose. So I'm glad that we have this opportunity to pause, hear their history, and pay them honor. Thank you, Supervisor Hahn, for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell. I'd like to move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn the memory of Owen Griffith, who passed away at the age of 92. He graduated from Cornell University as an accomplished student athlete, and after serving in the Army Signal Corps, he moved with his wife, Irene, to California and settled in the South Bay area to start a career in the aerospace industry. His mother was a teacher, so he had an investment in learning, and on long trips with his wife and children, he was known to read every historical marker they encountered. Owen was a prominent member of the Torrance community and educational system. He was first appointed to the school board in 1967 and served an incredible 28 years on the board until he retired in 1995. He served on the California School Boards Association from 1968 through 1995 as the Torrance representative to the Los Angeles County Trustees Association and as an advisor to many school districts to help improve superintendent-school board relations. In 1995, the Griffith Adult School was named after him. In 2012, Owen received the Jared Sidney Torrance Award, the city's highest civic honor for his contributions to the community, which included co-founding the Southern California Regional Occupational Center and served on the board of numerous organizations, including the Torrance Chamber of Commerce, the Torrance Performing Arts Consortium, the Torrance Symphony, and the Torrance Sister City Association. He's survived by his wife, Irene, and 7 children. I also move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn the memory of Ramon Bustamante, who was only 54 when he passed away. And he is the person that we were talking about earlier. He was a 33-year grocery store worker and a single father of 4, and he was a mainstay at the Vons in Torrance, where he was known for having long lines because everyone wanted to say hello to him. And even though he was in the high-risk category for COVID-19 due to his diabetes, he continued to work. After Thanksgiving, he began to experience symptoms of this virus and sadly died from complications a few weeks later. He is survived by his 4 children. He is who we're working to pass an ordinance to pay other frontline grocery workers hazard pay. I'd like to move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn the memory of Tommy Tiny Lister, who was 62, and he was a resident of Marina del Rey when he passed. He appeared in the movies Friday and The Fifth Element and was also a professional wrestler. He wrestled Hulk Hogan in the WWF. Tommy grew up in Compton and won the national shot put title in college and briefly played football before becoming an actor. He played the neighborhood bully Debo in the 1995 movie Friday and appeared again in the sequel Next Friday. His other appearances included The Dark Knight, Jackie Brown, as well as roles in The Players Club and Posse. He had supporting roles in Zootopia, Little Nicky, and Austin Powers in Goldmember. In the pilot of Star Trek Enterprise, Tommy played Klang, the first Klingon to make contact with humans. On television, he appeared as Mr. Matlock's bodyguard in Matlock and on In the Heat of the Night. He's survived by his daughter. I also move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn the memory of Erwin Brown, who passed away at the age of 92. He was a San Pedran, and he was a prolific artist, and he's survived by his daughter, Laurel. I also move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn the memory of Frank Palateo, who was also a resident of San Pedro and passed away at the age of 96. He was an award-winning architect and professionally trained singer. As a talented tenor, he could sing anything from opera to his beloved Croatian songs, and I was able to hear him sing many times. He was preceded in death by his wife and their son, Tom, who passed away a few years ago, who was also a good friend of mine, and he's survived by his daughter, Melinda. I also move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn the memory of Linda Palacios Ortiz, who was also a San Pedran, and she was 76 when she passed. She worked for ILWU Local 13 as a longshoreman and ultimately became a Marine clerk with Local 63. She's survived by her husband, Ray, children Yvette and Pete, 4 grandchildren, 2 great-grandchildren, as well as her brother and sister-in-law, Bill and Rachel Viramontes, and her nephew, Chris Viramontes, who's a past president of ILW Local 13. I also move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn the memory of Gilbert Espinoza, who was born and raised in San Pedro and passed away at the age of 65. Gilbert worked for 31 years with the City of Los Angeles as a gardener, caretaker, and park maintenance supervisor. He loved San Pedro and was proud to maintain Point Furman and Peck Park. And during my time on the City Council, I and all of my office worked very closely with him. He was a helper and a problem solver and always lent a helping hand to a total stranger or to a friend. He's survived by his 3 children, Nathan, Andrea, and Elizabeth, and 3 grandchildren. I also move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn the memory of Connie Calderon, who was 81 when she passed away. She was a lifelong resident of Wilmington and the director of the Wilmington Teen Center for 40 years, providing opportunities, mentorship, and food for low-income families. Connie's first career choice was to be a nun, but she didn't really fit in at the convent and was not sure what God's plan was for her until she got a job at a teen center in her hometown of Wilmington. She was one of 14 children and knew the many challenges that the youth faced in the community and realized that mentoring and connecting families with services really was her true calling. She was truly dedicated to the Wilmington community and was one of the founding committee members of the Wilmington Fiesta, an annual event that would raise money for youth organizations and scholarships. Connie will be remembered for always providing a safe haven for the youth and teaching them to have pride in what they have and who they are and where they live. She's survived by her sister Esperanza and will be forever missed by family and friends. I also move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Charles Prinzen. Carlos, as he was lovingly known as in the Wilmington community, passed away peacefully in his sleep at the age of 86. He led a life filled with travel, adventure, and most dear to his heart, social justice and service to others. He always shared that though he grew up in a challenging household in the late 30s and 40s, he always found hope and a positive light in the most painful moments of early life. Carlos joined the Teamsters, Local 692 in Long Beach, and aided in negotiating union contracts with trucking companies. He was a proud union man and supported efforts of organizing drives, picket lines, and mobilizing the community to labor justice issue. He was a dedicated community advocate and incredible mentor to banning high school students and always gave good advice. Carlos was really had the most present. He was a Native American, and when he walked into the room, he was a very tall man, and he always wore his white hair in a ponytail and usually dressed in Native American garb. And he always wanted to, his dream was to create this Native American campground and teaching opportunity in the Harbor Regional Park. And I know I worked with him to try and make that dream come true. I don't think it ever came to fruition, but he was always trying to impart the great principles and values of the Native American people. He leaves behind many friends, loved ones, grandchildren, great-grandchildren. He will be missed, but he will never be forgotten. I also move that when we adjourn the memory of Luigi Vernola, who was the former mayor of Norwalk, and he passed away suddenly from COVID just this last week. He was born in Los Angeles. He lived in Norwalk since 1944. He attended local schools and met his wife, Joan, while attending Norwalk High School. And before becoming part of the city council, Luigi was a successful business owner. He started his own business at the age of 20 as an automotive service station owner. He expanded his business to include a towing company, an automotive shop. His business background allowed him to develop strategies to streamline the business processes in his city. He was a philanthropist within his hometown in Norwalk, and every year in December during the holidays, he would parade in a float dressed as Santa, giving away free toys to all the needy children. He also held full turkey dinners and gift giveaways to over 3,000 residents every year for Thanksgiving. I was honored to have called Luigi my friend and to have worked with him towards making Norwalk a beautiful place to live. A few more. I also moved that when we adjourn in the memory of Saul Salvador de la Rosa, who was only 24 when he passed. He was born in Long Beach, but he was raised on Catalina by a large and loving family, including his sister, who is the Avalon City Council member, Yesenia de la Rosa. And just 4 months ago, he began taking classes to earn his real estate license, and he nearly completed his courses when he was offered and accepted his first property management position located in Big Bear Lake. He loved the snow, so he was excited to make Big Bear his new home and equally excited to start his dream job. Unfortunately, on the morning of December 9th, Saul was on his way to his first day of work when he was killed in a car accident. So tragic. He's survived by his father and mother, Salvador and Irma de la Rosa, his 3 sisters, Alma, Yesenia, and Sofia de la Rosa, 4 nieces and nephews, Matthew, Adrina, Antonio, and Elia de la Rosa. May he rest in peace. I also move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn the memory of Mary Thoitz, who was 97 when she passed away. She created the popular Senior Studies program at Long Beach City College, which attracted thousands of students over 4 decades. Mary flew her first plane at the age of 16. She went skydiving on her 85th birthday. She flew a Cessna plane over Catalina at age 87. And at the age of 88, she crewed on a dragon boat. Some called her the Peter Pan of Long Beach. She believed in the ability to do more and inspired and challenged others. She's survived by 4 nephews and a niece. And my last one, I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Joanne Valley. And I'm just going to read like 4 sentences. This woman deserves so much more, but our day is long already, and I hope at another time maybe to give her more of a tribute. She was a lifelong resident of Harbor City. She was 81. She just passed away last night. She was the executive director of the LA Gateway Chamber of Commerce and the matriarch of the Harbor City Harbor Gateway community. She will be remembered for so much, but mainly for her work in the community and her commitment to provide a safe haven for the youth at the Boys and Girls Club of Harbor City. She was preceded in death by her husband. She's survived by her daughters, her son, her 2 grandchildren, and 2 great-grandchildren. I got to know Joanne so well when I first came to San Pedro many years ago and ran for city council. She was the person you had to get to know, and she was one of those that definitely will be missed, will not be forgotten, and I hope one day to give her the tribute that she deserves. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Barger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when we adjourn today, we do so in memory of Rocco Coduti, a longtime Los Angeles County resident who passed away at the age of 89. A native of Italy, Rocco immigrated to America in 1966. He came to Los Angeles and worked as an expert marble finisher and foreman at the American Marble and Onyx Company for nearly 40 years. As a master craftsman, he fabricated and installed custom marble and stone in countless homes, businesses, and churches throughout Los Angeles County in the 60s, 70s, and well into the 80s. Rocco was a hardworking employee, devoted husband, and dedicated father who achieved the American dream for himself and his family. He's survived by his wife of 55 years, Carmela, his daughter, Marcella, my former chief of staff, Tony Bell, his son-in-law, 2 brothers, Carmine and Antonio, 2 grandchildren, as well as numerous in-laws, nieces, and nephews. Also that we adjourn in memory of Suzanne Susie Kroll, former mayor and longtime resident of San Marino, who passed away on New Year's Eve at the age of 81. Born in Los Angeles, Susie attended the Marlboro School, the Arts Center School of Los Angeles, and the University of Southern California. In 1954, she married Donald Kroll, and they enjoyed 45 years together before he passed away in 2004. Susie cherished San Marino community. She proudly served as vice mayor of San Marino from 1988 to 1990, and then as mayor for a 2-year term in 1990. She was also a board member of Huntington Hospital and the primary benefactor of the Kroll Public Library in San Marino. Susie's faith played a prominent role in her life. She traveled to Argentina 4 years in a row to serve as and evangelize. She was vice president of the executive committee for the 2004 Billy Graham Crusade in Pasadena, and she was a ribbon cutter at the Biola University Kroll School of Business. She received numerous accolades, including California Senate Woman of the Year in 1991. Her love and generosity impacted so many, and her positivity in the face of adversity was a guiding light to her family and to her friends. She is survived by her 2 sons, Donald Jr. and Andrew, as well as 4 grandchildren. I also move that when we adjourn in memory of William Lawson Martin II, known to many as Gus, who died peacefully at his home on December 20th at the age of 91. Born in Los Angeles, Gus lived most of his life in the Pasadena area. In his youth, he served in the United States Navy as a lieutenant junior grade and was assigned as executive officer aboard the USS Abuset. After his time with the Navy, he pursued a career in the oil business. Following his last corporate position as vice president of the Douglas Oil Company, he founded Tropicana Petroleum with a few partners in the early 1970s. Gus had many interests outside his career. A love of good wine led to a lifelong active membership in food and wine societies that often traveled abroad. Similar passions for tracing his ancestry and for pre-war Jaguar SS-100s, which he collected, inspired many adventures he loved to share with his devoted friends and family. He's survived by his wife of 32 years, Terry Martin, 3 children, Leslie Martin Thompson, William Lawson Martin III, and Laura Martin Burke Stone, and 14 grandchildren and 15 great-grandchildren. Also that we adjourn in memory of Joanne Montgomery, former Citrus College trustee, who passed away on December 14th. Raised in Tucson, Arizona, she graduated from the University of Arizona in 1955. She was chosen who's who in American colleges and universities and was a member of the Kappa Kappa Gamma sorority, which she remained active in throughout the Alumni Association until her death. Joanne married Donald Ames Montgomery in 1956. After his career as a pilot in the United States Air Force, they moved back to his hometown, Monrovia, California, where they raised 2 children, and she began a career as an educator. Joanne taught elementary school for the Monrovia Unified School District for 32 years and won many awards. All the while, she actively participated in the community from serving on numerous boards for organizations such as the Foothill Unity Center to attending First Presbyterian Church. Joanne was appointed to the Citrus Community College District Board of Trustees in 1998 after the passing of her husband and former trustee, Donald, and was later elected and then re-elected 4 times until her retirement this past December. In life, Joan loved art, history, bridge, and travel, but above all, she loved her family. Her passion for education, leadership, and kindness will be greatly missed. Joanne is survived by her daughter, Cynthia, her son, Andy, and his wife, Corin, her 3 grandchildren, Katie, Marie, and Taylor, and her 3 great-grandchildren, Gracie, Oliver, and Mia. Also, that we adjourn in memory of Estela Rosales, the grandmother of my staff member, Robert Alvarez, recently passed away at the age of 73. A native of Honduras, she migrated to the United States to be closer to her family. She was passionate about her family and supporting those who needed her help. She loved to travel and had an affinity for preserving photos of those that she loved. Estella is survived by her 3 children, Orlando, Miriam, and Martha, and 12 grandchildren and 8 great-grandchildren. Also, that we adjourn in memory of Jerry L. Sloan, father of San Marino resident Tim Sloan, who passed away on his birthday, December 10th, at the age of 84. Born in Cleveland, Jerry attended Ohio University, where he met and married the love of his life and wife of 62 years, Jeannie. He went on to enjoy 2 successful careers, first as an award-winning public relations executive at Ford Motor Company, and then as professor in the E.W. Scripps School of Journalism at his alma mater. He was beloved by his students and stayed in touch with many of them for the rest of his life. Jerry was a devoted family man. He and Jeannie never missed a school or athletic event for their children and grandchildren, and managed to attend more than 30 school graduations all over the country. His quick wit and ready laugh will be missed by all who knew him. He's survived by his wife, Jeannie, his sons, Tim, Jeffrey, and David, his daughter, Betsy, his sister, Dixie, his 11 grandchildren, 6 great-grandchildren, and many nieces and nephews. Also, Betty Urbina, longtime Lancaster resident, who at the age of 68 began writing a weekly newspaper column for and about the Antelope Valley seniors, and she died on December 22nd at the age of 95. Born in Lincoln, Nebraska, she had been a resident of the Antelope Valley for 72 years. She began her newspaper career as a reporter for the Antelope Valley Ledger-Gazette in the late 1950s. She also wrote for the Peppermill, a popular gossip column. After leaving the Ledger-Gazette, she went to work in the Los Angeles County Probation Department's Lancaster office. After retiring from the Probation Department in the early 1990s, she began writing a column called Senior Scene. The column started in 1993 in the Daily News of Los Angeles Antelope Valley edition. Then in 2007, moved to the Antelope Valley Press. She continued writing her column until she was nearly 94 years old. Betty survived by her husband, Victor, sons Terry, Daniel, and Robert, and a daughter, Teresa. And last, I move that the Board of Supervisors adjourn in the memory of the following individuals who were identified as indigent veterans by the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner and were subsequently buried with dignity and honor at Riverside National Cemetery in the last month. Douglas Brown, Navy; Richard Campbell, Army; Richard Cannon, Marine Corps; William Crockett, Air Force; John Fairbanks, Navy; Douglas Hanson, Army; Roberta Holland, Marine Corps; Richard Hortel, Navy; Donald Lambert, Marine Corps; Daniel Martin, Marine Corps; Kenneth Mayfield, Air Force; Peter Parasi, Army; Sonny Rosas, Air Force; Gary Simon, Army; William Van Cleve, Army. May their contributions and sacrifices in service to our country never be forgotten. Those are my adjournments, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Barger, and I have a few as well before we go into closed session. So I move today that when we adjourn in memory of Richard Earl Honeycutt. Born in 1939 in Oregon, Mr. Honeycutt lived in Los Angeles for more than 50 years and recently passed away on Christmas Eve. He was vice president of Vivitar Camera Corporation and then a hotel general manager for the Mansion Inn. He was an avid pet lover and would often rescue cats. His community work over the past 30 years, even during retirement, has left a lasting impact on his community. He was a fierce advocate for people experiencing homelessness, often providing clothes, food, and money to those in need. He is survived by his husband of 43 years, a longtime colleague of mine, Alfred Herrera, and his nephew Jim. He will be dearly missed. May he rest in peace. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Takeo Rose Ochi, a trailblazing civil rights activist and attorney. Ms. Ochi was born in East Los Angeles in 1939 and passed away last month, just 2 days shy of her 82nd birthday. Ochi spent part of her childhood in an internment camp and was informed, which informed her lifelong dedication to civil rights and activism. She was the first Asian American woman to serve as the United States Assistant Attorney General, as well as the first API woman to serve on the Los Angeles Police Commission. She was a tough lawyer and a passionate advocate for her community. Notably, Ochi was instrumental in the effort to gain redress for Japanese Americans who were incarcerated during World War II. Her community service continued throughout her retirement, raising funds for the Manzanar National Historic Site. She was a beloved figure in the community and is survived by her husband, Thomas. May she rest in peace.
Can I join on that one?
I think everybody knew her, so we can get everyone on there.
Okay, thank you.
That would be good.
Okay. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Cheryl Yark. Cheryl Yark was a longtime manager of the Sayhan Cafe, a beloved member of the Pomona College community. She passed away Saturday, December the 12th, 2020, following a brief illness. She was born in West Covina and graduated from Fontana High School. A veteran of the food and restaurant business, Cheryl always greeted everyone with a warm smile and cheerful welcome. She loved the work she did with the cafe and enjoyed getting to know so many members of the Pomona community over the years, including staff, faculty, students, and alumni. She's survived by her son, Andrew, her mother, Catherine, her brother, sister, nieces, and her partner for many years, Doug. May she rest in peace. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Timothy Teles. Timothy Teles passed away at the age of 47 due to complications of COVID-19. He was LA County Sheriff Deputy for over 20 years and served in the Parks Bureau and worked to ensure the safety of the parks in my district, as well as Supervisor Kuehl's. He was a beloved member of the community and survived by his wife, Vanessa. May he rest in peace.
To join you on that one, if I may.
Yes, okay, sure. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Carlos Hussman. He was born on February 21st, 1957 in El Salvador and immigrated to California as a teenager. As a lifelong resident of Maywood, Carlos was usually a quiet man known for using his voice to be loud and proud when he needed to, often to organize community members in the city of Maywood. Mr. Hussman never hesitated to extend a helping hand to anyone in need, even when he had little to offer. He was always smiling, enjoyed telling jokes, and welcoming to all. He loved his wife and always asked to make sure we all took care of each other. On December 31st, 2020, after a 2-week battle with COVID-19, Carlos passed away. He's survived by his wife, 7 children, and 12 grandchildren. May he rest in peace. Thank you. That will take all of our motions as seconded, and if there are no objections to a unanimous vote, that will be the action. Madam Executive Officer, please read us into closed session.
In accordance with Brown Act requirements, notice is hereby given that the Board of Supervisors will convene in closed session to discuss item CS1, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation, and item CS2, department head performance evaluation, as indicated on the posted agenda.
board is still in closed session. They will return to open session once closed session has ended.